Hey everybody, Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to day 3 of our 2024 Sew Fest. Can you believe it's already day 3? I just can't believe it already. It's here. Hope that everybody had a great night last night. Hope everybody enjoyed day 1 and day 2. And if you have watched both days so far, you were here day 1 and day 2, put a number 5 in the chat for me right now. And if today is your very first day of watching Sew Fest, put a number 1 in there. We want to see all the number 1s and number 5s. And but before we get too deep in the show, I got to say some shout outs out there to some of the SMP Nation watching today. We got Me. She's up in New York. Good morning. We have Belinda Bryan in Clearwater, Florida. So good morning, Belinda. We have Jessica Blevins in Kentucky watching. We have Dawn Hiltz in Fairfield, Connecticut. And you know what, Kyle? I got to say a happy wedding anniversary to Dawn. It is her 42nd wedding anniversary. So congratulations, Dawn. That's pretty awesome. Y'all all say good morning to Kyle. He's in here with me this morning. And we also have Wolf Geis over in Nebraska watching. So good morning, Wolf Geis. We have Roxana Sexton in Kansas. And we have Donnell Stitchery watching up in Michigan. We have Nancy Fitzpatrick in Ohio watching. We have Jane Riggert in Darnestown, Maryland watching today. We have Cheryl Kopp over in Colorado. Linda Christensen in Georgia. We have Doreen Warren here in California watching. And we have Jody Cowan in Texas watching, and Mary Lou Herbert in Idaho. And guess who else we have watching?
Who's that?
Jane Klaus.
Oh.
Guess what, everybody? Jane is better. Jane is better, and Jane is going to be here today. Can y'all believe that? But I'm not going to introduce her just yet. I got a couple other things I got to talk about. Then I got to make a big introduction to Jane because she's going to be here today. Can y'all believe that? She's a trooper, I'm telling you. Education sessions today. Hey, we have the world famous April Yang. Y'all know her. She has over 2 million followers on YouTube. She is a sewing sensation. She's going to be here. She's going to talk about sleeves on a sleeveless garment.
Last time she put pockets on
pants.
Now it's sleeves on a sleeveless garment.
That's right. So she is so talented. She's going to be here. And then also we have the talented Katrina Walker is going to be here today, and Serger Stitch Savvy. So I'm pretty excited about that. Also, we got to talk about our Dream Studio winners. So far, Monday we picked a finalist. Her name was Lisa Swartz. So Lisa is Monday's finalist. Yesterday was Jerry Lutter. And you look at the Dream Studio, we're going to pick our 3rd finalist for the Dream Studio this afternoon. Look at all the things you're getting. The Dream Studio is worth over $25,000. You're going to get that Juki X3000. You're getting the Qnique 16X with the frame. You're getting the Handi Quilter Moxie ST. That's that 18-inch sit down with the table. You're getting the Brother Airflow 3000 Air Threader Serger. You're getting the Brother Print Moda Fabric Printer. And last but not least, you're getting that Baby Lock Pathfinder embroidery machine. That's all part of that Dream Studio. And every day we're going to pick a finalist. And guess what? Even if you become a finalist, the minimum you're going to go home with is a sewing machine. So, but here's how you can get it. As long as y'all participate in the show, go like Facebook page, go subscribe to our YouTube channel, share the video, make comments all day long. You can make comments, ask questions. All those things are going to get you put in to win that Dream Studio giveaway. And cannot wait this afternoon, Kyle. We're going to draw that 3rd finalist. And what's going to happen on Friday, I'm going to put all 5 names in a hat and draw them out live on air. So you'll get to actually see the winner. And so it's going to be pretty exciting. Can't wait. But that's all coming up on Friday. But you still have time to vote. We have over 90 entries into the contest. You had to submit a garment contest for this one. And the contest that we had for Sew Fest. And so if you put a garment in there, you submitted the pictures, you can actually go vote on them. So if you go to SewingMachinesPlus.com, at the very top of the page, you see events and classes. You can click on that. That will take you to the event page. You'll see the thumbnail for SewFest. Click on that. Up in the right-hand corner, you'll see gallery. You can click on that, and that'll take you to all the submissions, and just go vote on your favorite one. We're going to give basically a People's Choice Award, which is a popularity contest. Whoever can get the most votes from your friends and people and share your pictures and things, we're going to give you a prize. And then we're going to have judges vote on the top 3, which will be the best of show, first place. And y'all see it right there. On first place, you're getting that Janome M6 sewing machine. You're getting that Brother Print Moda. And then for second and third, you're getting that Brother SC2000. And you're getting that Finesse Thread 16 pack. So both of those are from the judge's choice. Now, People's Choice it's just a sewing machine, right?
Yep,
Kyle?
HQ Stitch.
There it is.
510.
Yep. So the People's Choice, you're getting that Handi Quilter S, or the Stitch 510, and so you're getting that for the People's Choice. And then here's something that happened, and so we had a bunch of rule breakers, Kyle.
Yeah.
I guess that's the most polite way to say there were rule breakers. We had a bunch of people submitted quilts for some reason, and it was quite a few. And we were like, they can't participate in the contest. We're going to stick to our rules. However, for all the effort they made, we thought, let's let them go ahead and be in the popularity contest on their own. So we're going to have a People's Choice. Whoever gets the most votes on the quilt side of things, the winner will get a $250 gift card to Sewing Machines Plus, and we're going to let all the people who submitted quilts submit the quilts into Quilt Fest, which will be in March of 2025. Normally, we don't let you put them in two contests, but we're going to make an exception this time because it really didn't officially count for the SewFest contest. So we're just trying to accommodate everybody and make a little add-on, a mini Quilt Fest, right? So. But that's all the business I got to take care of today, I think. So we got a lot of great demonstrations ahead of you, great pricing. And one of the things I want to remind you about on the pricing, I cannot say, and Jane won't be able to say, pricing about certain things. So like we can tell you what the regular price is, but we can't tell you what the SewFest price, because the manufacturers have what they call MAP pricing. And that means it's the minimum advertised price that we can actually advertise or show or print in ad prints. And so I can't even say it on air. So what I have to do is tell you it's a call-in special. So you have to call in to get the Quilt Fest or the SewFest pricing. And so you're going to hear me say that from time to time. Now, sometimes there's going to be things that we can actually show the price that it's actually the sale price. And I'm going to tell you, hey, you can just buy this right on the website. You don't even have to call in. But anyway, we'll always let you know that. And so basically, even though I go out and work deals with the manufacturers and get a better cost, I pass the savings on to you. I just can't tell you on air. You have to trust us and call in. So that's kind of how it works. And the other thing is, if there's just something on the website you've been looking at and it's not on SewFest, there's a good chance it could be part of our SewFest sale, because we have thousands of items that we have on sale for this week, but we only have 70 spots to show them, Kyle. So this week we have 70 presentations. We have 42 different presenters. So we have a lot going on this week. So I hope that y'all have got the chance to tune in for the first 2 days, and hope you get to tune in for the rest of the week. But hey, we're at the midpoint today. And guess what? I'm so happy Jane Klaus is going to be here today. She's over her sickness. And y'all, I don't know if y'all remember, y'all regulars, y'all all know Jane and love her, but hey, you new people out there, Jane is a 2-time Emmy award-winning broadcaster. She has hosted numerous DIY shows. She has a show called Healthy Living. She has a show, I can't remember all of them. There's so many things. Creative Living. She has been on news stations doing morning shows nationwide. She is a brother ambassador She goes on HSN for Brother. She's been on radio shows, morning shows in Chicago. She has been on every network. She's been that you know of on every morning show you can think of. And guess what else? The other show she's been on. She has been on Sewing Machines Plus festivals, and we are so happy to have her here today. Y'all welcome, a huge welcome, Jane Klaus.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Blaine. Hi, Kyle. What's happening, SMP Nation? I'm so happy to see you today. Thank you.
Not as happy as the SMP Nation and me.
Wow, Blaine, I know you've been killing it. You've been doing the deals and you've been hosting and holding it together. I'm sorry I wasn't here for you. You know, you gave me that intro with all of that TV and broadcasting. The motto and how I grew up in my business in broadcast is there's no sick days in radio. There's no sick days in TV, except for when you have 103 fever, then you take a sick day.
Well, we didn't want you coming on and like talking out of your head and just crazy stuff with the fever. So
right.
It's way too many discounts. So we thought, you know what? We'll give you a couple of days to try to recuperate.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know what I would have been selling then. You would have been like, Jane, that's not on the list. I don't know what price that is. Like for a penny, we can't sell that.
Yeah, well, we're glad you're here. I tell you what, it's been a fun 2 days, but it's a whole lot more fun when you're here. And the SMP Nation absolutely loves it when you're here. And I know we've got a great 3 days coming up, and today is no exception. I hope that everybody out there, Jane, really loves SewFest this year, because I do. I think it's the best one we've had. The education is incredible this year, and then the deals we've got so many good deals. We got brand new products that we're showing. They've never, world premieres on this show.
Yeah.
It's just everything about it's been really good. And then too, we have 70 sessions this week and 42 different presenters. And I think that's almost as big as our very first quilt festival that we did.
I mean, who does that, Blaine? What you're just shaking it up. You are making it happen. You've got programming, you've got sessions, you're putting it together. Like for everything I know, you're running some network television station and not a sewing machine company, but somehow you're doing both, because this is so cool. And the programs that you put together, and listen, I love all the other fests, but I really love SewFest because that's where it all started for me. I think that's where it started for so many of us in our grandmother's basements or in our mom's sewing rooms. We all learned to sew, and we have that love for sewing, and it's a great month to celebrate it. It's a great week to celebrate it. And for you giving us the deals that you're giving us, it's a great time to buy during SewFest. Yeah.
It really is. And one thing I like about SewFest, in Quilt Fest, we kind of gear it toward quilting. Hoop Fest is geared toward embroidery, but SewFest basically encompasses every element of sewing. So we're going to have embroidery, we're going to have quilting, we're going to have just sewing, we're going to have serging, we're going to have all of it this week. And that's what I really like about it. You get to see the big variety of different machines, different brands,
all of it.
I love that part of it.
Yeah, me too. That's right. You do have all the extras that go into the sewing, but that's where it all starts, Blaine. That's why I love it. Listen, I was not missing SewFest. There was no way I was missing SewFest.
Well, Jane, we couldn't do this without our sponsors. And so I got to say a big shout out. Kyle, if you could throw our sponsors up on the page for us so everybody can see that, because it is just incredible that we get the help that we do from our partners out there. And big shout out to Handi Quilter, the Grace Company, Brother, Baby Lock, Janome, King Quilter 2, Butler Robotics, So Steady, Durkee Hoops, Elna, Husqvarna Viking, Foff, Cutterpillar, Embroidery Garden, Dime, and RNK. And Jane, what's awesome about this? This is the first time that we've ever basically had this level of partnership with Elna, with Viking and Foff. And then we've got a brand new partner with Cutterpillar. So you've got some new things that people haven't seen on our shows before. And so it's, Viking and Foff just recently, this year allowed their products to be sold online. And so before, we could only sell it in the store. So now we can sell it online. And, it's made a big difference, you know, and that's part of our show now.
And you know what else, Blaine? I saw Cutterpillar on the schedule as we were planning for this week. And I was so excited to see my friends at Cutterpillar there because I first met them in 2017, 2015. I was hosting a shopping telly show in England called Create and Craft. And Cutterpillar came out with a paper cutter. And so now I know that they have increased the lineup and it's into the sewing world. I saw them last year. So I was so excited to know that they were on the show and we could like tell everybody about Cutterpillar.
Oh, they've been a huge hit. Everybody loves their products, and we've got different packages put together for each day. And then on Friday, we're really going to deep dive into their ultimate package, which has a ton of stuff in it.
Yeah.
And so it's just been great. People are loving the products. So, but speaking of loving the products, it's time for our first, you know, demonstration today. I'm going to let you take it away. You're here for the next hour, Jane.
I am.
And then I'll see you all in about an hour, but take it away.
Okay, great. Thanks, Lane. All right, everybody, let's get day 3 rolling. It's day 1 for me, but day 3 is just great. So let's get things off with our friends from Brother and our first presenter, Kim Montanisi. She began playing with fabric and sneaking the use of her mom's forbidden sewing machine in the early 70s. Now, fortunately, a series of mistakes led to some methods that she uses today. I love that story. Students love the no curved piecing inside out and quilts that keep on giving concepts of quilting. Now, you've seen her on It's So Easy TV, and she's a Brother educator, and she is here to talk about the Brother Stellar XJ2. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Kim Montanisi. Hi, Kim. I don't know, a little bit of feedback. We'll fix that. That's okay. Oh, better. Now we can't hear you though. Right off the bat, technical issues on day 3. She's going to figure it out, everybody. You want to know why? Because through a series of mistakes, she came to some methods that she uses today. So she could fix.
Hey, Kim.
Everything.
Hey, Blaine.
I think what's happening, you've got a 2-camera setup and you got a camera on your machine. You need to turn the laptop on mute.
I don't have a laptop. I have a phone and a tablet.
All right. Well, you're good now. I think whatever you did worked.
Okay. Don't touch anything.
Now I'm coughing.
Now you can hear?
No, we're good.
Okay.
Take it away.
Okay. So anyway, yeah, the Stellar, you know, we sew a lot with the very high-end machines, and but not everybody can go that high. But the Stellar is so wonderful. It has most of the high-end things, but in a different kind of machine. It comes in 2 different versions. You can get either embroidery only or sewing and embroidery. So I have the foot on right now. So I'm going to show you a couple things that are in sewing before we go over to embroidery. So one of the things that we have, one of the things that we have in sewing on this machine that is also on the higher end machine is right down here, tapering. I'm going to touch the T for tapering. This is so cool. I just love this. And I'm going to choose this design. This is what it looks like when it just comes out of the machine. It's flat on the top and the bottom. Now I'm going to touch the tapering edit. I have my tapering turned on. It wants to know now, how do you start your taper, which is up here, the top one. So we're going to touch select. We have all these choices. I'm going to select 15 degrees straight up. Now, how do I want to end the taper? I'm choosing also 15 degrees. Look how it changed. Now I'm going to touch OK. And you can choose 2 ways to end this. So when I start sewing, I'm just going to keep sewing until I'm done, and I'm going to touch the reverse button. So if you can see, I'll show this to you. I'm just pushing the button and it's going to start sewing this beautiful taper. And when I get to a certain point, I'm going to say, okay, that's enough. I want you to start the taper. And then it will begin the taper and it'll end. Okay, here I go. I touch it one time. I said I touch it one time. Oh, great. And there it is. And lift the foot. And there's my taper. Isn't that pretty? Now, the second way you can do it is the same taper. I'm going to touch the other method. And this allows you to decide how many repeats of that pattern do you want. The nice thing about this method is it gives you an approximate length that that stitch will be. So if you have a real specific place you want it, you can tell it, I want it to be like 2 inches. So I can get it down here to 2.1. So that's close. I'm going to hit go. And it's just going to sew until it does 15 repeats. And then it's going to stop. Isn't it quiet? Okay, and there it goes all by itself. I'm going to cut the thread, lift the foot, and there's my stitch. This is so much fun to play with for trims and on garments and quilts. It's just a lot of fun to play with that particular feature. Another thing in sewing that's a lot of fun, we're going to turn this off now. We're going to close, is to go back to utility stitches. And there's another category. It's like sashiko, but it's kind of like a hand quilting stitch. I don't know if you can see that real well. Can you see it? So I used it on the trim of this blouse, and I used black embroidery thread. And in the bobbin, I used monofilament, or you could use white thread, for instance. And it comes out looking almost like hand stitching. And that's going to be right here in utility stitch. It's called hand look quilting. So there's so many great things in this machine. I just want to kind of rush through so that you can see everything that I want to show you today. I'm going to switch over to embroidery, and I'm putting on the embroidery foot. Oops, it does not go upside down. Let's go this way. We're going to put the embroidery foot on. And we're going to plug it in the back. So this plugs right back here into the back of your machine. Okay. Now, a lot of embroiderers want to put something like this on their quilts or their garments. I do a lot of garments. I want to know where I'm putting the design. This machine does not have an integrated camera. So this machine, I'm going to need the app. And what I'm going to do, it's called My Design Snap. And I would hold the app, I would be holding the camera. My Design Snap is open, and it's going to be registering. It's going to be finding these registration marks at the top and the bottom of your hoop. So I'm just going to lay this down. And if you can picture, I'm just holding the app like this above the hoop. It's going to go 3, 2, 1, snap. It's going to say that it's taken a picture of the hoop. Do you want to send it to the machine? So I click on OK, and then I go over to the machine. Now it's already in the machine. So I'm going to select this cute little bunny, and I'm going to set that. And I'm going to come right up here, and I'm going to touch that. The image was sent from the mobile app. You say OK, attach the frame. The carriage is going to move. You say OK. And there's our image. Can you see that? Now I purposely hooped that crooked because I want you to see how easy it is to just rotate. You can rotate your design. You can move it up a little bit, down a little bit, get it where you want it to go. And if it's just a teeny bit off, then you can just rotate it by teeny little increments. So if I wanted to sew that bunny on, it would be able to go right there, and you can see how it tilted. So even if I turn this off, you'll be able to see that that's tilted. So sometimes you're not able to hoop something. So if I was going to do a jacket, that I do a lot of jackets, let's get rid of the bunny. I can't always count on being able to hoop it and use those registration marks. So if I wanted to put a design down the back seam of this jacket, my registration marks are covered up. So I'm going to go back to embroidery. I'm just going to select some letters here. Maybe you'll be able to, I'm just going to do the alphabet. I'm going to set that. I'm going to go to edit. I'll change the color. Just for myself, I like that color better. Does it show up? No, never mind. I'll put it back for you guys. Okay, make it black. And then I'm going to go to embroidery. And because I can't see where my seam is, it's going to be somewhere in here. I'm going to go to layout, and I'm going to touch this, the little square with the dots on it. And I don't know if you can see it. Right under where the needle is, there's a little tiny red dot being projected down. So this wants to know, where do you want that corner to be? I could choose the upper corner, the upper middle, the upper left, the middle, but I'm going to choose, I want the corner of that A to be right down here against this seam. So I'm going to say OK. I'm going to say next. And I'm going to move it with the arrows. So you can see the hoop moving all the way over. Now I'm going to come down a little bit. And you see it has 1 arrow, 2 arrow, 3 arrow. If you touch 1 arrow, it takes little tiny bites very slowly. If you select the middle arrows, it takes medium bites, medium speed, and 3 arrows are bigger bites and faster. So as you get closer to your target, you just want to kind of slow it down a little bit and get it real close. Next, it wants to know, where do you want the other end to go? I want the other end to go way up here. So I'm going to move it. Whoops. Oh, no, I want big bites. All the way up here. Normally, this would be on a sticky wash away stabilizer. Okay, now my line is right against the side of that seam, and I'm going to set that. And look at how it moved that design. It just automatically rotated that, and it's going to be right along that seam. And an example of how that would be is this jacket right here. So I had the bunny, and I had, this is one design, I duplicated it and mirror imaged it, and I was able to get that right along the seam using that method, because I wasn't able to actually hoop the jacket itself. Okay. So that was with the My Design Snap. Don't forget to add your apps to your phone, because there's a lot of good ones in there. One is Stitch Monitor. As you're stitching in your machine, it's going to keep track of where you are. If you have a thread break or your bobbin runs out, it's time to change the thread color or something like that. You're going to have that right in your hand, and that's a free app that's built right into the machine. You just go in there and decide what devices you're going to have that on. Okay, let's go back home and let's do no-sew. We're going to go back to embroidery. This is so fun. This is the one thing that's on the bigger machines that we really wanted. So I'm just choosing a random design. This is a candy bowl with candy in it. I'm going to set that. I'm going to go to edit, and right here is the no-sew, right at the bottom. We're going to touch no-sew, and everything here that I don't want it to sew, I'm just going to touch it. So I think, let's see, green. No, that's the outline. I want that. Right here, this candy, I don't want that. So I say, don't sew that. See, they disappeared. The blue I don't want. The green I don't want. The yellow I don't want. We'll just keep going. The orange, the blue, don't want that. I don't want that one, and I don't want the white. Okay, so now we're left with an applique of a candy jar, but now you can do fun stuff. You can add, let's see, we can add Winnie the Pooh. Move Winnie the Pooh right up there at the top. Isn't he cute? We can get, well, let's see. We can get rid of Winnie the Pooh. We can add this little bird. Can put the little bird in there. We can make him smaller. Put him right inside of there. You can take parts from another design and add them in there. I've done this one with vinyl over the top, just a clear vinyl, and it was really cute. It just looked like a glass, a glass thing. So the no-sew is a really nice function. The nice thing about this machine too is that you can go, let's go back here. You can also now start adding your quilting design right in the edit screen. You don't have to go to Design Center or anything else. So this is the stippling screen. You can decide what size hoop you would like to use. You can decide the distance from the original design, and you can decide the spacing, how far apart you want those stipples. There's also an echo. Same options apply there. And there's also going to be where you can select your fill pattern. And you can see there's so many to choose from. You have 30 of them in there. So we can just choose one, say okay. We can tell it we're going to be using an 8x12 hoop. I'm going to leave the distance alone, and I'm just going to make that bigger. Quite a bit bigger, I think. And then let's see what the preview looks like. That's pretty good. Say okay. And then you go right over to sewing, and you're ready to go. And it's not going to sew over the little bird. So how are we doing, Jane? Jane, hello. So this is the little, here, this is the bunny. These are some things that we made using the Stellaire. There's the little bunny with the pocket. This is the matrix copy where you can tell the machine how many times you want each of those designs stitched out, and it will automatically set it up for, success, no matter what size hoop you're using. And then this is just an example of the echo stitching. Also in this machine, just like the top of the line machine, is the, there it is, the couching. So you have couching designs as well as a full alphabet, upper and lower case alphabets, and all of the special characters are in there. Here's another design. There's some really large, very pretty designs that are in there. Just some special ones just for this machine. So, whew, that was quick. Are you there, Jane?
I am, Kim. I am here for you. And
okay, let me get back over here.
Yeah.
Whew.
I mean, what a fantastic machine, the Stellaire XJ2. What is, a lot of people loving the no sew feature, which I think is fantastic. What is your favorite feature on that machine?
I do love the no sew feature, and I love the tapering because you can create, it's almost like an embroidery design. I've done it on Dupioni, and it kind of scrunches it a little bit. If it's real tight, if you don't use stabilizer, it kind of smocks it almost. And I've done real random tapering, and they kind of fit together real funky, and it looks like a whole separate piece of, embossed fabric. It's really pretty.
That's
so I like those two.
Seems to me like you love to just explore and kind of find creative mistakes to make, and then it turns out you love. This is a trend.
It is. It's I have a rubber stamp that I love. It says mistakes are opportunities in disguise. So that's kind of my motto. I make a lot of mistakes. So I always think, what's the opportunity here? This can't be for nothing, right?
Absolutely. So let's talk about, a question came in about hoop sizes, and I know that the workspace, or you've got, it's 9.5 by 14, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then the hoop sizes?
5 by 7, 4 by 4. And then the big one is 9.5 by 14.
Wonderful.
Now you can use your other hoops. Not all the hoops are going to have the registration marks on them. But again, we have the placement method, so don't worry about that. You can always use your app on that to get your design where you want it. And there's also the other method of placement with the 2-point placement system.
Take us back to the front of the machine, maybe that look, and just give us a little tutorial of what's happening in the front.
Okay, what do you mean on the front? Like what this is?
On the screen, just show us the screen.
Okay, so this tells you, this actually is your Wi-Fi signal. And this morning it said there's an update. I didn't want to update it because I didn't know how long it was going to take, and we were kind of ready to go. So if there is an update available, there's going to be, oops, there it is. It's going to be an exclamation point right there. So you know to check for an update. You just push the button, it starts updating by itself, no big deal. This is your settings page. And this is where you can customize your machine. Right here is the light. Watch this. See how the light dims? I can turn the light off depending on what you're doing. The screen brightness. You can go through the whole thing here. Choose your language. This is your information of what's connected. Your stitch counts, your version. Here's where you can decide whether or not you want a grid showing on your screen or no grid. You can choose to have an outline of your different hoop outlines. I love this feature right here. You can decide Do you want it to tell you the name of the thread color or the number that's on the spool? Either one. And you can also choose your thread brand as well. So you just tell it what you're using and it will give you the color name or number. You can set it up for maximum embroidery speed. Depending on the thread you're using and the project you're doing, you want to take that into consideration. And when there's a black line around it like this, that means that's just the factory default. Your foot height for free motion or embroidery, depending on what you're working on, you want to look at that. You can change it from inches to millimeters just that quick. You can change all of these different things, the background embroidery color, embroidery foot up or down. Here's all of your Wi-Fi information. Here's your app guide. When you touch the app guide, it opens it up to any of the apps that are available to use with this machine. So you just scan that with your camera, you tap it, and it loads the app right in there. So Artspira is used with this machine as well, which is great. You can send designs right over to the machine through Artspira. My stitch monitor we talked about, and my design snap is the one that we take the picture of the hoop, and that sends it over to the machine. Let's see what else is in here. Oh, this is just your information of what version you have, and then the Artspira has not been registered on this one. It is on my machine downstairs. The next little icon is a video icon. So this has all different kinds of information built right into the machine, and my favorite thing is the videos. So when you come to videos, there's all little videos to teach you how to use the different, here's how to use the different apps. Here's some embroidery videos. And you just scroll through there, pick the one you need, and it's going to start showing you. Here's one that teaches you how to set up your couching feet. So it's just a little short video, and it's step by step. And you can just watch that video over and over, and it teaches you how to set up your couching. Go. Okay. And the rest is just automatically lower your presser foot. You can say okay. And this one is fun. This little lock button, if you have kids or cats or anything like that, oops, I locked it. I can't touch it. See what happened? If you have little kids or cats that like to touch the screen, if you're right in the middle of something or you stand up and you accidentally hit it with your elbow, it's going to change something on your screen because it's a touch screen. When you touch the lock, now I can't change anything. It's completely locked. Just remember to unlock it because you'll panic and say, why isn't this working? Something's wrong with my machine. And then, of course, the home button just tells us, okay, we can go home and start all over again and find something new. So, Jane, I think that's all there is here. Oh, let me show you one more last thing. Is right down here. You can set up your time. You can turn your clock display off or on. You can set it up with any format you like. You can change the year, the month, the date, do a 24-hour clock, switch it to AM and PM, and you say, okay. And I have this one turned on right down here. Any other questions, Jane?
Such a fantastic machine. I think the biggest
Isn't it fabulous?
It really is, and it can really do so much. I love the sewing and embroidery combo. I love that it's got the 788 embroidery stitches built in. I love that you have the 101 Disney stitches, and that you can connect Artspira to it. And that just
you scan and yeah, everything.
Everything you can.
They all talk to each other.
Absolutely. So this is a fantastic machine. And Kim, I just have and I want to tell her how to get it, but quickly tell us about the bunny hutch that you sew in.
What?
Don't you sew in a bunny hutch?
No, this is just a little bag that we did as a project.
Cute. Okay, very good. Yeah, I was asking about your sewing space, but that's an adorable bag.
Oh, my bunny hutch where I sew?
Yeah.
Well, you'll notice we're in my dining room right now because I cannot show you what's in the bunny hutch downstairs.
Next time.
It's bad. It's really bad. I've been working on so many different projects, including non-sewing projects as well. I've been upcycling vintage chairs, so there's upholstery stuff all over, and jackets and coats and wedding gowns, and it's like, nope, we're going to come upstairs and get this done upstairs today.
That sounds like a lot of fun to me, and hang out in the bunny hutch. Kim, next time you can take us on
It
a
is.
tour. Right
Okay.
now, I want to tell everybody how they can get their hands on the Stellaire XJ2. Kim Montanese, thank you so much. And everyone say thanks to Kim. And then let's talk about this amazing machine from Brother. Of course, it is the Brother Stellaire XJ2 sewing and embroidery machine. Now, this is, again, the Disney combo sewing and embroidery machine, and it continues that Brother legacy of exceptional combo machines. We talked about 788 embroidery designs, plus 101 Disney exclusive designs. And you've got that large 9.5 by 14 embroidery area. And you can connect wirelessly with Artspira. It's going to really elevate all your creativity and your skills. You can see the SewFest pricing right there on the screen. But again, you have to call in for the special 800-401-8151. I am sold. You know, we love our Brother machines. Okay, so make sure if that's been something on your dream list, that is something that you want to talk about and get today. So be sure to call in. Let's keep the party moving with our next guest is Shauna Westergaard from Handi Quilter. Now, she considers herself to be an accidental long arm quilter because she inherited her long arm long before she ever finished piecing a quilt top. So once she got her long arm set up, she jumped in with both feet and she quilted over 60 projects in the first year she had her long arm. So she's a pattern designer and she loves teaching beginner quilters and has created a block of the month group to help quilters develop their skills. And she loves free motion quilting and really enjoys working with Pro Stitcher. She's excited to share her joy of creating with all of you. She is a national educator for Handi Quilter. Say hi to Shauna Westergaard. Hi, Shauna. You're on mute, Shauna. Oh, Shauna, you're on mute.
Is it good now?
You're perfect. Hi, Shauna. Everyone say hi to Shauna.
Hi. I feel like we do this every time, Jane.
You know what? It's just been like that so far today. So we're good. I was on mute. You're on mute. Everyone's on mute. It's fine.
We take turns.
Yes, that's great. Shauna, really quick before we dive in, you grew up in a family of quilters. What is your fondest memory of that time growing up?
Well, if you have time for a quick little story, my grandma had the goal of making quilts for all of us grandkids. And my cousin is a little bit opinionated about color. And so my grandma would make a quilt and show it to her and say, hey, what do you think of this one? And my cousin would say, I don't like it. So the quilt that I got from my grandma was one of the cast-offs from my cousin. And I love it. It's beautiful. She showed me the quilt and I said, it's gorgeous. And so it was for me.
Well,
that's one of my favorites is, you know, we have quilts from grandma and I love that.
And it's got a great story behind it.
Yes,
really and truly. So today you're going to be talking about the Moxie ST, yes?
Yes, that's what we're playing with today.
That's wonderful. I'm going to let you take it away because I don't want to take up any more time. Everyone wants to see what you have to show us, Shauna. It's great to see you. I'll let you go.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jane. Today we're playing on the Moxie ST. So this looks kind of familiar. If you were with us yesterday, we were playing on the Moxie XL. The machine itself is basically the Moxie XL. You'll have 18 inches of throat space. The setup is basically the same. We still have a touch screen here. This is how you can change all of your settings. You can do cruise or precision mode. It comes with both modes. You have your needle up, needle down. You can adjust the lights. There is lighting in the throat space. So this machine, it's a great machine, but we just came out with it on this Insight table, which I'm very, very excited about. It's 38 inches of space for quilting. And it does have over here on this side, you can get it on either side. There's a little flip up piece so that you can have a larger area for quilting. And this, you can also run it with a foot pedal or with a touch of a button. Both of those work. So you can see we have this little project here that's half done. So I've done a lot of free motion stitching on it. These are little pumpkins that I did, just free motion design, and then I threw in some loops. And I can show you how we did those pumpkins. They're really, really fun. We also have, I've done some couching on this as well. This machine will do couching. And this machine works with all of the feet that come for Handi Quilter machines. All of the feet will fit on this machine, which is really great. But I'm going to slide this out of the way so I can show you on the table here. These are our sensors that we use for the stitching. These sensors read the fabric. As the fabric moves across the sensor, it is how the stitch regulation works. And so something to keep in mind when you are using this machine and creating projects, you still want to have plenty of fabric so that the sensors are covered, but you still have room to stitch on your project. So we do recommend that you still have a couple of inches for the backing at least to go over the sensors as you're stitching. Right now I'm using the foot that's on here is our sure foot that we use for ruler work. But again, you can do stitching with any of the feet that we have. We're doing something really fun today with pumpkins. We're going a little bit fall themed here. I'm going to grab my papers. We have pumpkins I've already got on here, so I'm going to slide this over so you can see right here. So this pumpkin I've already put on. This is a technique that I've talked about before. I like to call it slap-lacqué because you can slap it on your project and applique it down. So, and you can see I've got a little bit of this chenille that is, it comes in just a straight strip like this, and then you actually brush along it to make it look like chenille. And I'll show you that. So we have this right here. This is called chenille. This is just a roll of fabric that you can actually stitch down onto your quilt, onto your project. And then you take this fancy little scrubber and you just scrub wherever you stitched the chenille down. And it makes it look like a chenille project. And you can layer up the chenille so you can get a couple of different colors. See, and it adds a nice little texture, a nice element on your project. So I'm going to show you kind of how I came up with this design, and then we're going to stitch down some pumpkins. So if you look here, I've got some printouts. I just went online. I literally just went online and searched up pumpkins. So I have printouts of pumpkins. You can look up coloring pages if you're looking for ideas. I did this one too, which I thought was cute with the face, but I didn't keep the face. But any pumpkin that you can find, you just print it off. And I did the words hello pumpkin. We're going to put the words hello on here because I've already got the pumpkin on there chenilled on, or sorry, couched on. I did the pumpkin part with the couching. I've got these words, the letters for hello. I actually took it and mirror imaged it so you can see one is forward and one is backward. And you take the backward one and you trace it out on fabric with just with a pencil, like you trace it out onto the oh, I can't think of the word, sorry, it'll come to me. The sticky backing, that's the best you get right now. So I've created these little shapes. This is a pumpkin, and then I've got all of these little letters right here for hello. So we're going to play with this. Let me move my papers out of the way and do a little project. I wanted to talk about this machine because if you are already doing quilting on a domestic machine, this is going to be a huge step up for you, but it's going to be right up your alley. You don't have to figure out how to load a quilt onto the frame. You don't have to figure out, you know, where to fit a machine that big. This one is very friendly for small spaces. It's perfect for someone who's just trying to do, you know, maybe some art quilts. But you can still do a lot of big quilts too. If you're used to doing things on your machine, your domestic machine, then you're going to be able to do them on this machine so easily. There's going to be a minimal learning curve. Okay, so you can see me, I'm just kind of placing. I'm just placing where I want to do. So I have the word pumpkin down here. Let me move my little pieces. I think I want to put hello up here at the top, and I'm purposefully leaving some space up here at the top because where I plan to put this in my house, I'm going to have a couple of other cute little artsy things here at the top, you know, vases or pumpkins. So let's make sure we spell hello right though. Here we go. Now, the fun thing about this is I can do this in real time, right? I can place this and stitch it and I'm good to go. It's going to be, oh, I'm going to move this pumpkin. It's going to be this easy to get this project done. So I think I'm going to offset it a little bit. Once I have the letters where I want, I can actually peel off the backing. And I have these prepared beforehand, but this would be a project simple enough that you could stick the interfacing on the back of the fabric and sit at your machine and trim pieces out at your machine, because this machine is a stationary machine, so you can sit down at it and work at it. The cool thing about this table, you can also raise the table to all different heights. You can even technically stand with this machine and do your quilting standing. So for any of our short queens out there that have a hard time standing at a regular counter, you can lower this as a way for you to be able to stitch on it too. Okay, let me get this.
Sewing Bev asks, does this machine take robotics or pantos?
Okay, Sewing Bev asked if this machine takes robotics or pantos. The answer is neither, which is why I love this machine. You're going to literally be able to set it up and go. It's just like running a regular machine. You're going to be using your foot pedal. You're going to be using or a button on the touch screen. So there's no robotics. You don't have to learn a system of robotics. What was the other part of it? Robotics or pantos. So pantographs you can use on this, but I would suggest doing the type of pantograph where you stitch it on the quilt and then tear it off. Because pantographs on regular long arms, you lay out a giant roll of paper and then you use the long arm on the carriage and you move the machine tracing across the pantograph, right? There's not really a good setup to use a paper pantograph in that setting. So what I would do if I wanted a pantograph, you can actually get pantographs that are tearaway on like thinner paper, or you can make your own pantographs on golden threads paper. It's just a thinner, almost like tissue paper, but you can still trace designs on it. I would put that here on my project and then you can stitch it. So it does work, but you would have to stitch through the paper and then tear it off. That was a great question. That was a really good question. So no robotics needed on this one.
Question, why would you have a sit-down machine over standing up at a long arm?
Okay.
Why do we have a sit-down machine?
Okay, perfect. Someone asked why we would have a sit-down machine over a stand-up machine. Honestly, it's for people that could have back issues or other health problems that make it hard for them to stand up the whole time. We can also have a sit-down machine if you are wanting to be working on a lot of micro quilting. I don't know if anyone has done a lot of micro quilting on a long arm. It's very doable, but most of the time people will actually pull a chair over and sit at the long arm on their project to do all their micro quilting. And micro quilting is very dense and it can be very labor intensive, especially if you're doing art quilts, a lot of thread painting, things like that, you would want to have a sit-down machine. So that was a very good question also. Do we have other questions? I do have someone reading the comments, so we're able to answer any other questions you guys have. I'm using the thread. This thread that I'm using is Superior Threads. It's a pretty golden, yellow, orange color for fall. And we're going to go ahead and start stitching. So I can there's two ways to stitch. I can use my start button here on my screen, or I have a foot pedal. And the foot pedal, connects to the back of the machine and it's just here underneath. And if I do the foot pedal, I have a lot of control it's basically like sewing at a domestic sewing machine. So if you're really comfortable stitching and quilting that way, this is the way you want to go. We're going to try the foot pedal first so you can kind of see how it goes. First, I'm going to try and pull up my bobbin thread. You don't have to do it this way. Questions. Oh my goodness. Yes, I love it. Do I have backing? Yes, I do. Let me show it to you. If you look over here, I've got this backing that's kind of like a fall, Goldie fall. I thought that would be so cute for a backing on this. So you sandwich this up the exact same way that you do a regular quilt. You have your backing and then your batting, and then you have your project here. That is an excellent question on how we do this. And I actually recommend that you baste this differently than you do on a long arm. On a long arm, you put the project on and then baste it directly on the machine. Here, we have a couple of options for basting. We have something called a basting spray. This one is the one I prefer. It's 505. It's a temporary spray. And you spray each layer. So I would put this down on probably a big surface, kitchen table or on a floor. You can, if you have the attachments that fold up on the side of the table, you can do it there. And you would spray in between each layer. So I would lay the first layer flat and spray it and then put the batting down. And then once the batting's down, I would spray it and attach my project to the top. That was a great question. You can also do pin basting, and it's where you lay it out flat like this and then you put pins throughout your project, through all 3 layers of the project, to hold it together so that you can go. You can also, based on this machine, the stitches will jump down to 4 stitches per inch, which means you can baste projects on this as well. It just is a personal preference for the basting project, or the way you like to baste. So that was a great question. I love all these questions that are coming in. You guys are so interested in this. I love it. So I'm just pushing with the foot pedal, and I'm kind of just tracing around the H. And the reason I call this slap-applique is because I can slap it down onto my project, and then later I can iron it down if I need it to be affixed more firmly. I have the type of backing interfacing, the word's still not coming, you guys, that I have on here. I'll show you. I'll turn this around. See, I have this pumpkin that has this here. When I peel it off, it's a little bit sticky here. It's the adhesive glue from the paper. You guys are all probably shouting in the comments. Tell me what it's called. Anyone that knows what this is called, please tell me in the comments, because I'm seriously drawing a blank. Heat and bond. Heat and bond. That's what it's called. Heat and bond. So I have heat and bond on the back of this, and I traced out the pumpkin, and then I peel off the paper, and then the adhesive part sticks to this part of the fabric, the back of the fabric, and it's just sticky enough that I can put it on my fabric and it'll stay where I want it to while I stitch it down. But then I can take it over to the iron and I can iron it down, and then it'll stay even more permanently. If you want, because this is not on a long arm, you know, when you have a project on a long arm, it's kind of harder to transition between projects. Like if I'm working on this and then I want to switch, I have a baby quilt here that we could play on. I want to switch, I literally just slide this out, slide the next thing in, and I can work on it, right? On the long arm, it's kind of harder. You have to, you can still definitely do it, but you have to kind of plan your projects a little bit better. Another question. Say that again. Oh, great question. There's no feed dogs here because the feed dogs help with stitch regulation, right? They grab the fabric and they pull the fabric through. That's what a feed dog does. It's help moving the fabric through. We have the Insight table sensors, which are regulating the stitch length. And so these Insight sensors, they don't replace the feed dogs. They're different mechanisms, but they are taking care of the stitch length and stitch regulation. So that's why we don't have feed dogs here. Also, if anyone has ever done quilting on a domestic machine, just a regular machine, you know, with a smaller throat space, they actually encourage you to turn your feed dogs off or lower them so that you can do free motion quilting, so that you don't have your feed dogs in the way, because the feed dogs only move one direction also. And when you're doing free motion quilting, you want to be able to move in all directions. What pattern is this quilt I'm working on? This is one that I have created just from basically Google. And I have been planning to put it up on my website. If you're interested, the website is ladybugthreads.com. There will be a blog post about it probably next week when I've got final pictures of it. But I'll have the steps. It's very simple to talk about how you can build these pumpkins and how I did the graphics. It's a very simple process. So that's a great question. It's always fun to know where the designs come from, because then you're gonna want to replicate it yourself, right? Okay, so do we have any other questions about our sit down our ST Moxie? I got to make sure I say it right. It's an ST Moxie. Moxie ST. Oh my goodness. The Moxie ST. And I'm moving from one letter to the next. You can jump, cut your thread path and move to the next letter, or you can just travel directly over to the next letter and have a little bit of a stitch path. Because I do most of my work long arming, I try very, very hard not to break my thread path. It's just a habit that's kind of been ingrained in me. But it's so much easier to, break your thread path, pull up your bobbin thread on this machine, because you can just slide your project out of the way and then you're able to trim your threads, your bobbin threads. So I'm really excited that we came out with this machine. Oh, I got to make sure I get my O under there. Now, as you're doing this, please be very careful that you don't get your fingers. We don't want you guys to have any problems. You also, this is what I was trying to say. Because you can switch between projects very easily, it's very easy to take this project over to an iron and iron down the applique pieces iron them where you want them after you've placed them, and then bring it back to the machine and just slide it in and start stitching. There we go. I'm going to slide away so you guys can see. We've got our hello letters stuck down. Perfect. I'll snip here, and then look, it's very easy. I just slide this out of the way, and then I can snip my bobbin thread right here. See? So when you're doing projects on a domestic, this is kind of the same way. It really is, if you're used to doing a domestic machine for quilting projects, this is going to be a really, really easy transition for you. You're not going to have to stress about, how do I make this work? How am I going to learn this machine? You're already going to be able to sit down and start playing with it. So I have this one that's kind of like a little peanut pumpkin that I'm going to put down low. And then I have these shapes that I've already cut out that kind of sit together. I think it goes this way. Well, we just keep playing with it. Maybe here, I don't know. I have all these cute little shapes that we can lap and overlap and layer how we want to. And I even have a little stem. So I think I'm going to place these two here, and then I'm going to stitch around the pumpkins. And so we slap them down and we applique them, right? And then after I have them appliqued, the chenille is a really fun way to go to add that. I showed you on the other pumpkin, so I have those little kind of ruffles, the chenille look. And that's very simple. You literally just stitch it down, free motion quilting like you do with your regular machine. Oh, this one's not wanting to. There we go. Perfect. Now I have two different stems here. Which one do I want? I think I want, that one's kind of cute. We'll go with that one. That's the other fun part of it, is when you're doing a project like this, you can just go with what you feel for that day, which is why I love the versatility of this machine. Okay, we're going to slide this over. Now, I did the stitching with the foot pedal the first time, and I was in control with my foot. But this time I'm going to use the machine, the touch screen, the touchpad, so that you guys can see how easy it is to use it that way. So let me slide this over, pick my starting point. I do like to lift my bobbin thread up when I'm starting the project. So there's just, a question. Background quilting on this, yes. Okay. Yes. Let me stitch this down, and then we'll do some background quilting. So I'm not using the foot pedal right now. Right now I'm doing the touch screen. I just hit the go button, and you can see when I stop moving, it slows kind of down, and then when I start moving again, it picks up. That's because it's the thread sensors that I showed you on the table. Those thread sensors can sense how fast I'm moving the fabric, and so the machine is moving with me. And so if you're wanting to be very careful, the machine will kind of slow down with you. Okay, I'm going to stop it. Oh, the other cool thing, you can stop it with the foot pedal. If I tap the foot pedal, it stops, or I can touch the screen. So I'm going to swing away and do my bobbin thread. You guys want to see some background quilting, meaning this kind of like this edge to edge design that I did. Let me actually switch, because I'm going to show you how fast this is to switch, and we'll do some background stitching on this baby quilt. And here we are with a new project. Look how fast that is. I absolutely love it. So I slide it under, and I'll do some background stitching. I've already got this one basted, but I've only basted the top a little bit. So I could always lay it out and finish basting it. I can spray baste it, I can pin baste it, all that kind of stuff. So we're going to come here to the bottom. When I do background quilting, is what someone asked for. When I do this kind of quilting, I try to plan out my thread path before I start, so that I can know where to start and where to end. And I'm kind of planning on moving from this yellow square up to this yellow square, if you can see that. So I'm going to move from this yellow square up to this yellow square. So I'm going to start in this corner, and I'll just do some stipple. That's what we'll do to start, so you guys can kind of see how this works. So I'm going to push the play on the screen, and then I'm just going to be doing it like this. And there are things that we have that you can buy with the machine, or like as an add-on, they have, I can't think of the right word for it, but they're kind of like finger gloves. If you have a hard time holding the quilt sandwich the whole time while you're quilting, you can use gloves. They also have, let me pause it. So they have I don't think I brought it in with me. There's a little purple paddle that you can actually put down and hold this way that kind of creates, it's almost like creating a hoop so that you can move the quilt sandwich a lot easier. And you can see when I slow down, it slows down. When I speed up, it speeds up. And then I'm going to move up here to this top one here. And don't be afraid to let the machine just stitch. Sometimes when the machine is running, people think, oh, I have to stitch as fast as the machine moves. That's not the case. You are in control of the fabric quilt sandwich, and you get to tell the machine how fast to go. I will say it's kind of cool that I've got this variegated thread with the orange and the yellow, because then sometimes the orange stitches show up, and sometimes then it looks like the yellow stitches disappear. And I'm doing this with Minky on the back. So I would suggest when Minky is a little bit more grippy, right? I would suggest that you use the finger gloves or the paddle if you can. There we go. Perfect. And then I make it up to the top corner, and I can stop it on the screen, or I can stop it with my foot pedal down underneath. So you can also use this for ruler work if you want, because we do have the foot on right now for ruler work, so I can grab a ruler really fast and show you. It's always easier doing ruler work on a stationary machine by pulling it towards you. And the cool thing about that, if you're going to pull the quilt towards you, but you don't want to have to, you know, break your thread, move to another spot on. Okay, go ahead. Okay, so someone asked, can we move the foot up for thicker fabric? That's a great question. I'll show you. The foot is a hopping foot. It moves up and down as you quilt. And so if I have thicker fabric, I can lift the foot up to slide my quilt sandwich underneath it. I'll show you. You just slide your finger under the back part of the foot here, and then you just lift up like this, and it'll lift up. If you guys can see that. Did I switch screens for me? So you just slide your finger underneath and pop it up like this. And that lifts it up so that if you have a really thick sandwich, you can still fit it underneath. That's a great question. Do we have other questions? No. Not yet? Okay. So I'm going to put my needle down. Come on. There we go. And then I'm going to rotate it.
Oh, can you talk about the leaves to expand the table?
The leaves to expand the table. Yes. So they just attach here on the side, and you can choose which side you put it on. And they just pop up and you're ready to go. They're that easy. Oh, on this side. Can I show it on this side? Great, let's do it. So over here, and you can see they actually give you a lot of extension of length. Do you see that? So I literally just pop it up and it holds in place, and then I'm good to go. And then I have all of this space for my project to hang out. Let me lift up the whole thing. See, there we go. I've got all of this space. So then you don't have to fight the weight of the quilt as you're stitching too. That was a great question. I love these extensions that you can put on. So if I'm doing a ruler, I have my ruler foot on. It really is just this simple too, that you turn. Because I'm not always coordinated. When I'm doing ruler work, I like to use my screen button and not my foot pedal, because then I don't have to think about my two hands and my foot. I like to just be able to think about my hands. So I use the touch button on the screen. So I'm stitching. Okay, stitching. And after I show you this, we're going to jump back to Jane, because she's got to tell you how we can get this awesome machine. See, and just like that, we've got our ruler work done. So it's incredibly versatile. Again, it's 18 inches of throat space, and you can do so many different unique projects on it. So Jane, we're going to toss it back to you, and I might do a little bit more stitching here while we're finishing up.
Yes, you keep stitching while we keep talking. By the way, I love that you call it slaptique.
Slapplique. Yeah, applique with a slap. Yep.
That's funny. Slapplique. I wrote it down. So I love the idea that this is such an easy transition. If you're free, if you're doing free motion on a regular sewing machine, this for you, and you're sitting, it's an easy way. If you're like, I'm thinking about it, this is a great way to make that transition.
Yes, it really is.
Yeah.
It's a good machine.
It's a fantastic machine. And you did the pumpkin yesterday, yeah?
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's just so cute. I want to hang out with you. I just want to come hang out and make.
We should. Let's hang out.
Absolutely. Let's do it. Okay. Hey, let me tell everyone how to get this. Shauna, I just looked
Great.
at the time. Okay. You're awesome. Keep sewing. I'm going to tell everyone how to get it because I just texted Blaine and I said, Blaine, I think I want this machine. I need to get it. And everybody else needs to get it too. Shauna, everyone say thank you. We'll see you again.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Let me tell you how to get your hands on the Handi Quilter Moxie ST. Now, this is perfect for quilters with limited studio space and those who want to quilt while sitting down. You can enjoy the freedom of that 18-inch of quilting space and the perfect consistent stitches with the built-in stitch regulation. You're getting 2,100 stitches per minute. You're getting that 38 by 38 of smooth quilting surface. And you've got that M-class bobbin, which is twice as much as a regular bobbin. You got the LED lighting system, the color touchscreen, and so much more. And you can see right there the Sew Fest pricing, $59.95. Of course, call in special, friends, 800-401-8151. Just watching Shauna sit there and stitch and free and quilt. I was like, oh, I'm sold. I love this machine. So thank you to Shauna. That is how you should get that machine today during this week of SewFest. Right, Blaine?
That is right, Jane. The perfect time to do it. And I did get your text.
Well, it's funny because, I know Shauna and we've had him on the air and I know the machines, but there was just something, I think it was just watching her quilt and sew and stitch. I was like, wow, like it was so comforting. I'm like, I want to do this.
You're right. I've noticed that before. You get somebody who's a really good quilter, whether it's free motion or they're using a long arm and just doing, like I call it freestyling.
Yeah.
It is very relaxing to watch that for some reason. It's just, they're so good at it. You can just sit there and watch it all day.
I mean, seriously, I was like I was kicking back. I'm watching the show. I forgot that I was hosting and I texted Blaine. I'm like, I got to get this one. There's a list,
All right.
but that's on it.
So we got to ask them, everybody out there that's watching, are you hypnotized by somebody who's like very good quilter doing like, stippling or feathers and they can just sit there and do it? Does that make you hypnotized like it does me? And even embroidery, I don't know. I love to watch just embroidery machines sit there and just embroidery out a big design.
It's so beautiful. Absolutely. I love that too. But the other thing I think it is mesmerizing, hypnotizing, but then I also want to just go make something when I see it happening.
There you go. All right. Well, Jane, I'll see you back here in about 30 minutes. Okay.
Bye.
All right. We're going to continue on. And guys, we have got Baby Lock in the house and we have Linda Brattine coming in. And Linda has been a quilting and sewing teacher in the Columbus, Missouri area since 2008. Linda has recently self-published a series of workbooks to enhance her free motion quilting classes and has created several patterns and machine embroidery designs. Linda's quilts are not like your grandmother's quilts. She loves to mix in different mediums and techniques to create unique, one-of-a-kind fiber arts. And we are super excited to have Linda here. So Linda, welcome to the show.
Hey, Blaine, I'm glad to be back. This is fun.
Me too. We're so happy you're here. And I know that you and I just got to spend a little time together about 2.5 weeks ago in St. Louis. And so glad you're here at SewFest. It's always a pleasure to have you on. And I know you're getting ready to talk about one of your favorite machines. And it's been a really popular machine here at Sewing Machines Plus as well. So we're going to let you take it away. And I'll come back in about 25 minutes and tell them the specials on it.
Okay, that sounds great. I am super excited. So let me share with you what this machine can do in your sewing studio. Okay, so we're kind of taking an aerial view. This is the Baby Lock Allegro. And one of the first things you're going to notice about this machine is that there is 12 inches between the needle and the base of the machine. That's a lot of sewing and creative space. I really, really like to have that space when I'm doing things like free motion quilting, applique, and even large hems, like if I'm doing drapes or something like that. That's a great workspace. It also comes with a knee lift. Those of you that don't know what a knee lift is, you actually attach it to the machine and it allows you to raise the presser foot as you push the knee lift out. And that gives you the ability to have hands-free stitching. So like if you're pivoting and you've got a lot of bulk of fabric, you can just push that knee to the right and the foot presser foot lifts. So that's a wonderful addition. I just don't think enough stitchers actually take advantage of that. The other thing I want to share with you is the Baby Lock Allegro actually comes with a printed manual. I love it. I'm a book girl. And so that makes it easy for me to look up if I forget how to do this or how to do that or what a stitch should look like. I can definitely refer to that. Now, some other great features. First of all, you're going to have 1,000 stitches per minute. You're going to get, and hopefully you can see this, they're on the lid here. You're going to get 56 built-in utility stitches. So those are for our garment construction, our bag making people. You're also going to get 144 decorative stitches. And I think it must be my actual mission to get people to use those decorative stitches in creative ways. I absolutely love it. So you're going to get 200 stitches with this machine. You actually have only the width of the machine total is only a little bit over 25 inches. So if you're looking at studio space and how much workspace is required, it's 25 by about 9.5 inches. You can actually get, you can order an optional extension table if you're looking to do a lot of free motion quilting, or if gravity is an issue because you don't own a lovely koala cabinet. Now, our stitch width is going to be 7 millimeters. And I hope you can notice here, we get 6 LED lights. Huge, huge, huge. As the older my eyes get, that becomes more and more important to me. You're also going to get some fun things, especially for our garment construction. You're going to get 11 one-step buttonholes, which I think is huge. Plus, we have a manual needle threader, which I like. That, to me, that's really great. And you're going to also get some presser feet. And we're going to talk about that in just a little bit later. And they are snap-on. So if you have, let's say you have another machine, a Chorus, a Ballad, a Solaris, those snap-on feet will work in conjunction with this one. So that makes this one a great travel machine. Now, let me think here. What else do I want to tell you? Oh, we also have, it's a computerized machine with an LCD, touch screen, which will actually really take a look at that closer, because I think a lot of those features are super unique to this machine. And this is really kind of a different one for Baby Lock. So let's take a look at this screen so that you know what I'm talking about and how to use it. So one of the things I like about this, I don't know if you can see this, but this little flashing light here tells me my presser foot is up. Now I'm going to step on my foot control, and I hope you heard that, but I got a little beep, 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 a little excited warning telling me my presser foot is in the up position. That is super great, because have you ever tried to sew with the presser foot in the up? It just makes a mess. So this is actually a really good addition to this machine. You're also going to notice that the stitch you have selected is highlighted at the top, and you get a slight preview of the stitch. 001 is our center justified straight stitch. You have your stitch width on the left side and your stitch length on the right. Now over here are our what I call our actual move buttons, or the left right key. And what it does is it enables you, with the one closest to the OK, enables you to move one decorative stitch pattern to the right or one to the back. The double arrows will let you move in increments of 10 stitch patterns. And what's cool here, if I wanted to maybe do 29, I could jump up to 31 and then go back to 29. So they work in tandem. Now, while I'm talking stitch patterns, I'm going to jump down here to the bottom of the screen, because these are what I call affectionately bookmarks, although I don't think that's the true accurate name for them. But it enables me to go right back to that utility menu with the first bookmark. The second one jumps me up to decorative stitch number 62. The last one, or the heart, takes me over to 157. And the final one starts me at my buttonholes. And once again, as I mentioned before, inside the lid, you're going to find a preview. So if you can't locate your manual, you still have it on your machine as to what you're going to do. Now, some of the other features is this machine allows you to do a needle up, needle down, and you can lock it in the needle down position. Doesn't sound like much, but I'm a free motion quilter on a domestic. And so when I'm free motion quilting, I like to have my needle go into the down position That enables me to remember where I'm at. Now you also have continuous sew. That's if you're going to use the start stop button, and you can enable you to do a lot of continuous sewing in that same pattern until you hit the start stop button again. This is our memory key. So yes, you can save some of your stitches for you. And the scissors, when you activate this button, you're going to get a little preview up here to tell you it's activated, and you hit the reinforcement button, which is reinforce in one place. It's going to take 4 small stitches in the same spot and then cut your threads. And if you combine or put it in tandem with the knee lift, you've got a hands-free sewing applique center that's absolutely fabulous. You're going to get 2 decorative stitches and that are alphabets. And I love this because I don't think a lot of people use this. As a quilter, I go ahead and use my decorative stitches that are pre-programmed in, and I write made by Linda, and I give the year, and I do this every year. So it's automatically saved in my memory, and then I can come back to it and just stitch it right out. You do have a mirror image, and this is a left and right mirror image, and it will work with those decorative stitches that have a definite direction. I mean, a zigzag, you're not going to be able to mirror that left and right, but some of your shape keys or your shape stitches will. We also have a twin needle feature. Twin needles are great, and I love to activate this feature because it automatically blocks you from selecting a stitch that might be wider than that 7mm area that you have. So when you're using your twin needles, you definitely want to activate that key. The other thing I like about this is the double needles is a great way to do a stretch hem on a knit if you don't own the chain cover stitch machine. But of course, I'm sure Blaine will sell you a serger if you need one. We also have that reinforcement stitch and then our bookmarks. So that's really the control panel, but it's so easy to use, and we'll refer back to that one in just a bit. But I do want to share with you just a few more things that you're going to get with the Allegro when you purchase it. All right, so we're going to get some lovely presser feet. And I don't know if I've ever mentioned this before, but I'm a foot girl. I love a good set of feet. And the fact that I have choices when I purchase a machine enables me to be creative in a variety of venues. So first off, you're going to get a set of needles and you're going to get 4 bobbins so you can start stitching right away. You do have this spool cap that you would use. It helps to suspend the spool when you are using your spool pin that attaches to the bobbin winder. This is when you're going to be using those twin needles to maybe finish a hem or just to enhance your piece with some really great decorative stitches that fit on the bobbin winder. You're also going to get some screwdrivers to assist you in changing feet, and of course a seam ripper or an unsewer, and a quick brush to keep your machine clean. I love the fact that we have the bobbin, the buttonhole, excuse me, not the bobbin, the buttonhole foot that automatically does the measuring just by attaching or inserting the buttons that you're going to be sewing on. And while I'm there, I'm just going to talk. We do have a button sew on foot. If you are still sewing your pierced buttons by hand, you need to come on up, because this is the quickest and easiest way. In fact, it's the fastest way. All of my non-sewing friends, when they say, hey, can you sew this on? And I say, no, but I can show you how. It eliminates a lot of issues. You are also going to get an overlock or an overcast foot. You're going to get that zipper foot. And I like it that you can switch it left or right. Plus, this also works great for those projects you want to add cording. Think about pillows, even a slight amount of cording like around a facing or a trim. That's a really great way to make that garment look spectacular and original. You're also going to get our straight stitch only presser foot, which is super great if you do any kind of quilting because you can get really accurate stitches. And the fact that it is flat on the bottom, make sure that it engages in all those feed dogs so that it just pulls that thin fabric right through. Absolutely love it. The quilter in me absolutely adores this presser foot, but don't be miffed if you're not a quilter, because it works just like that straight stitch presser foot in that it's a straight stitch only. I hope you can see that if I'm holding it correctly, but it also has etched lines, which are very, very handy when it comes to pivoting. This one, the etch marks right with this the needle hole tells you exactly where the needle is. And then just in front of it on the right side is a 1/4 of an inch. And just behind there's one for 1/4 of an inch. So if you're doing a binding where you need to pivot or stop at a 1/4 of an inch, that is super, super nice. Also, this works really great if you're doing, let's say, a pillow and you want to pivot a 1/4 of an inch. That width of that presser foot will enable you to run the edge of your fabric on the metal edge there, and that gives you that scant 1/4 of an inch. But if you're a garment sewer, the other side may actually appeal to you more when it comes to top stitching. So you've got this narrow 1/8, and these etch marks or tick marks are the 1/8 of an inch sew away. You're also going to get what we call an open toe foot. This is great when it comes to doing things like, for example, foundation paper piecing, sewing on the paper. This is really, really great. It's also open toed. I love to use this foot when I'm doing raw edge applique or even turned applique if I'd use an interfacing. This gives me the visibility I want. Plus there are little etch marks. I don't know if you can see them, but it helps me to align this properly. Now, those of you that love to do, or maybe you don't love to do it, but you have to do it because you don't have the length in the leg that everybody else has. This is our blind hemming foot. I love this because here we go to be able to shorten that right away by machine and finish the edge at the same time. And then, of course, you're going to get a free motion quilting foot. And I love it that it's the acrylic one. And it has those tick marks to help me get that 1/4 of an inch to do a little echo quilting while I'm free motion quilting. You're going to get some felt pads. This machine does come with a straight stitch needle plate, which is very helpful if you are piecing half square triangles that you have cut, so you have that point, or if you're working with ultra fine fabrics that you don't want to jam into that bobbin case area, because let's say we forget to change the size of our needle. All of these are factors, but let's face it, if we can take the preventative steps, we can have a more enjoyable stitching experience. Now, the last thing I'm going to share with you is you do get a quilt guide, which is really great. Just to insert that right in that presser foot. And that enables you to do a lot of like channel quilting or grid work without a lot of marking. If I don't mark something, I don't have to take it out. And so on our machine right now, we do have the standard. Oh, you don't see it, do you? I move my camera. Sorry about that. We have the standard presser foot that most of you are familiar with. And I just wanted to take a moment and just share some things about this. So once again, I'm going to switch my camera over. So there might be a little bit of switching here, but I think you're going to appreciate what I'm trying to share with you here. So if I go back to my utility stitches and I just want a center justified stitch, that's my 01. That's automatically what the machine comes to when I turn it on. I love the fact I don't have to think about it and I'm automatically in the center. This helps me when I'm doing free motion quilting, when I'm doing ruler work, when I'm just basically sewing. And from that center justified position, all of my etch marks on my bobbin cover are going to be accurate. So that 1/4, 1/2, 5/8, all of those lines are there on my bobbin cover. But notice what happens if I go over to 02. I'm now going to get that left justified needle position. And I love this because that gives me actual support on both the front and the back of that the needle plate and on the left side. So the only variable I have is what's to the right of that presser foot or right of that needle. So that's going to give me support for those extra fine, extra thick, or extra thin fabrics. But notice what happens here when I play with my width. Oh, you don't see it here. Let me take you back over to the needle because I want you to be able to see this, and hopefully you'll be able to see it. As I increase the width, my needle is actually moving and jumping over, enabling me to sew a very scant seam allowance. And I'm just going to drop this down and hopefully you'll be able to see this. So this is just using my standard presser foot. And the reason I like to show this is because a lot of people who make quilts want to get a scant 1/4 of an inch, but sometimes they forget the actual foot, the presser foot that they're needing. And so I hope you can see this, but when you look, there is that scant. It's just to the other side of my, it's actually way over. This is like 1/8 of an inch, but by moving that width, you can actually get a really scant 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, or just a small seam. Let's say you're going to be doing any kind of French seams, those type of things. This is really good to know when you're working with that 5/8 seam allowance, that if you're going to do a flat felled seam or a French seam, you have that option. Some other things I'm going to share with you is I'm going to take it over, and I'm just going to arrow over real quick to stitch number 6, which is my zigzag, and I'm taking my stitch length down to 0.04. And the reason I like to show this is a lot of people use applique or the zigzag stitch. It could be a raw edge applique, or that zigzag stitch can actually enable you to patch something or take a ready to wear item and doctor it up to make it totally yours. So once again, I'm just going to go ahead and do a little reinforcement in place anytime I do applique. Oop, gosh, I forgot I had my scissors on. Let me just take those scissors off. I'm going to do another reinforcement. Sorry about that. And then when I take off, I'm just going to go ahead and do my standard zigzag. I am straddling that raw edge of the fabric right down the center or the opening of that presser foot. And I'm going to pause here because I am going to turn my scissors on just to show you how nice it is to be able to do that finish. And it would even be nicer if I had my knee lift plugged in, but of course I can't reach the knee lift and do the camera. So I'm just going to go ahead and clip it. And if I had the knee lift, I would lift it up. But check out those applique stitches. I hope you can see that. Oh my, it is gorgeous. So in addition to using a satin, of course, you can always use some really fun stitches. So let me wiggle you on over just so you get a visual on this. I'm going to touch one of my bookmarks, which is 62, and I'm going to go back to 41. The one I'm looking for, of course, is 46. So do you see how easy it is to get to that decorative stitch if I know the number? I just use those bookmarks. And this one is going to be, we're going to share with you a buttonhole stitch, because that's actually one of my favorite ways to do raw edge applique. And I'm going to bring you down ever so slightly just so you get a better visual, hopefully. Hope I don't knock it over, because that is possible. So once again, I'm going to take my scissors off just because I don't want it to cut when I get started, but I'm going to do a little bit of reinforcement. That's just good practice to tie it off. And now we're going to run this in and just share with you what it looks like to do a buttonhole applique. And then here again, do a little reinforcement and cut it. Oh, and I forgot to mention, you also have the scissors on the front of the machine. And here we have, I don't know if you can see it, maybe it's hard to see with the plaid, but a really cute buttonhole applique. And not a lot of work, not a lot of effort. You guys would probably laugh if you saw how I am sitting in front of this machine. So once again, those satin stitches can really just make a really cute finish on your applique. And of course, those buttonhole stitches can be used not only in a straight stitch, but also in a curve. Love the fact that there is versatility. This actually almost gives that vintage 1930s hand stitch look to a lot of our pieces. So one of the other things that I like to share about this machine is the versatility. And I tell you what, with so many stitch choices, you've got a variety of things that you can choose. I like to just zoom on over here. That's 157. So I'm just going to go back. Let's see. Oh, nope. Let's go forward and just back 2. Let's do some satin, looks like diamonds almost. I guess they're kind of maybe ovals or balls. I don't know. we'll just do this. One of the things you always want to use with a decorative stitch, of course, is to use a stabilizer. That's always good practice. Once again, going to reinforce. Now you do have the actual reverse where it can go in reverse. So those of you that do bag straps, those kind of things, you definitely can use that. And I'm just running my drawn line straight down the center here, just so that we can get a good visual. And of course, anytime you do a decorative stitch, you don't want to push and pull the fabric. Your job here is just to watch how it goes. Remember, we were talking about machine embroidery being mesmerizing, and even decorative stitches can have that effect on people. But what I like about this is the coverage I get. And as long as I'm not pushing or pulling, obviously you can see I have only barely one hand on this piece. But once again, when I get to the edge, I'm going to pause, do a little reinforcement, and then cut it. I'm going to have to lift my fabric, and then I can show you how fun is that. It's always fun. Okay, so I just want to share with you some of those decorative stitches. This is just a small sampling, oops, let me flip it over. I did mirror this one because, of course, it's a directional. I don't know if you can see it. It looks like a peacock tail is what I'm calling it. We've got tulips, you got diamonds, you got X's and O's. We've got like a bridging. So those of you that do heirloom sewing, I actually just did a ribbon right down the center. And of course, some of our traditional things to make it look a little bit more traditional, and some fun things like birds and animals. Who doesn't like that? I'm going to pull you back here because I want to give you more of a visual. Without all the work. Does anybody have scraps in their sewing studio? Yeah. Piece them together on a piece of stabilizer. That's what I like to use. And then come back in with your decorative stitches and just really enhance those seams. Use some of your pretty embroidery threads. This is absolutely fabulous. Now, one of my favorite things to do with these panels, once I get them all stitched, is to go ahead and add a zipper, make a bag out of it. I mean, you can really have a lot of fun here. Maybe let me switch my camera. Maybe it'll be easier just to see it this way. But you can definitely make large bags, small bags. That's a great way to use up your scraps. Once again, those decorative stitches can come into play. I don't know if you can see this, but those grass-like stitches can really work to do applique for animals on the tails, around the eyes. And then, of course, I got to talk free motion quilting, even though it's stitching. This one happens to be ruler work, and I hope you can see it. This was just using that Westerly basic ruler set. Love the way it works. And here's a current one that I haven't got bound, but I just did thread sketching, came back in with, of course, mixed media. Like I said, my quilts aren't just like grandma's. Adding a little fun to this. All right. Well, Blaine, I think you need to tell the people how they can get a hold of the Baby Lock Allegro, because it's fabulous.
I sure will, Linda. Great job, and thank you for being part of SewFest.
It's been fun. Thanks for having me back.
All right. So everyone, this is the Baby Lock Allegro. Now, this machine, $1,299 for this, but guess what? We have a call-in special, and we have a free gift for you. We're going to throw in a 12-foot kit that comes in there, so you're going to get all kinds of feet. Now, this machine, I tell you what, this is a great machine, and all you Jazz 2 fans out there, this is just, basically an upgrade to a computerized machine. It has the same throat space. It has that 12-inch workspace, just like the Jazz 2 does, but this thing is full of features. Again, it has 200 built-in stitches, 56 utility stitches, 11 one-hole buttonhole styles, 144 decorative stitch patterns, 2 built-in alphabets, has that built-in needle threader, it has the programmable needle up and needle down, it has that really nice LCD screen. You're going to get that straight stitch needle plate as well. And again, the knee lifter, all the things with this. This is a great, great machine. And guys, we have a fantastic special on it right now for SewFest. And Kyle just informed me these things are blowing off the shelf as we speak. He's telling me, he's giving me the number 2 sign. That means we got 2 of them left right now. So as soon as Linda started her presentation, they started selling. So we got 2 left right now. So if you want to get this special on this call-in special, get on the phone right now and order your Allegro. 1-800-401 8151. We do have some financing available, and we're going to ship this nationwide absolutely free right to your doorstep. All right, so let's bring Jane back, and we're going to keep moving on. And Jane, you know, we've already got day 3 off to a great start.
That's right.
And you're hanging in there.
I'm doing great.
We're going to let you keep going and go to our next presenter.
Okay, thanks, Blaine. All right, everybody, let's keep this party going on. Coming up now from our friends from Grace, we love them, Melinda Romero and Jarek Ayers-Nosnick. Now, Melinda, as you know, is SMP's personal account executive at Grace and provides world-class customer service. Melinda graduated from Salt Lake Community College and is currently based in West Valley City. And Jarek initially started out as the quality control and repair for Grace Machines. They now work as an account executive for the company. Outside of work, Jarek enjoyed spending time painting and being creative and loves spending time with their Labrador retriever, Eva. We'll say hello to Melinda and Jarek. Hi, hello. Hi there.
Good morning, Jane. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's so great to see you both. How are you?
We are doing great.
Party.
Yes.
Partying like a rock star, right, Melinda? All the time.
All the time.
And
all day,
especially
every
today
day.
for the Sew Fest, right? So
We're partying like rock stars. We always party like rock stars. That's how great we are, because it's so much fun to do that. So today you're going to be talking about the 16 series on the Evolution hoop frame.
Yes, yes. So we're excited about this series. I love the 16 series because it's getting people into that mid to long arm without taking up a ton of space. It's versatile, so it can go on different frames within our collection. I love it.
yeah, absolutely. It's such like a fantastic machine, honestly. Really great price point. So it does everything you need. Just absolutely wonderful.
I love all that. Great price point. Does everything you need. I'm going to let you guys take it away because everybody needs to know all the things that they can do with this amazing machine.
Yes, thanks so much, Jane. All right, so Jarek, I know we've done quite a few different SMP events together, and today we're talking about the 16 series. Kind of tell the audience, what's your favorite thing about the 16 series?
My favorite thing about the 16
Putting
series,
him on the spot.
she just like I was just like, whoa, that's like a hard question. Usually I go for like top 3 things. Cause like I ask people like, what's your number 1 favorite? And they're always like, Jarek, I have no idea what my number 1 favorite is. Then you ask them what's their top 3, it's easier. So I'm gonna go top 3 and make it a little bit easier on myself. So I really like the Elite version because of the bigger screen. I really dig that. I like being able to see it. You know, I might be young, but my eyesight, as you can see from my glasses, like it's not good. So
I'm not telling any secrets, but they are pretty thick glasses.
yeah, they're pretty thick. They're like really thick. Like I would show you. They're like, yeah, I got bad eyesight. But anyway, so I love having a big screen because even though my glasses help me out, you know, always a little bit extra bigger text. And I know a lot of people who are older than me also have bad eyesight. And anyone who has bad eyesight, you can appreciate something that's like bigger. So while the 16X, I love the touchscreen on both. I really like the big touchscreen and the bobbin estimator on there. I always like talk about, make a joke, you know, once the bobbin runs out, the party's over because you kind of gotta like, you're just like going, you're like, brrr, you know, you're kind of in your groove, you're in the flow, and then like it runs out and you're like, oh man. So when if you can kind of be prepared for that, like before it to run out, then you're kind of like, okay, you know, I'm more prepared for that.
I always have a few choice words when it happens to me because I'm like, where did it stop stitching?
yeah, and it'll ruin your design. So yeah, having the bobbin estimator, you can see that green little mark right there. So you know, it's kind of like a stoplight. It goes like green, yellow, then red. So you know when you're getting close down to the wire. Sometimes you can push it a little bit, like if your tank's running low in your car, you're like, maybe I can make it to the gas station. But usually, you know, when it gets the red, like yellow, like you're like, okay, now I need to fill it up. So same sort of thing.
All right, so number 3, top favorite.
Number 3, top favorite. I think it has a really decent amount of throat space. So I would say I like the 19 more than 16, but that's a different story than this one. But the 16, because of the throat space, you know, it really is a great starting size. And it's not just a great starting size. I feel like it's an amount that you wouldn't ever have to upgrade. Like it's very, like
versatile.
long range machine, you know. So if you get it and you're planning to only have one machine, like it absolutely can be that one machine that you have. So that's what I like about it. It's very versatile, like you're saying. I think that's a great way to put it. Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. All right, so we know Jarek's 3 favorite things about the 16 series. Let's kind of jump into the frame. So today we have the 16 series, both machines, as you can see, set up on the Evolution hoop frame. I love the hoop frame because, as you can see, it doesn't take up, too much space. I would say probably give yourself about 5.5 feet wide, and then depth. What would you say? Maybe about 4 feet?
Yeah, about
depth
4
from
feet.
a wall.
And
So,
Melinda, I just gotta say right now, because we were talking about like top favorite things.
Yes.
I just like, as soon as you mentioned the frame, like it was instant. Like I instantly knew what it was, and that's like the metal ratchets.
Yes.
Like we don't have it set up for rolling right now, but it can do both. And the fact that it has metal ratchets, which we'll talk about more later, instant top number 1.
Yes. So again, the Evolution hoop frame, it doesn't take up a huge space in your area, and you can use all of our machines on it. Anything from the Little Rebel, which we talked about yesterday, up to the 21X Elite, which we'll talk about on Friday. But again, everything in between. And you can quilt any size quilt on a hoop frame. So you'll quilt in zones. This is what we would consider our zone. So the space or the area that's visible where your machine is. If your quilt is bigger than that area, you'll have fabric that hangs over the side. And as you finish your zone, you'll unhook the clamps, shift and move the fabric from side to side to go into the next zone. So again, to be able to quilt any size quilt, it's not taking up a huge footprint in your home or sewing area. I love this frame.
Absolutely. Yeah, and just imagine, everyone with me right now, close your eyes, think about it. Imagine having a frame that doesn't take up like your entire living room, but like you can do any size quilt on. Like, I love that.
Yes. I remember helping my mother, my auntie, my grandmother when she was still alive. And I was little. I don't even know how old I was, probably, between 5 and maybe 8 years old. But whenever my grandmother would pull out her quilting frame, it took up the entire room. And then it was up for forever, so they could finish some quilts. But it was just a monstrosity of a thing, taking up all of that space.
It does, and quilting takes up so much space. And another thing I like about this one, speaking of space, if you're using a smaller quilt, you can actually roll it. And I love rolling frames. Like I love hoop frames, but if you can roll your frame, like your quilt, it's a little bit easier. So having the option in a smaller space to do like a baby quilt or a smaller size one that doesn't need to move, table runner, you roll that back up on the back rail, just like, I love the flexibility of it.
Yes. So Jarek touched on it briefly. The Evolution hoop frame, it does have a metal ratcheting system. It does come with a hand wheel. So again, if your project is within kind of the confinements of the frame, you don't have to use the hoop of the frame. You can attach the hand wheel there on the right side, turn it into a rolling frame, and again, that way you're not shifting and moving fabric. So again, another versatile frame offered here from Grace Company. So we've talked about the frame. Let's jump into the machines. So here we have our 16X, and then of course we have our 16X Elite right at the side. A lot of people, and I hear it all the time, in our showroom, at shows, people always say, well, what do the numbers mean?
Yeah.
Do you get that question a lot?
I do. I get that question a lot.
So yes, we have the 16 series, 19 series, and 21. The number in the title of those machines, all it is equating to the throat area of the machine. So where the needle comes down to the back of the throat. Both of these machines, therefore, of course, give you that 16-inch throat space. You'll lose just a little bit of quilting area because of the take-up rail. And again, that can vary depending on which frame you have the machine set up on. So with the 16X, Jarek, let's go into some of the features of this machine.
So yeah, you've got the adjustable handles, which I really like. I think that's a great feature of our machines. We used to have the 15, then we went up to the 16 now, which has the adjustable handles like the rest of our models do. And it's got like so much light coming off of it. It's awesome, so you can see your stitching, because you don't want to have to squint, because no matter how good your eyes are, like if you don't have enough light, it's like it's not going to work well.
I always say with sewing, quilting, crafting, in general, there's no such thing as too much light. These machines, you can see there's light here underneath the needle area. If we're looking at the 16X Elite, we turned the needle light off because we have our GoPro right here. But again, you can adjust the brightness or dimness of that light, or you can completely turn it off. Now with our machines, we have the 4 stitch modes: precise, cruise, manual, and based. And all of our machines from the 16 to the 21, the 16X I should say, to the 21X Elite, all have those 4 stitch modes. They're all regulated machines. So again, we have our regulated precise, cruise, based, and manual. Can you tell us just a little bit about those stitch modes, Jarek?
Yeah, absolutely. So those 2 stitch modes, Melinda, they're really is the main 2 I consider, because they're stitch regulated. So that means it's keeping your stitch the same length apart. Precise just means it's always keeping your stitch exactly the same length. And we can go into this if we can show our other machine here when I'm moving. So the machine doesn't stitch when I'm moving it, but when you move it, then it stitches. So that's precise mode. You can see right here, so when I'm moving, it stitches, and then when I stop, it stops, and then we'll go into the cruise mode, which always goes at a minimum speed. And people are like, why would I want to go at a minimum speed? Well, it's really good for corners and points. So if you come up to like a point and it keeps stitching, you know, you get some more stitches in that corner, so it really makes it more kind of sharp for those type of designs. So it kind of depends. It's like you using one paintbrush versus another paintbrush you'll kind of get a feel for which one you want based on the experience that you have with your quilting. So
yes, and you know, I would say for the most part, projects I've done, I'm usually using that precise mode. If I'm micro stippling or, you know, filling in small areas where I'm really trying to get those tight corners, then I'm using cruise. Again, all of our machines have a manual mode. I'm getting better at keeping my stitches more consistent with manual, but again, there's no stitch regulation in that option. Then of course we have based. Our mothers, our aunties, our grandmothers, whoever taught us to quilt, you know, said you have to baste your quilts.
Yeah.
So again, whether you do, whether you don't, you have that option with our machines. Now, all of our machines have a built-in bobbin winder on the back of the machine. I think Jarek set the frame up for his height. I'm a shorty over here, you know, so it's like I can't reach. But all of our machines, again, have a built-in bobbin estimator. We have a 2 thread spool for the thread mast. As Jarek had mentioned, the handles are adjustable, they're ergonomical, they can telescope in, forwards, backwards, the handles can rotate, again, just giving you that extra comfort. The 16 series, and I don't know if we can see, let's move this machine over, but the 16 series, can you see the light shining off my hand in that area? So the 16 series also comes with those awesome throat lights. So we've already talked about with sewing, quilting, there's no such thing as too much light.
Absolutely,
so there you can
really
see
isn't.
the light on my hand there. All right, what else am I missing on the 16X?
Well, I think you really got that all down and covered. I just wanted to talk a little bit about something that I hear all the time, and that is that, like, I've got no skill, right? And I'm afraid, right? So like raise your hand if you feel a little bit like, you know, sometimes afraid.
Yes.
But now, this machine is absolutely great for people looking to dip their toes into quilting, because as I have told people, they're like, Jarek, I don't have any skill. And I'm like, that's because you have to have something to practice with before you can get the skill.
Right.
So,
Nobody's great overnight.
Right. Unless you're like 0.01%, but we're not going to talk about that. Like, I love you if you're like that, but we're not going to talk about you. We're talking about most people right now, right? So all of you out there, you got to get started somewhere, and this really is like the perfect place to get started. Like, you got to get something so you can start practicing, because you will get good. So.
Yes.
And you can also think of that as well, kind of like, treating yourself, giving yourself a good tool to get good with. Because if you don't have a good tool, it's going to prevent you from getting better. It's going to kind of put a ceiling on how good you can get. So this one has a really wide ceiling, but a really low threshold to starting. So I think that's a really great thing about the 16. And now maybe we can talk about, Melinda, a little bit of a difference between the 16 and the 16X Elite.
Okay, sure,
I always use this metaphor. I say, okay, so who likes fabric seats in their car? Like, okay, it's all right. But like, let's say, like,
I have a love-hate. So I have a love-hate with fabric seats and a love-hate with leather seats.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, because I was going to say, raise your hand if you like leather seats better. Like, that's me.
I do.
But
in the summertime when I wear shorts, the back of my legs always stick to it, and then, yeah.
Okay,
and
then also like,
I could go on, but.
All right, well, you're ruining my example, Melinda. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just saying, so most of you, like when you're thinking of like a regular car, there's always like the same model. There's the one that's got the fabric seats, and there's the one that's got the leather seats and the sunroof. So that's like the 16X. And it's like, some people tell me, well, Jarek, I'm not doing it for a business. And I'm like, that's great. Like, it's not for your business, it's for your own comfort. Like, when you get a comfortable car, maybe that's for business, but it really is for your own comfort, and it performs better for you, and it has those extra features that make your quilting experience like a better time. So that's really how I like to explain the difference between them.
All right, so on the 16X, so if we go into the settings, so we can see we have a measure tool under the machine, or with the machine we have our edge warning, we have our where we want the needle to stop. So when we stop the machine, is the needle stopping up or down? We have our needle up, needle down, a needle jog. So again, I don't want to say kind of, primitive features, because the edge warning is phenomenal. But again, these are our features you can expect on the X model. Again, that touch screen, we can go forwards, backwards, changing our stitches per inch, all of that right there on the touch screen. In comparison to the X Elite, we're gonna come over here. We have a couple more options. So we still have that measure tool. We have a calculator option. My favorite, Jarek has already touched on it, is the bobbin estimator. Both machines have that edge warning, but then you also get that project mode. So again, awesome features which help us as quilters, continue to advance in our quilting journey. Now, aside from that toolbox, we have this little hamburger menu with help options. So really this area, it's kind of like having the manual right at your fingertips, which I never have when I'm quilting. So if I have questions or problems with tension, or I'm thinking it's time, to oil my machine, how to, where to, am I doing these things? Where's my manual? It's supposed to be, in the file box where, again, it's supposed to be, but it's like that pen that you had 2 seconds ago, you set it down, and then you're looking for it. Where's my pen? So the manual is kind of that same way for me.
I'm always like joking about like sewing gremlins, because like you put something down, like who knows where it goes. If you accidentally make like a nest on your quilt when you're sewing, boom, you start getting sewing gremlins. Once they're in there, they're just going to take your manual, they're going to take your cutter,
seam ripper.
Sometimes they randomly bring it back, it's just whatever they feel like. So
I always blame my husband for taking things, but
that's probably a more accurate, less out there prediction of why things are disappearing. But Anyway, so yeah, like having that manual there, I love it because you know, especially with like some common, you know, troubleshooting on like thread tension, it really helps you to figure that out.
Yep.
And so anything, it also has like how to thread your machine, all sorts of good information in there. So love having that.
Yes, I love it as well. Again, telling us quilting, setting our tension, how to use the bobbin winder, pulling up your bobbin thread. You know, so again, lots of topics to get into when you're right at your machine. You don't have to go and search and hunt down for your manual. You're not sitting down, you know, somewhere else with your manual, reading, and then going back to your machine and trying to remember what was that thing it told me to do to, you know, fix this or whatever you might be doing. So I love those features in that help section. So
So Melinda, I have a thought here.
okay.
Okay, so one thing that I also love about this machine, both of the machines, is the way it looks. Because we're quilters, you know, deep down we're artists, and so we can appreciate a good aesthetic. Like when you see a quilt that you're like, okay, that looks good. And when I see the 16, and when you see it in your room, you're just kind of like, wow, she's gorgeous.
Yes.
So I love having a machine that looks great, because you know it does something for me. It really does. So I love
you know,
having
it always
something.
it goes back to that saying, when you look good, you feel good. When your machine looks good, you know, it just gives you kind of that additional euphoric feeling of, I can do this, I can, you know, finish this project, I'm gonna do it, and it's gonna be great.
Yeah, because like most people are like, I feel like I look weird when I'm quilting, or like I'm afraid of what people will think. I'm like, I don't know, you look pretty cool when you're using it, so like, I don't know if you care about that, but
Yes,
like
yes.
it's cool. So
All right, so I'm just scanning through, looking at the comments, just seeing if I, you know, see any questions that have jumped out. I'm not seeing too many, but again, let's take a minute, Jarek. Let's go ahead and use the 16X Lee. I'll move
Okay.
this machine over. Let's just take another look at how beautiful those stitches are. And again, we'll just use our GoPro. And we're getting that switched over for us. All right. And we're gonna get zoomed in here in just a moment. You know, Jarek's actually, a lot of people don't know this, and I'm learning more and more and more about our teammates. Jarek's a phenomenal artist. So whether he's drawing, whether he's, in this instance, quilting, there's so much talent, and it's like, where did all this come from, Jarek? Because I swear in the last 3 years that I've known you, you know, just every day more and more of that artistic creativity is coming out. So
yeah, and you know something I like to tell people too. It's like, yeah, sure, you know, I've been okay at art, but you know, a lot of my skill on this really came from just messing around with it, Melinda, like because at shows and stuff like that. So I really tell people, you know, get a pen and a paper and practice doodling, because it really is like putting in that time, as they say, on practicing with it. Like when you doodle, you kind of just start to get a feel for what it's like, and you'll start to put it together in your head.
And it
kind
kind
of
of helps build that muscle memory. So as you're doodling, you know, doing those designs, you get that muscle memory, and that transitions over to when you're quilting. So phenomenal, you know, great tip, you know, doodle, carry that over in your quilting. Now, all of our machines this month, Jarek, they come with an awesome accessory package.
Oh my gosh, like holy cow. It's like so much things. It's like, okay, let me try. And Melinda, you're gonna fill in the blanks here, because it's like so much stuff I can like hardly remember it, like seriously.
Yes.
So it's like 16 threads, which is awesome because they're like super awesome colors. And then you got 20 extra bobbins, which is great because it comes with 2 regularly, so having like 10 times that come with it, that's awesome. And then you got the cutting mat. I think you got the non-slip pad for that. You also get a 3-piece hopping foot set, so that like comes with the ruler foot, the micro stippling foot, and then you got like, I think it's coming with a 360 cutter, which if you haven't seen that, you gotta look that bad boy up.
Yep, 360 circle cutter. Yes.
And then, okay, hold on. Okay, Melinda, what am I missing here? See,
All
like,
right.
there's like so many, like that was already like a whole list.
You're like, wait a minute. All right, so there's a 45 millimeter comfort cutter, the circle cutter, our largest mat, 24 by 36 inch cutting mat with a non-slip pad. You get blades for both the cutters. You already said the 3-piece hopping foot set, but there's that awesome free motion starter kit. There's a 360 Wonderfoot, which is amazing.
Oh, I love that.
The horizontal spool holder, you get a unique machine laser. So when you're doing pantographs, you have that.
And that's really great too, because you can practice like following designs, which gets you the muscle memory for doing it like without the design too. So I love that.
Yes, yes. So again, just this awesome accessory package that's available with all of our machines. And I know SMP for SoFest, there's some phenomenal prices for the machines, possibly some bundle deals. Let's go ahead and bring Jane back to go over some of that awesome pricing. And Jane, did you happen to see any questions in the comments that we may have missed?
Well, everyone is super excited about the machines, and they loved your laundry list, Jarek, of all the things that you're getting in those. They're very impressed by that memory that you had, and Melinda jumping in there, and your artistry. And I love what you said, because you got to sit down, you got to practice, because you never just jump on something and do it right. So, and I know Melinda, you're saying, "Oh, Jarek's such an amazing artist," but again, we all practice to get to where we're at.
Oh, definitely. And I'll tell people all the time, conversations on the phone, at shows we go to, the more you practice, the more comfortable you become, the more confident you become, therefore the more creative you become with your quilting.
Yeah.
So the
I've
three
been doing
C's.
it for 5 years, so you got to add it up.
Yep. So, we may not start out great, but the more we do it, just like riding our bike, practice makes perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. That's how I grew up. My parents saying practice makes perfect when I didn't want to sit there and play that piano. They said, you play that.
This is like way funner than playing piano. I like playing piano, but like, it's so fun.
Yes.
It's like really fun to practice. Like once you start just like doodling around with it and you're like, oh man, I can just doodle whatever on this. It's so fun.
Yes.
Well, I'm excited to talk to everybody about how they can get their hands on the Evolution hoop frame and also the Grace 16 series. You guys did a great job walking us through it all, because I love that you showed us bit by bit, piece by piece. And I'm going to reiterate everything when we're showing everybody how they can get it. Melinda and Jarek, thank you so much for joining us on SoFest, and we will see you again soon.
All right, we'll see you. Thanks so much.
Okay, everybody. Thanks,
Bye.
guys. All right, let me tell you how you can get your hands on the Grace 16 series machine and the Evolution hoop frame. Now, remember the 16 series, you got that 4-stitch modes, precise cruise manual base. You got the built-in bobbin winder on the back of the machines. Those handles are adjustable and ergonomic for extra comfort. And you've got that throat light that Melinda pointed out, and you've got even more features on the machine. And again, the Evolution hoop frame, it's got firmer structure. It is more control, stronger hold for a better hold on your fabric. And you can see right here, you've got your SoFest pricing for the 16 X series long arm machine and the Cutie Breeze. You see your SoFest pricing right there. Of course, you're getting that $1,000 accessory kit. And you heard Jarek go through all of the things that you get in that package, the 16 threads and 20 extra bobbins, your cutting mat, your hopping foot set, your comfort cutter, the blades, and so much more. So there you go. There is your SoFest pricing, $43.49. Call in now to place your order, 800-401-8151 for the Grace 16X machine. And of course, the Evolution hoop frame. That was really fun. I learned a lot, of course, because I'm sitting here taking all of it in, Blaine.
Well, Jane, it is. If you just, you can't help but learn a lot if you watch this. And there's so many good demonstrations. It's pretty amazing. And if you don't pick up something, then you have to be sleeping.
I mean, I got to tell you something. I'm going to say something I've noticed about myself today. I'm slower. And the fact that I'm slower, I'm taking in more information. And I think that is a life lesson. slow down and take it all in.
Well, I'm glad you're pacing yourself, because I know coming off as sick as you were, you don't need to be burning out by lunchtime. So just
No,
take
exactly.
it easy, pace yourself.
I'm enjoying my time. I'm so into it. I don't know. I think I just always need to be this relaxed. It's great.
Well, Jane, we're going to continue on. We're going to bring you back in 30 minutes, and you're going to have our first educational session of the day, which we're looking so forward to. But
Me too.
we're going to bring Janome in the house, and we're going to talk to Christina Dolliner. And Christina has been sewing since grade school, when she begged her mother to teach her how to sew. And instead of sharing a machine with her mom, her first major purchase was a sewing machine with the money she earned working part-time after school in the 8th grade. While her career began with making garments, Christina had added some home decor, heirloom sewing, embroidery, and of course quilting to round out her skills. And we are super excited to have her back on the show today. So y'all, welcome back to Christina to the show.
Hi, Blaine.
Hey, Christina.
How are you today?
I am fantastic. Thank you
Good.
for being here. And I know today we're going to talk all about Janome machine. And I think the Skyline 9?
Skyline S9, yes.
S9. So we're excited about this. So we're going to let you take it away, and I'll be back in about 25 minutes and tell them how to get it.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. I have the pleasure of sharing with you today some information about the Janome Skyline S9. The Skyline S9 is actually a combination machine. It does both sewing and embroidery. So first off, your Skyline S9 comes with a printed instruction manual. We love that, of course, but it also has some quick reference charts. And this is a great feature to have, great little thing to have, right next to your sewing machine, so that you have a quick reference to look at the various icons that are on the screen of your S9, whether you're in the sewing mode or the embroidery mode, and it will give you all that information you need how to work with your Skyline S9. So as I mentioned, this is a sewing machine and an embroidery machine. We're going to talk a little bit about the sewing side first. So you can see we have a nice generous space. The embroidery arm itself is already on the back side of your S9. And I'm going to show you a little feature that allows you to work with the embroidery arm on the sewing side. When we lift up the lid, you can see all of the decorative stitches that are built into your S9. And some of those stitches you might notice are shown in a different color, in a purple color. And that means that they are what we call tapering stitches. And what tapering means is it's kind of like mitering a corner on a quilt. And I did a little tapering stitch right here to show you. So you can easily very well see at the beginning and the end of this little stitching how it's tapered at a 45-degree angle. For you quilters, that's that angle that we use when we're mitering our binding. But beautifully down in the left corner where the two rows of stitching come together, it's mitered just like that perfect binding that you have on your quilt or border that you have on your quilt, without all of that extra thickness of thread in that corner. So when you look in the lid of your S9, when you see those purple stitches, that's what that's referring to. You'll also notice in the lid of your S9 that it talks about the straight stitch needle plate. And this, of course, comes with your S9. Now, we're going to talk about the straight stitch needle plate and also how and why you would use this in the embroidery mode. But let's just do some quick stitching. So just have a piece of fabric here. This is the standard A foot. It's it's the presser foot that is recommended for this particular stitch. Each time you select a stitch, it's going to show you what presser foot to use. And it's also showing you the stitch as it's coming out of the foot. So we can just put our fabric under there And yes, you can simply step on the foot control and the presser foot will go down and you can start stitching. So just like that. You'll notice that it ended with the needle down, which many of us love. And if you are a quilter, you might like to chain piece. Or if you're a garment sewer, you might like to a little extra ease or help putting a sleeve into an armhole. And a feature that many of us like for both of those techniques is to have that foot come up ever so slightly. Now your S9 does come with a knee lift, but it also has an icon on your screen that actually shows you what looks like to me a profile of a presser foot with a needle going through it. And when you touch that, you've activated the pivot function. It's turned yellow. Now, when we stitch a little more, and when we stop, notice how that foot came up ever so slightly. So again, if you're a quilter, you can easily chain piece and just slide that next piece of fabric underneath. If you're a garment sewer, this gives you both hands to work with that sleeve into an armhole, or if you're putting ruffles on and you need both hands to manipulate and hold your fabric. But as we stitch, when you're done stitching and you want to admire your work, there is that scissor button where it will cut both your top and bottom thread, pull them then to the back side, and raise your presser foot. Have to love that convenience of how it raises that foot up for you perfectly. Now you can see all of the decorative stitches that are in your S9. And let's go do a quick decorative stitch. If we look at the screen, there's an icon. It kind of looks like a scroll. And if we touch that icon, it now pops up a menu of all the different stitches that you see in your lid. We're going to arrow over to the one that says play. And we're going to select the dress form. Again, a design, many garment sewers are familiar with those dress forms. Now it tells us that we need to use the F foot. And I've put the F foot up in the lid here. There are some convenient little spots where you can store accessory feet. We're going to take our presser foot off. And it is important that you use the presser foot that is recommended. You get a great collection of accessory feet with your S9. But the important part when you're doing decorative stitches is on the back side of the presser foot. That standard foot for our straight stitching is perfectly flat. The F foot, which is for our decorative stitches, has a little tunnel on the back side that allows the buildup of your decorative stitches to flow under that foot easily. So we'll just lower our presser foot and snap it on. I'm sitting a little cockeyed. And of course, when you're at home, you should be sitting straight on. I'm just sitting a little to the side so that you have a great view of what we're working on. When we do decorative stitches, you do need to use some type of stabilizer. There is a great collection of stabilizers depending on the fabric you're working on and the technique you're doing. I'm just using a little tearaway right now so we can do some stitches. So we're just going to start stitching. And again, remember on your S9, you can just step on the foot control and the foot will go down. You have speed control to go faster or slower. And when you're doing a decorative stitch, many times you want to complete a stitch and do no more. So for example, with that dress form design, you would want a complete dress form rather than half of a dress form. So is there an easy way to do that? Absolutely. On the face of your S9, there is a button that looks like a target button, a circle with a dot in it. And that is what we call our tie-off function. So when you touch that button, even while you're stitching, what you tell your S9 to do is to complete that stitch and do no more. So we're going to touch that. Have faith that you did touch that. We'll speed that up just a shade. And it might seem like it's taking a long time, but remember, it knows to complete that stitch and do no more. Isn't that a great, pretty decorative stitch? And again, you can see this last design, that tie-off button, the one that looks like a target design, gave us a complete design and not partial of a dress form. Now let's go back to our straight stitch for a minute. And to simply do that, there is that an icon that looks like a straight stitch in a buttonhole. And when you touch that, it goes back to straight stitch down the center of the foot. Because I want to talk about this thing. And I shouldn't use the word thing, I know, but this is what we call a cloth guide. Now, many of us are familiar with those seam guides that we used to screw into our work surface when we were sewing, whether it's clothing or even a piecing. This, since this is an embroidery machine, is actually going to connect into your embroidery arm and give you perfect seam allowances. On the screen, when we touch this up button, down across the bottom, you will see an icon that looks just like this seam guide. It tells us keep our hands clear because you are going to see that embroidery arm move. And now you can see measurements. And right now it's on 5/8 of an inch, which is that perfect seam allowance for garment sewers. But you can see how you can touch and adjust it in eighth inch increments or 1/32 of an increment, a teeny tiny increment. So you can adjust this from anywhere. We can take this all the way up to 2 inches and even more. And when we attach this right here, again, sit straight on, I apologize. There we go. If you said you were a garment sewer and you wanted that 5/8 inch seam allowance, you can see how the embroidery arm is moving, how the cloth guide is moving. And now if we had our 2 pieces of fabric, all you simply have to do is butt your fabric right up against this guide, this wall, and stitch. Now let's lower our foot. Sorry about that. So there is your 5/8 inch seam allowance. And again, that's great that we can use that embroidery arm on the sewing mode. So we're just going to get out of that. And let's toggle over to the embroidery mode. But before we do that, let's talk about the straight stitch plate. You absolutely and should use the straight stitch plate for your embroidery. It's going to give you a better stitch formation because of how it's positioning the bobbin thread with respect to where the needle is coming down. When we remove our accessory tray, you'll see this little lever down here. Push it down and that pops up your throat plate. And I'm going to take this bobbin out for a second. And we're going to put our straight stitch throat plate on. And want to take a quick look at the screen for a second because this throat plate is an intelligent throat plate. And what do I mean by that? If you take a look, you'll notice that a lot of the stitches are grayed out. So when you have your straight stitch throat plate on, it will only let you do stitches that it can do with that throat plate on. So it's saving us from breaking those needles unnecessarily. Okay. There's an icon on the right-hand side, looks like a sewing machine and embroidery machine. When we touch that, that is what will allow us to toggle over to the embroidery mode. It says keep hands clear. We'll say okay. You can see how the embroidery arm is calibrating itself. We're going to open the embroidery arm, a little lever on the right-hand side, and simply say okay. Okay. All that repositioning is perfectly normal. Now, your Skyline S9 actually comes with 3 embroidery feet. The standard embroidery foot is the P foot, and it has this nice wide opening. But there are 2 PC feet, embroidery couching feet, and they differ with respect to the size of the hole. So you can actually embroider and couch down yarn at the same time. You have a nice collection of designs in your S9 to utilize those couching feet. Okay. I'm going to put this foot on quickly because the thing I want you to notice with respect to the presser foot is that that needle is in the far left-hand side. In the far left-hand side, that's where you get the best stitch. And that's why Janome designed their embroidery machines to stitch in that far left needle position. And even though we have a straight stitch throat plate on, and many times we think of just the straight stitch, just a single hole down the center of the foot, this one has holes to the left and to the right of the center of the hole. So again, use this straight stitch throat plate for not only straight stitching, but also for embroidery. Now, when we look at the screen, when you first turn it on, the first thing you will see is a flower, an alphabet, and a grid. When you go to the flower icon, this is now allowing you to look at all of your embroidery designs. Great collection. There are 4 pages, and you page over by using these big arrows at the bottom. There are some quilting designs. Let's look at a few of these quilting designs. And you can simply pull that up, tells you what hoop to use. And there is that design. Okay. Gives you your hoop, tells you the actual size of the design, tells you what speed you're stitching at, how long it's going to take, and how many colors. But maybe instead of a quilting design, you want to put a word on it. Let's go back to the house, which is our home button. We can go to the alphabet. In the upper left-hand corner, this is showing you all of your fonts that are available. It says 2 pages once again. So more fonts. There's even some international fonts there. Some little wingdings, some little designs, and also monograms, 2- and 3-letter monograms. There is an icon that allows you to put the design on, the word on horizontally or vertically. We'll leave that horizontally. Small, medium, and large. Small is about a 1/2 inch. Medium is about 3/4 of an inch. And large is about 1 1/4 inches. And of course, there is upper and lowercase. So let's just type in the word. We'll use this font that's here, which is Gothic, and we will just type in the words welcome. WELCOME. You might want an exclamation point. There are punctuation marks if you page over, and there is our punctuation mark. And we can say, okay. Once again, tells you what hoop to use. And there you go. So when we went to the flower, you pick a design and go. You go to the font, you type in a word and go. But you might want to combine both. And if we go back to the home icon, that is what the grid icon is going to allow you to do. It is going to allow you to combine designs and words, multiple designs, multiple words, whatever you would like to create right on the screen. There's that word welcome. We can move that wherever we want. We can go back to the house and back to the flower and look at our designs. And we can select an Anna Maria Horner design. And there's a little butterfly right there. Oh, a big butterfly. So we can move the welcome around. You can rotate your butterfly. You can see your designs in different colors before you stitch it out, but you can fill in your entire embroidery area. And once you say, that is what I want to stitch out, there is an OK button, and you just simply touch that. Friendly reminder of the hoop size, and there you go. Now, your Skyline S9 is actually Wi-Fi certified. And what does that mean? Janome has a great app called AccuSetter. So you might want to position a design somewhere right above a pocket. And I don't know about you, but I'm not the best hooper all the time. And sometimes sleeves and buttons and plackets get in the way. And that pocket top might be at an extreme angle. AccuSetter will allow you to position that absolutely perfectly. AccuSetter is a free app that we have, and just go to your app store and download AccuSetter, and you can use that with your Skyline S9. Your Skyline S9 also comes with AccuTools, some other computer software. You can, with AccuTools, you have embroidery editor, where you can actually take little pieces and parts out and then create your own designs. It comes with Stitch Composer, where you can actually create your own decorative stitches. Much like the stitches that you see in the lid, you might want to create your own stitches, and you simply put them on a USB stick and save them onto the hard drive of your S9. It also comes with screensaver. So you know how our computers nowadays, after so long, they go to screensaver. You actually can put your own favorite pictures in the screensaver. So you can see those pictures of your family and your friends and your puppy dogs or kitty cats right on the screen. To take or bring in embroidery designs into your S9, there is a USB port. So you can simply put them on a USB port. And there's also a direct connect cable that you can connect your computer directly to your S9 and send it that way. So lots of opportunities for you on the embroidery side. Great hoop sizes. We have one that is just about, and I have to read my notes for the sizes. This is about 4 by 1.5 inches. This is about a 5.5 inch square. And then we have about a 7 by 8 inch size hoop also. And they come with the templates. This helps you also position your designs where you want to stitch. But remember, AccuSetter will allow you to position those designs exactly where you want them on your projects. So the S9, the Skyline S9, is a great machine to do both sewing and embroidery, and it will allow you to expand your creativity in sewing, quilting, home decorating, heirloom sewing, and the embroidery side. So I'm sure you will enjoy the Skyline S9.
Well, hey, Christina, great job. You make that thing look so good. And, you know, that's one thing I've always noticed, you know, about the S9 I've always liked is just, it's very quiet, and the stitch quality on it is just incredible. It just kind of, I don't know, it's just this real, to look at it and to see it sew, it's almost like it's this very sophisticated machine that would cost $20,000, but it's extremely affordable.
Absolutely.
All right, we're going to tell them how they can get it. I know we're going to see you back here in a few hours again for the number demonstration. So we'll see you then, Christina.
Perfect. Thanks, Blaine.
All righty. All right, everyone. This is the Janome S9, And this is the sewing and embroidery machine. And look at that price, $37.99. We're going to also throw in a free scissor kit. It's a 9-piece scissor kit with this. And like I said, this machine is so good price of what you're getting. I'm telling you, I've always been impressed with this machine. Just seeing it sew and look at it. But, you know, the S9, you know, it's basically, to me, it's got some of the features of these really, really expensive top-of-the-line machines. And that's what makes it really stick out to me. But you're going to get up to 250 embroidery designs in it, 40 that are exclusive designs by Anna Marie Horner, along with 300 stitches. It has a maximum embroidery size of 6.7 inches by 7.9 inches. So, you know, almost a 7 by 8 there. The sewing speeds of 1,000 stitches per minute. So it's just, there's so many things. It's got the Wi-Fi on it, easy, convenient features. And so it's got that full color LCD screen, has that one-step needle plate conversion. And so there's so many little extra things. And what I want you to do, if you're interested in this machine, I invite you to go smplive.tv. Right across the top of the page there, we have all the products that are on today's show. Click on that. That'll take you to the product page on SewingMachinesPlus.com website. You'll be able to read all the features and things about it. And if this is something that you've been kind of thinking of and you're wanting to get something in your sewing studio, and especially if you're a Janome fan, I don't have to sell you on a Janome. You know how good a quality these are, but go take a look at this and read all the information. And naturally, you can give us a call at 800-401-8151 if you would like to talk and ask about some of the features on it and get some explanation. All of our salespeople standing by can help you. If you're on the website at SewingMachinesPlus.com, you can also ask them questions on the live chat. They're on there. And then if you're just on Facebook and YouTube, we have Rhonda, Melinda, and Rena all monitoring the chat on Facebook and YouTube, and you can ask questions there, and they can answer you there as well. So 3 different places to get information, very easy to do today. So we hope that y'all take advantage of that. All right, let's bring my co-host back in, Miss Jane Klaus.
Hello, Blaine. Hi, everybody. How you doing?
I am doing good, and I'm super excited about today just because of all the things that we've got going. But, you know, part of SewFest is the education element. Right. I know that we're showing off a lot of new machines and some, you know, old machines that we've had around for a while, and we're showing all the highlights and all that. But the education part is what really, you know, separates us from anything else out there. Is you're getting some really good education, even some education in the demonstrations. But when we bring the educators on to show you specific, you know, techniques and things, to me, I think that's what makes this awesome. And the next guest is, you know, no exception to that either. She is awesome. So I'm gonna let you introduce her, and y'all talk about what she's gonna do today, because it's pretty awesome.
Thanks, Blaine. We'll do it. Okay, yeah, she's like educating and inspiring 2.25 million people on YouTube. She is a sewing, DIY, and upcycle fashion content creator. She's been doing it since 2011. She teaches and inspires people to take their old clothes and turn them into something new, whether it's everyday fashion or cosplay. She's got 440 videos on YouTube. April Yang has garnered 2.25 million subscribers and counting. She's teaching millions of people how to DIY their clothing, upcycle their clothing. You can also find her on TikTok, having fun with her family and friends. I love it. I'm all about the sustainable fashion and upcycling. It's a girl after my own heart. Please say hello to April Yang. Hi, April. Hi, April. Oh, you're on mute. Seems to me that everyone is on mute today when I'm on the air. I wonder what that's telling me. What do you think? She's going to fix that really quick, but excited to have April on. You know what she's going to show us? How to do sleeves on a sleeveless garment. You're still on mute.
Hey, April, I think you're on StreamYard is muted.
Yeah.
I don't think it's your mics. I think it's StreamYard.
Because it's got the,
Gotcha.
Right.
How about now?
That's right. You're perfect, April.
try muting that one.
No, you're good.
And then, okay, can you hear me now?
You know what? We had you before, so whatever you did, just undo that.
Okay, so we'll just keep that one on then. This one on.
Yep, just do that. Give me a hi, April. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm really good. So excited to have you on. I love all the things that you do because I'm a total upcycler as well.
Yes, I know. Oh my gosh. It's been a while since I taught, but the last time I saw the patchwork project that you were making.
Oh yeah. Did you make it?
No, I did not, but it reminded me of the project that Sewing Machines Plus sent me their mystery box last time, and I had to piece together a bunch of different fabrics.
Yeah. That's
fun.
so much fun. Well, I love what you're doing. Actually, there's a shirt behind me. You can't really see it, but it's the same thing. I put sleeves on a sleeveless shirt. So I love what you're doing. There's so many cool and inventive ways to upcycle your fashion. And I love the idea of being sustainable and getting everybody on board because it's just a little inspiration and some imagination, and we can all work together to change the world and wear cool clothes.
Definitely.
All right, I'm going to let you take it away because I want you to get the full 30 minutes of all your amazing upcycling fashion project today.
All right, let's get started. Hi, everyone. My name is April. I am new author of my book, DIY Thrift Flip. And last time I was on this show, I taught how to add pockets into pants or skirts that don't have pockets. And today I'm going to show you how you can add sleeves to a sleeveless garment, a sleeveless dress. So in my book, I show two different ways that you can add sleeves. One is like a simple cap sleeve. And today I'm going to show you just how to add like a short sleeve that can also be a full sleeve depending on how you draft it. But this is a shirt that I thrifted for this project. The finishing on here is bias bound. So it's already finished. If you don't want it to be finished, then you can cut along here or just remove that and sew an actual sleeve on. But I'm going to show you how to do just that. So if we switch the camera to the tabletop here, I'll go over the steps. Okay, so the first thing you want to do you want to grab a garment from your own closet that has a similar armhole size and sleeve that you like. So taking my sleeveless garment, I'm going to lay down this, remove this for now. I'm going to lay this sleeve down and just compare the armholes. So it's important that the sleeve that you're going to trace is going to be similar shape to, or the garment that you're comparing it to is going to be a similar shape armhole. This one is very straight, so it might not work or fit nicely. This one kind of has more of like a curve shape to it. So noted this one. And last time, like I mentioned, Sewing Machines Plus sent me a mystery box of items. And this was one of the items I did not get to transform, but it's going to come in handy today because this armhole and sleeve, you can't really see it because the color is dark, but it's the most similar size to this sleeveless garment right here. The only thing is that this sleeve is gathered, which is not a problem because I'm just going to trace the basic shape of it onto a new sheet of paper. So to trace your new sleeve, you want a sheet of paper. You can use anything you have at home. And the first thing I'm going to do is draw a line in the middle of my paper. This is going to be the fold line of my sleeve. And an easy way to just lay my garment down and keep things as accurate as I can. So right here is the fold of the sleeve. Let me just lay this flat so you can see. So the top part right here is where the sleeve normally folds. And that is going to get lined up with this line that we just drew, the center line. And since this sleeve right here has some gathering to it, I'm just going to line up the top of the shoulder to that and the bottom cuff of the sleeve right here. And then once I have that lined up, I can take a tracing wheel and then I'm going to trace along the top of the sleeve, the side, and the bottom. So I'm just going to demonstrate really quickly what that's going to look like. And you want to use a tracing wheel. It's going to be really useful for this because this is going to leave imprints, especially in these areas right here where you can't just mark an outline. So I'm going to just roughly, and the thing about upcycle that I say all the time is that it doesn't have to be perfect. So we can always make adjustments along the way. So don't worry too much about not tracing it accurately. I just kind of go in a few times so I can see those little indents afterwards. And then I'll kind of trace it like this. And then straight across the bottom. So now that I have those markings, I'm just going to go quickly with a pen and roughly define them and make any changes to the shape. Okay, so that looks good to me. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take a curved ruler. This is my French curve, and I'm going to use it to finalize those markings. Right there. This is like a little pattern making course. Right there. We can always fix any rough edges. And then for the straight, or this part's not as straight, but for this side, let's go like that. And then we're going to draw it straight across the bottom. So normally I leave a lot of seam allowance, but for this demo, I'm just going to do it here. I like to add seam allowance because you can always shorten the sleeve afterwards. So after you have traced one-sided sleeve, now depending on your sleeve and your garment, you might need to trace both sides of the sleeve. So this was one side, I might need to flip it over and trace the other side if it is drastically different and has like a bigger dip in the front or back. But this garment right here is very basic and simple. The front and back are the same. So I'm just gonna leave both sides of my sleeves the same as well. So once your sleeve is traced, you can go ahead and add your seam allowance and fold it in half and cut it out. Now I already have one prepared to save some time. And this is what my pattern ends up looking like once I cut it out. So after you have this made, this is just your first draft. What I would do from here is I would take some sample fabric, cut it out, and try it on myself and pin it to my garment or sew it into my garment really quickly just to make sure that the fit is going to be the way I like it. But let me see, I have not done that yet, but this is the cutout sleeve and the fabric that I'm going to use. So another thing to keep in mind is the fabric choice for your garment. There's so many different varieties of fabric that you can go with. This one doesn't match, but if you want a more matching color, then you can go ahead and find something that matches a little better. If you want a color block look, then you can find something that matches or goes along with the color of your sleeveless garment. This is just some scrap fabric I had at home that I'm going to demo with. So this is my sleeve. And what you want to do next is serge the top of the sleeve, because the way it's going to be inserted leaves the raw edges exposed on the inside of the garment. So make sure you finish those raw edges. And next I'm going to mark my seam allowance along the very top, because that's also going to help me insert the sleeve into the armhole later. So this is a 1/2 inch seam allowance. And I have not tested this sleeve. I pinned it quickly into the armhole to make sure it would work, but I didn't test it fully. So if there's any mistakes along the way, we will figure it out. And the pen I'm using is a disappearing heat, one of those heat pens pens that disappear with heat. Friction pens is what they're called. I'm just going to mark this all the way around. And then once this is added, oh yeah, make sure you're marking it along the right side of the sleeve as well, if you're not able to see the markings at the bottom, because this is the side that is going to matter when it comes to sewing. So almost done marking my 1/2 inch seam allowance. Okay, that is good enough. The rest I can always eyeball. Put my pattern away. So now that my seam allowance is marked, the top of it is serged, I'm going to fold my sleeve in half and sew the underarm seam closed. And I have my sewing machine right next to me, so I'm just going to do that quickly. And then once this is sewn, I'm gonna also go ahead and just serge the raw edges quickly as well. Don't mind me, I'm just over here by my serger really fast. Okay, so now that those raw edges are cleaned up, we are ready to work this into the garment. So the trick here is that since this is already finished, we want to reserve that. If you don't want to and you want to remove it, then you can do that and insert this in like a regular set-in sleeve. But I'm just gonna leave it because I think it's more simple that way. And this is going to just show you another option on how you can add a sleeve in. I think it's different. So with the sleeve turned right sides out, the garment is also right sides out. Now all we're going to do is we're not going to pin it right sides together, just like how a regular sleeve is sewn. What we're going to do is we're going to flip the sleeve upside down. And then this is the side seam and underarm seam where it meets, that seam right there. I'm going to line it up with the underarm seam of the sleeve. And the edge of it should touch the edge of that marking. and I'm going to pin it in place right here. This is going to be the most tedious part. And then you're gonna just follow that line and keep pinning the armhole along the seam allowance line that you marked along the sleeve. I'm just gonna pin it. I never know how to use my pins because for sleeves, they always end up poking you anyways. So be careful. So I like to start going up one side from the bottom, and then I'll switch to the other side and line up the sleeve. And then whatever is remaining on top, if there's any extra fabric, then I will either ease that in, or I can create some gathers or pleats. Or if I don't want to do that and I just want to remove it, then I can make those adjustments on my sleeve and then reinsert it afterwards. Right now, I'm just walking the sleeve into the armhole to see the fit, since I didn't finalize it yet. And we're gonna see how much we have to work with, or if it is gonna be a perfect fit. This might be really hard to see, but once I finish pinning, so if I lay this flat already, you'll kind of see what's going on here. And then I'm going to just continue pinning the sleeve to the top, and it's not that bad. It's almost a perfect fit. A little easing is going to make it fit perfectly. Very nice. Okay, I think, no, that worked out really great. Awesome. So this is what it looks like, all pinned into the armhole. To sew it on, we are going to edge stitch along the armhole of the sleeveless garment. I'll hold it closer. Some edge stitching it down, pretty much on the seam line that I marked on the sleeve. I'm just going to edge stitch it all around until I get to make a full circle. Okay. For this part, I will need to switch to the sewing machine just so you guys can see. So let me readjust my camera really quickly so you can get the full experience. Okay, one moment. Eric, can you give me the tripod? and let's rearrange this angle. We gotta get a sewing view. Okay, so this is the machine I'm using. I'm using my brother today. Very reliable. Oh, actually, just hold it for me. I'm talking to my husband. He is my assistant today. Okay. Okay. All right, so this is the bottom of the sleeve, like I said, the side seam, the underarm seam. It's all overlapped, and let me show you what it looks like on the inside so you can see. So this is what it looks like on the inside. You see the seam allowance that I have marked, and it's just laying flat So what we're going to do on this side is we're going to edge stitch along the original garment. I'm going to just find a comfortable position to start. Okay, so underarm seam. It is. Make sure that you don't have any layers of fabric stuck underneath and end up sewing over it. Okay, so I have a, okay, cool. All right, so now that is there, I'm gonna remove my pin for this first part and reline up the edge of the armhole to the seam allowance that I have marked here. That's why it's very useful. Okay, and then I'm going to get it ready for my edge stitch. We can start sewing. And the markings will help you eyeball it as well, which is why I love doing that step. How's it going? Back stitch and then continue. There you go. I'm just gonna always double check, make sure I don't have a layer of fabric stuck underneath. And I just sew. Move the needles along the way. Check to see if the seam allowance line is accurate. Just sew along the very edge. Again, I'm going to check underneath, make sure I don't have any fabric stuck. And then remove my needles, readjust if I need to. This is the area that needs a little bit of ease. And I didn't sew it in place, so I'm going to just work it in with my fingers. We are halfway there. All right, final stretch. That worked out perfectly. Back stitch. I'm going to cut my thread. Let's take a look at it. Okay, so let's, oh, what should we do with the camera? Should we just hold it? Or should we put it back on top?
I guess I can put it back.
Yeah, maybe put it back on top. All right, cool. With 5 minutes left to spare, this is what the final sleeve looks like. You can't even tell. All you have to do now is fold and hem the bottom of your sleeve in whatever style that you like. If you want to add a cuff to it, you can. If you want to just hem it, do a double fold hem, you can. Or if there's another attachment to this, then you can as well. And from here, this is where you would try it on, see how it fits. You can change the shape of it from here. It's too long, want to shorten it. Then that's how you will go about it. All right, can we switch to the front-facing camera? So this is the before, and this is the new sleeve that was added. And let me throw it on. You know, I always got to try things on so you can visually see. The sleeve's got to be comfortable, right? So this is a large garment on me, but you can see it's a beautiful sleeve, right? Yay! I'm so happy about how this turned out. Very cool, very awesome. And I think that's it. So I'm done. If you guys want to check out my book, it's DIY Thrift Flip. I have the other version of how to add in a sleeve in here as well, and it's a cap sleeve. Very simple if you just want to add it to a dress. I know some people want more coverage, then this is the way to go. All in my book. Oh. All right, Jane. How was that?
So cute, April. Love it so much. I mean, now everybody can add sleeves. They can take all of our summer shirts. We're going to put sleeves on them for fall. Right. And then we have a whole new wardrobe just by doing it. It's just so simple.
I love that about this technique too, is that you're not taking away from the original. You can always undo it if you want it to be a tank top again.
So cute. And I love that you use the existing finished edge of your shirt and just add it. Oh, it's like what I'm wearing right here. I could put one onto this.
Yes.
And I think that actually puts a nice little detail right there on your shoulder as well, using that. So that's super fun. I love to put sleeves on my t-shirts, but then I have to have it, you have to finish it, but your shirt's already finished. So it's beautiful and so many opportunities to do that. One thing, you were making the pattern and people were commenting, you know what you could do, talking about like upcycling and thrifting, use an old pattern. Maybe you find a pattern at a garage sale and you just pull the sleeve part of it and use it for your sleeve if you don't want to make your pattern.
Yes, definitely. As long as you are altering it to fit this existing garment, as long as it's similar in size, you can always take that pattern. I can alter this one, slash and spread it to add the puffiness like how this original one was. So the ideas, the possibilities are endless.
I mean, it's so much fun. And then somebody else noticed that they love the choice of fabric. And, you did that because you have the eye for it, and mixing fabrics and mixing patterns is really a trend in fashion. We just saw it all over New York Fashion Week the last weekend. And so that's a huge trend. And so I love that you have the eye for that. Of course you do. And we all have the eye for it because we mix patterns, and we're mixing all of the patterns together when we're doing our quilts and our other sewing.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. It's so fun. And I think you really can't go wrong, even if it doesn't match. I think the mix match is what's going to make it unique and one of a kind.
And one other person asked, you've been doing this for so long, all of these finished garments, what do you do with them all? Do you wear them all?
In the past, I've sold some, and I regret, actually. I wish I kept all of my items, because you do get like opportunities where you're like, oh, I could have worn that patchwork item that I made. It's just so unique, and you spend so much time. But I try to wear them, especially these days. I don't try to do like fast sewing anymore. I still do because I am a content creator, but if I'm going to an event and I can rewear something that never got a chance to be worn, then I'm going to rewear that item.
Absolutely. I love it. I love upcycling, and I love just taking something old and making it new and giving it a new life. One of my favorite things. April, thank you for showing everybody how to put a sleeve on a sleeveless shirt. Cool Ripa is how we find you on YouTube. Yes.
Cool Lerpa. Yes.
Oh, Cool Lerpa. Sorry. And that's the same thing on TikTok as well, right?
Yes.
And your book one more time?
DIY Thrift Flip.
Congratulations. Everybody go get yourself a copy of DIY Thrift Flip and say thank you so much to our friend April Yang. April, it's always good to see you.
Bye. Thanks so much for having me.
So much fun. Thanks, April. Wow, that was so fun. I'm so inspired. I think that I need to go sew now so Blaine can take over.
Well, Jane, I wanted to remind everybody too, we just sold out of April's book, but you can go ahead and go to and do the pre-order because the pre-order button popped up. Go ahead and do the pre-order because we do have them on order. We'll get some more in here. We didn't know we were going to have a little rush on it during her session. But they sold out, but we do have the books on the website. Just go get a pre-order, so make sure you get one. And they're right on the site. All you have to do, I think, is just type in, is it just April Yang, Kyle, in the search bar? Or Cool Urpa? I think either one, Cool Urpa or April Yang in the search bar, will take you to her page where you can get that book. And so
I'm going right now. I got a pre-order.
All right. So, Jane, we're going to let you have about an hour break. So we need you to go get hydrated, rest, and get ready for a little later on.
All right, cool. Thanks, Blaine. See you guys later.
All right. All right. Next up, guys, we are going to start talking about all our very own King Quilter 2. Now, our King Quilter, we released this in September of 2018. And so it has been just a rock star for us. It's our own brand. And we have Becky Thompson from Power Tools with Threads going to be back here today. And if y'all haven't checked out Becky's YouTube channel, it's Power Tools with Thread. Becky has a daily show where she does all kinds of things quilting. And you need to go check that out. I think it starts at 7 a.m. Central Time, but Becky can tell us about that. But y'all, welcome back to the show, Becky Thompson.
Well,
hey,
hi,
Becky.
Blaine. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you, and thanks for being part of SewFest. Now, is your show that you do a daily live show, is it at 7 a.m. Central?
Right. It's 7 a.m. Central. Right.
And
right.
it's just
7
Power
a.m.
Tools.
Central. I have the regular YouTube channel, and it all happens on my YouTube channel, Power Tools.
All right. So y'all make sure y'all go check Becky out.
I've got a hang up here on my computer, so we've got a little bit of a lag. I am on daily. Okay.
All right. Well, we're going to let you get going, Becky, and do the demonstration on the King Quilter 18, and I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, hey, everybody. Hi. Thanks for joining me. I am Becky from Power Tools with Thread. And as Blaine mentioned, I have a daily Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. Central virtual situation room. And we just hang out in there, and I put something under the needle, and I can hope I can inspire you to do the same. I am being helped here today by my handsome cameraman, my husband. Do you want to wave to everybody? He's going to put his fingers. Valerie will be with us on Friday, and I know you guys will look forward to seeing her. So I am here to show you guys how I use the King Quilter 2 Elite from Sewing Machines Plus. I love this machine. I've had my share of long arms. This is my third one, and I have had everything from a 21 all the way down to the this one. This is the 18, and I love the 18 because I can reach behind it as I need. And if you were here on Monday, you saw Elaine, and Elaine admitted she is 5'3", and she likes to do pantographs from the back of the machine, and she could reach over and do everything she needed to do. So that it's a wonderful size. And my friend Harriet, who is a recently retired Handi Quilter educator, she told me that whenever you are going to be doing edge-to-edge quilting, you want to take 3 inches off the front rail and 3 inches off the back rail. So this is an 18-inch throat on this machine, and that means you're going to have a full 12 inches of space to be able to do any kind of edge to edge that you want to do. And that's a fairly large pantograph or edge to edge quilting, or even a pantograph. Okay, so like I said, on Monday, we did the pantograph with the paper on the back of the frame. And today, that's just not my jam. So today I'm going to show you how I do an edge to edge quilt using the automation that can come with it. So this is Pro Stitcher Premium. This software is fantastic. I absolutely love it. So I want to show you what I'm going to do with this and get this beautiful little panel quilted up in time for the holidays. This is from Corey Yoder. It's part of her Beautiful Day line, and I'm just going to turn it into some beautiful table runners. So I'm going to do it nice and quick, and I'm going to, since we have the lime and the red, I'm going to turn it into Christmas. Okay, so the first thing I want to do, I have already used the channel locks in Pro Stitcher to align the quilt across the top of the backing fabric up here. And Keith, if you can get up here, I want to show where they can find the channel locks. If you could zoom in, and can you see the screen pretty well?
Yes.
Okay. So where you find your channel locks in Pro Stitcher, it's really simple. You just go to the Pro Stitcher tab, and you have channel lock right here next to the quilt button. It's right dead center. And then you have the option to go horizontal or vertical. And that is what I did, is I took the horizontal channel lock, locked it in, and just ran the basting stitch across the top. Yeah, I can look back here to see what you see. And if we've got some glare, I can certainly move that, and that may help quite a bit. There we go. That's better. And if you will scroll down to zoom in on this screen right here, I want people to see this screen. This is the screen that comes with the King Quilter 2 Elite on the front. There's another one on the back that you can use with the handlebars in the back. And on this screen, you've got different modes. You have precision, which is great for ruler work, or if you're using a pantograph on the back of the machine. You've got manual, and that's where if you stitch fast, it's going to stitch very small stitches. If you move slow, it's going to make very long stitches. We have the eye or the idle mode with cruise. And this is what I'm going to use anytime I do an edge to edge. It does a beautiful curve and a pause, and then it keeps going. And you're going to see that in the stitching that I'm going to do today. And then we have the baste. And when you have basting, I'm going to use these buttons here. You can baste 1 inch, 2 inches, or 4 inches. And then you can go back down to what my favorite is a basting stitch every 1/2 inch. You can do needle up down from this screen. There is a lot of information that's going on right here, and it's a wonderful, wonderful tool. Okay, so can you back out? And I'm going to show them how I set up a edge-to-edge quilting design on this particular quilt. I'm going to move the head of the machine. Oh, so I've got bright lights under here, and I also have a laser on here. And I have not, the laser is an additional accessory that you can get, and I highly recommend that you get one, because if you ever need to go back and get to a specific spot, then the laser is going to pinpoint that for you and help you do that. So I'm going to move up here. You can certainly get the laser at Sewing Machines Plus. I'm going to bring it all the way up here. I'm being brave and using red thread today, but that's so you can see the beautiful stitching from this machine. I'm going to, up here on the screen, I've got a little cheat sheet here, you guys. Nothing wrong with cheat sheets, because we don't want to skip a step. So I want to do, this is a very simple way to do this. You go to the area tab, and I'm going to tell it to corner. And those two corners are the back left corner and the front right corner. And what that does is that gives the computer the idea of its quilting space that it can do. So I'm going to hit the 2-corner button and you hear the ding. Now I'm going to move the machine all the way over here to the right and down to the front. I'm going to bring this down until it touches the belly bar. And I'm going to move it all the way over here off the side to make sure I get the very edge of the quilt covered. And then I'm going to back it up about 1 inch and I'm going to hit 2-corner again. And then there is a refresh button up here on the screen. It looks like a little house, and I'm going to tap that. And there on the screen now, you can see that quilting area that I'm going to use. Okay, now if you look here on this side, it says area. Width is 36.42 and the height is 12.23. Well, my quilt is actually about 72 inches long. I'm going to make it a little bit longer. I'm going to touch the height button and I'm going to make it 75 just to make sure my quilt pattern is going to go completely off the edge. And when I get down to the bottom, I'm going to be able to get rid of that excess that I don't need. And I'm just going to touch enter. And now I have changed it to 36.42 by 75. And if I hit the home or the refresh button again, there is my long quilt. This is actually, it's going to be cut into table runners when it's all said and done. Well, now I need to put a design in there. So to put in the design, I'm going to go up to File, just like you would on a computer. This is, it behaves quite the same. I'm going to go File and Design. And you can open a design from inside the memory if you want. And I'm going to choose my holiday lights. I got these from Urban Elements. You can choose designs that are all, there are 1,000 designs inside of the Pro Stitcher, but this is a commercial design that you've got a couple of USB ports here on the back, and I brought it in from the USB. Now I want to resize this because you can see here in the design, the height is 15. That's pretty big, and that's really, I really don't want to do that. So you want to be going over to the Modify tab because I want to modify this design. If I change it here, it's going to skew funny. So I want to go to the Modify tab. And then I want to resize this design. And I'm touching the Resize button. So here we've got an aqua line, a green line going across. This is the width. And then I've got the lock on. And that means that that is locked. And when I touch it, it also gave you the purple vertical line. So that tells you that it's locked vertically as well. Now, when I resize it, it's going to constrain proportions. So right down here at the bottom, I'm going to touch the 14.75 and I'm going to change it to 10 and enter. And there we go. So it has completely shrunk the design. So it's going to fit just right. And now I want to go to repeat. This is how simple this is to be able to do this. It's just a matter of going through the tabs and choosing a design, modifying it to the size that you want. And now I want to repeat it. They've got this very cool little button right down here in the bottom. It says fill. I'm going to touch fill. And look what it did. It filled the screen. You can zoom back out just a tiny bit, Keith. Just a little bit. There we go. That's good. A little bit more. Oh, that's fine. You can just leave it right that. And there you go. Okay. So you can tell here that it's not quite filling out to the edges. Okay. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit because I'm not entirely sure that the rows are at the right distance apart. So I'm going to come back over here to modify and I'm going to unlock everything. I just want to unlock all of that. And so let me go back to repeat. Okay, I should have unlocked that before I came over here. Now I want to fix the gap and make sure I don't have any tunneling between my rows. So there's a nice zoom button right here. I'm going to hit zoom and I'm going to draw a box. And there I can see between where the rows are. And it's pretty close. Now I'm on a horizontal right here and I'm going to change it to vertical. Yeah, it looks good. And on the gap, I'm going to go just a little bit smaller and squeeze those in just a little bit. I think that looks pretty good. And let me go back to home, refresh it. That looks pretty good. Okay. So now on the vertical repeats, I want to overfill the box because I'm going to crop it. So I've got vertical highlighted. That's the thing you kind of have to pay attention to on this, because you'll tap the button thinking you're moving some way, but it has this wonderful undo button right here. So I've got vertical and it says I've got 7 repeats. I'm going to go ahead and tap the plus sign. And now I've got 9 repeats, and you can see I very much overfilled it, and that's fine. And now I'm going to tap on horizontal, and I'm going to plus the repeats. We had 4, now we've got 5, now we've got 6. So you can see the area box, and I have way overfilled this, and that's great. Okay, they back out just a little bit. There you go. There you go. That's perfect. Okay, good. So now what I want to do is I want to crop this, and that's going to get rid of everything on the outside. So I'm going to go to modify again. And there's my crop button right there. You guys, it's like playing with PowerPoint, I'm telling you, or one of your photo apps on your phone. And that's it. So here I have no crop, outside crop, inside crop. We've got a start, end, and some edges. I want to crop the outside. And it did it. And now I want it to smooth off all of those edges. So I'm going to and tie everything together. You can see the green points. Those are all starts and stops on the edges. And I touch that, and there we go. So we can see here that we've got a green start at this upper corner, and we've got a red stop down at this lower corner. Now that it is exactly like I like it, I'm going to touch the magic button, which is baseline. And baseline, you'll see it drop right there. That tells the computer that you are finished with all of your editing and the design is where you want it. And while you're here, you also want to save this. So I'm going to go to edit, file, let me touch file, and save. Now you can save selected, which are the light bulbs, or you can save your whole workspace, which are the light bulbs and your area. So I'm going to save the workspace. Why not? And it'll pop up and say, what do you want to save it as? And I'm going to touch my space bar, and I'm going to touch the clear. It gives me a default workspace with a number. I'm going to hit clear, and I'm just going to call it table runner. I'm just going to type this in, table runner. Okay. And I'll do a space, and I'll put a CY for Core Yoder. So I know that's a Core Yoder table runner, and I'm going to touch save. So it has saved the file, and I'm ready to go. All I need to do now is to go ahead and I don't have to move the head, but I'm going to, because it's a little quicker to do that. I'm going to put it up here. All right. Do you want to roll over this way so they can see the computer? Keith's doing a great job. Give Keith a thumbs up, you guys. There we go. Okay. So look how simple that was. For me to set the area, I told the computer what my height and my width was. Then I told it the height of the entire quilt, and then just chose a pattern, popped it in there, repeated, resized it, repeated it, filled it all up, cropped the outside, and now I'm ready to go. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is going to go to Pro Stitcher. I want it to stitch. And we're still on channel lock, but now I'm going to touch the quilt button. When I touch quilt, my run button becomes live and it's ready to go. It's in a stitch mode. It's going to do a tie off at the start and at the end. And I have my pull up on, which means that it is going to pull it up for me when I touch run. So let's go. And I get to verify settings. I think everything is fine. I've got 12 stitches per inch. Everything looks good. Make sure the needle's up, and it is. And I'm going to hit proceed. And it moved to the start point on the quilt. I'm going to swipe under the foot. So I've got my little tail from the bobbin thread. And up here, I have resume, and I'm just going to tap that. And it does a tie off, just like it said it would. Cut my tails. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Stop. Oh, did you see that? I got caught up in there. Oh, my goodness. I'm actually glad that happened so I can show you guys what to do when that happens. Okay. So I'm caught up. Let's see if I can fix this. I need to raise my needle. I got caught up under there. I did not have my grips on. Okay. We're a little sewn in. I'm not panicking, you guys. This happens. I'm not going to panic on this. Let me cut that underneath. And I'm going to touch cancel, which is going to release the machine. There's a cancel button right up here. And that releases the machine. There we go. I'm just going to trim this out. Just like on an embroidery machine, you guys, I actually had this happen to one of my students at All Brands this weekend. Okay. That happened. I'm going to cut my threads. Don't panic when stuff like that happens, because sometimes it does. And you know what it usually is? It's operator error. Yep. Happens all the time. Not a big deal. Okay. So when you've got something like that that happens, let me, I'm going to pull the bobbin out just to make sure it is pulling fine. Yeah, the bobbin's good. I'm going to pop this back in here. That's the thing I do on my channel, guys. When something goes wrong, I show you how to fix it, because there's always things that go wrong. And to me, education is best because knowledge is power. And if you know how to fix something. So what did I do wrong? I forgot to use my grips to hold my fabric taut so things didn't get hung up. I am a little far away from the edge on that. That side has the grips on. So let's go back in and start all over. Let me show you how to do that. When you have something like this happen, okay, I'm going to move this right back up here where I wanted it to start. I'm going to go back to Pro Stitcher. Okay, and I want to tell it new start end. I'm going to zoom in. I could use the follow button. Harriet taught me that. But I'm going to get pretty close to where I want to begin again. I'm going to go to new start end right there. And I'm going to hit auto and auto again. And I am on 0, and that's where I want to be. Okay, so let's give this a go. Now I'm going to go back to quilt. My run button turned green again. Let's hit run. And we're going to start all over. Let's see here. I didn't get a needle up, down. Did not. Let's do this again. Let's see. I'm going to make sure that everything is doing what it's supposed to be doing. And hopefully we're going to get a stitch. Now I have my Opti Stitch acceleration 30, speed at 40. So I'm moving kind of slow. So let's make sure we can do this. I'm going to hit resume. There we go. It's doing the tie off. There we go. Now what it's doing is it's stopping because it's doing this upper row up here at the top, and it's going to stop, and then it's going to travel. And it's going to do its own little start. So when we get to the next row, it's going to go ahead and run the entire pattern. So a lot of this is going to be cut off right up here, but I wasn't sure how much, so I'm letting it run. Look at that beautiful stitch. I can feel it underneath. It's pretty. I like to learn how the stitches are doing by the feel, not necessarily by the look, because it's kind of hard. I know you can put a mirror under there, but it's hard to be able to see that sometimes. And so when you get used to a good feeling stitch, okay, there it's going to travel. and it's doing that top row. And I'm gonna, like I said, I'll be cutting this off right up in here, but everything else will nest up in there just fine. Yep, best way to learn. That's right, Karen. That's right. Well, so you're wondering how I know if the bottom is looking right. Yeah, thanks for so Ella, the bottom, you can feel when you get a good looking stitch, your fingers will learn. You shouldn't feel any bumps at all underneath. If you feel a bump, that means that the bobbin thread is too tight. Just like if you have a bump on the top, that means it's pulling that bobbin thread up too tight. So that's just an important thing. I do that all the time. I prefer to use my hands. I feel like I just get a better result by feeling underneath the, it should be very smooth. Yes, Joan, you're absolutely right. Yep. Christy, you're very thoughtful. Thank you. Well, you were trying to say, oh, I'm the best teacher in your book. Thank you, Bernadette. Well, you guys, I've become proficient at fixing mistakes because usually I make mistakes. I don't know about you, but I want to show you how we're going to do the drag and drop. Okay. I want to show you how we're going to do the drag and drop to advance to the next row here in just a second, as soon as it gets done with this one. And I want to check the time. We're doing okay. We've got about 5 minutes. So we've got plenty of time here, 4 minutes. Oh, thank you, Anita. I see your comment. That's very thoughtful. Thank you. Yep. You guys, I know some of you can be intimidated by these machines, and I just want to encourage you, give it a try. Believe it or not, with the price that they've got going on for SewFest on this machine right here, if you make a lot of quilt tops, I guarantee you it's going to pay for itself within about 3 years. It's worth every penny. It runs beautifully, and as you can see, it's very simple to operate. Don't touch the machine. Okay, good. And we've got one more little loop it's going to do, I think, as I can see on the screen. Yep. And it's going to come back around, and then we're going to drag and drop. So we're going to want to roll over when it gets done. Let's move over there where it is. Okay. And that should be it. So let's roll over. Y'all, Keith is doing such a good job. You'll have to tell him tomorrow. Thank you, Renee. You're very thoughtful. Okay, so it's finished now, right? And what I want to do is I want to go ahead and pull up my bobbin thread. So I'm going to give it a little slack on the front, pull it forward, grab the thread, go backwards, and I'm going to use the buttons on the handlebar. This is my needle up down here on my left, and just grab it and get my bobbin threads up. Okay. Now I want to drag and drop, and that's a really neat feature in Pro Stitcher to be able to advance your quilt to the next row. So I want you to pay attention there. We've got that little start right up there in the corner, right? That's where we started. So the trick I have found with this machine is, I'm going to walk in front of you. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm going to walk right in front of you. What I like to do is I'm going to move the machine to the bottom of the next pattern on the screen. Is that right? I can't remember. Yeah, I'm going to move it to the bottom of the next. I think maybe I messed that up. Let me see. Bottom of the next pattern on the screen. No, I messed that up. Let me go back to where we stopped. We stopped right here. I can see it. Okay, so I've put it back. No, I do. I want to go.
You want to go over to the green on the second row.
Yeah, I want to go to the green on the second row, but I don't have to. Let me get rid of that long jump pause. Y'all, I get turned around sometimes. I got myself all mixed up with that. Okay, so I want to go. I'm just going to move the machine over here, I think. I can't remember now. I'm all turned around. Oh my gosh, you guys. So I want to make sure that the next row is not going to be too far back so that it doesn't, so that the head does not hit the take up rail. Okay. So I'm just going to move it down to the bottom of the next row, which is right there. That's right at the belly bar, okay? And I can even go a little bit past it, but I'm going to go right there, and I'm going to touch the drag button. Let me touch drag, and I'm going to drop my needle. And now I'm going to advance the quilt. Can I get you to release those clamps over there, babe, please? He's not happy. He was having to do more. Yeah, right up here on this fabric, just release those.
Well, you can't, you got a needle in it.
That's okay. See, that's okay. And would you point the camera toward me over here? Careful of the cords. Y'all know cords are the bane of my existence. And now I'm going to roll the quilt. Oh, let me release my front up here. I'm going to roll the quilt. And the machine is going to travel with the quilt. And I'm keeping my eye on the, let me tell you what I'm looking at. The back wheel back here on the carriage, I am keeping my eye on that wheel that's back here in the back, and I'm going to stop it just a little bit before the back end of the carriage. That lets me know right there that's as far as I can go so that the head will not bang into the back end of the carriage. So that's a little trick too. I know you can't see it, but that's a little trick that you can do. So I'm going to look underneath and make sure everything is going to go. And it is. Everything's nice and smooth. I'm going to walk in front of you again. I apologize. Okay, there we go. And I'm going to hit drop. And now I'm going to hit resume. And we should go to the beginning of the next pattern. Let me go back to home so you can see it's going to automatically go over to the next green spot. I'm going to zoom in on that. That's where we should be going, is to that next spot right over there. I'm going to hit resume. And if I, oh, stop, whoop, needle up check, right. There we go. That's what you do. That's why they give you those messages on, y'all. It's because I'm on camera live and I'm nervous. Bring the needle up, but that still worked. Okay, I'm going to hit resume. And it's smart enough to know where it needs to start. Now I should baste it down before I start. Yep. Oh, let's put it on pause. Okay, we can be done. Awesome. So that's how you do a drag and drop. You pull the needle up. You want to be sure to do that. And I need to baste down the sides before I let it start stitching again, because we don't need any kind of drama like that again, right? All right. You're getting a lot of good job, Keith. Great job. Okay. You guys are very thoughtful. Thank you. Blaine, are you coming back on?
I'm here. So thanks so much, Becky. Great having you on SewFest. So now we're going to tell them how they can get the King Quilter 2 Elite.
I love this machine, you guys. You will too.
All right. All right. So guys, this is the King Quilter 2 Elite. Again, this is our own very own brand for Sewing Machines Plus. This is the only place you can get it. We launched this machine in September of 2018. And I'm telling you, this thing has been a workhorse ever since. It is such a good machine, and I think anybody gets this absolutely falls in love with it. It is 18-inch throat space on this. Now, we have two versions of this. The one you're looking at on the screen is called the Elite version, and that's going to have a bigger screen on the front. You get a screen on the back, and you get adjustable handlebars on the front and rear handlebars on the back. So it's got it set up where you can do pantograms from behind. Also, you're going to get your choice of 10 or 12-foot frame with this. So you need to call in and basically get the special and find out what frame you want to add to this. This will accept robotics, and you can put the Pro Stitcher on it, or you can put the Butler Robotics. And we have 3 different versions of Butler Robotics that'll actually go on this machine as well. So we're going to talk about that in the next session coming up. But however, we got a great special on this. The standard version is the second model we have like this. Everything's exactly the same, except you get handlebars on the front that don't adjust. It has a little bit smaller screen, and you don't get a screen or handlebars on the rear. And it will fit a 10 or 12-foot frame as well, and it will accept robotics as well. So both machines are fantastic. 2,200 stitches per minute, 18-inch throat space. Give us a call right now, 800-401-8151 to place your order, or you can just go to smplive.tv. Kyle's got that product on the page. You can just click that product. It takes you to the product page. You can read all about it. We have live chat agents on the website that can answer your questions as well and place your order. And naturally, we're going to ship it free nationwide. And we're going to have some special financing if you need it. Just ask about it. All right, we're going to continue on. And next up, we're going to talk all about Butler Robotics. That'll fit right on that King Quilter. And we have our good friend, Aubrey Hartman. She is an area sales manager with Butler Robotics. And Aubrey has a long history of thread, fabric, and sewing with the needles. And she has been in sewing ever since she was 5 years old. And she took a kids quilting class. She got hooked. She's never looked back. She has a degree in theatrical costume design. And she loves making her own clothes. And she loves making her yearly Halloween costume. So y'all, welcome back to the show, Aubrey Hartman.
Happy Wednesday, Blaine. Hi, SMP Nation.
How are you today?
I'm doing great. I hope you are too. It's so great to see Jane with us today.
Oh, she is. Jane is a trooper now. She's still not feeling 100%, but she came and helped us out. So we really appreciate her being here. But I know that we just got finished with the King Quilter 18. I know you have the 18 in your studio. You have the 16
I do.
King Quilter in your studio. But most importantly, you have that Butler Robotics, and you're going to finish start up where you left off with it the other day. So we're going to let you get going, and we'll come back here and tell them how they can get that.
Yes, Blaine is right. I do have the King Quilter Elite 18 and the King Quilter Elite 16 here in my studio. I am working on the 16 today, but the Butler Robotics system can go on either one. And if you're not sure about robotics, I am here to show you a few things so you can learn about it. We have 3 different models available to you. So there's 3 different levels. We've got the basic model, we have the deluxe model, and we have the professional model for you here at Sewing Machines Plus. Your basic model is going to come with an 8-inch EPC full color touchscreen display. It comes loaded with all of your basic features to get you started with doing edge-to-edge designs and block designs and basic editing features, and you get 160 patterns preloaded. If you choose to go up from there, you can go to the deluxe model. That comes with the 10-inch EPC full color touchscreen display. You get a lot more editing features, lots of fun things to do on that. And you get even more patterns preloaded at 260 patterns. And then you go up to this one that I've got here. Y'all know I am a spoiled girl, and I have got our 12-inch EPC display, the professional model. This one here comes with every bell and whistle Butler Robotics offers, and it comes with over 500 patterns preloaded. And what's so great about this is not only does it fit on Sewing Machines Plus King Quilter line, but it is a universal automation system. So it doesn't matter what brand of long arm you've got out there, we can get you your robotic system. It doesn't matter how old it is. So if you are shopping for a long arm this week during SewFest, or if you have a long arm in your studio for 10, 12, 15, 20 years, and you finally decide it's time for automation, we can get you a robotic system to work out. So take some time and consider that while we are doing our demonstration today, because I just love having automation in my studio. Now, I mentioned that we have patterns preloaded on your units here, and that's great, but sometimes you need a little bit more. So you can purchase patterns and load them onto your EPC using a USB drive. And I am not going to lie, y'all, this morning I went shopping on a quilt design website and I bought a couple patterns and I have them loaded on a USB stick. And I thought it'd be great to show you guys just how easy it is to import those patterns and use them. So I am going to swing my machine down a little bit closer to the camera, get you guys in screen a little bit better so you get a closer view and can see what I'm doing. And we're actually going to import those patterns that I bought and then use them on the quilt to do a little quilting today with our robotic system. So the format that we most commonly use when purchasing for our Butler system is QLI. You can use QCC and DXF as well, but QLI tends to work out the best. So I purchased and used the QLI format. I am going to tip my display back here, and you can see this little red thing right here. This is my USB stick. I have it plugged into a USB port on the back of my display. So that is all set and ready to go for me to pull my designs out. Now I've just got my blank quilt area here. Nothing is set up. Nothing's raring to go for me. I just want to get these patterns loaded so that I can play with them. And how we do that is we're going to come to our pattern file over here on the left-hand side of our display and hit that. And when we do that, we get to see all of the patterns that are already loaded onto our Butler Robotics system. You can scroll through them with your finger because we've got our touchscreen display. We do have a little slider bar that I can grab and kind of slide up and down quickly. So if you know the pattern you want to use is towards the end, you can kind of do that. But we also have a list of words over here on the left-hand side, and those are tags. So you might be looking for a design that has animals in it. And so you could touch animals and you could see all of the designs that have animals. You might be looking for a specific design studio like Epic Quilt Studio, and you can see all the designs that were loaded like that. What's important for me right now is there's a word here that says imported, and I'm going to be importing the designs I purchased, and that's where I'm going to find them so that I can use them. Here we have patterns. You've seen me use the recent tab on other days that I have been storing my designs that I wanted to use on my quilt. So if I go to recent, you can see I use this on Monday and I use the word boo on Monday as well. But the third tab down is my import tab. So I'm going to import my files here. And you can see this giant button that says import file. And the easiest way to do that is to just hit this button. And it's going to ask for my storage location. Well, my storage location is external because I've got that on a USB stick. If I had loaded the designs from the web directly onto my EPC, then it would be internal. But mine's external because I've got that little red USB stick stuck in here. So I'm hitting external. And what popped up on the display is a full list of everything that is loaded onto my little red USB stick. I'm going to choose the design that I bought this morning so that we can use it on the quilt. It says spiderblk.qli. I'm going to touch that. And when I do that, it's highlighted down here at the bottom under file name. I'm going to hit the word open. And it says import finished, one item imported, all tags are imported. So that's where I'm going to look for it later under the tag imported. I actually have two that I bought, so I'm going to go through the same steps. I'm going to hit import file, external, and it's called Spiderweb Simple. I'm going to highlight that blue. It shows up down here at the bottom under file name, and I'm going to hit open. And now that's been imported as well. So I can hit my check mark. If I go back up to the pattern tabs and look through my tags, if I hit the word imported, right there is my spider and my Spiderweb Simple. Those were the patterns I bought this morning that I wanted to use on this quilt. So we can get started. It's really that easy. And I know a lot of people are always worried about technology and is this something I can really do? It is very simple to purchase patterns and get them loaded onto your Butler Robotics system. I'm not a super tech savvy girl, and if I can do it, you can do it too. So I'm just gonna turn the camera a little bit so that you can see most of what we're working with today. I'm gonna be working with this block here. It's got some orange triangles and a black center square, and we're gonna be filling this in using a couple different features on our Butler Robotics system. The first thing we're gonna do is fill in our black center square with one of our new designs. So in order to do that, we need to add a layout box. So I'm going to hit layout on the left-hand side of my display. And then I'm going to hit the plus sign on the right-hand side of my display. And you saw me do this in our other demonstration videos, but we follow the directions on the bottom of our Butler Robotics. It says set the first point in our pattern box. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to go to the top left corner of my little black square in this quilt box. And I'm going to hit my plus sign. I'm going to move down to the bottom left corner and hit my plus sign. I'm going to move over to the bottom right corner and hit my plus sign. And when I move up to the top right corner, I'm going to hit my check mark because that's going to complete my whole square. And I'm going to bring it over to you so you can see that I've got the outline of my black square here on my display. When I go to patterns, I'm in imported, and I can now add one of my designs that I imported. So we're going to go with the spider web, and I can hit the check mark. Now it is too big for that little square, so we need to work with our sizing. So I am in edit. When you load a pattern, it automatically goes to edit, assuming you may want to work with it a little bit. I'm going to come down to my scale feature, which is right here on the right-hand side of the display. We can do it manually with our plus and minuses, both horizontally and vertically. We have slider bars that we can use to shrink it down or make it larger very quickly. But y'all know I like my spoiler features, and I'm going to hit my auto scale, which is available on your deluxe and your professional models. And when I hit one button, it automatically takes my spider web and puts it directly in the center of my block. I just love that it's quick and easy, and we'll do that no problem. So I'm going to go ahead and get this one here stitching. I'm going to move it over to where my block is so that the machine doesn't have to travel as far on its own. I'm going to hit my home button. That's in the top left-hand corner. And remember, we always have to engage our needle. If we don't engage our needle, it's just going to trace the design and stitch it. So we always highlight our needle here on the right-hand side of our display. We hit our green button for go. We read our directions, and our Butler Robotics is telling us that our machine is going to move to the start of our pattern block, and we make sure that our needle is up. We don't want it in our fabric where it might tear our quilt top. We hit our check mark. It's going to move into position where the start of the design is, and it's asking us to do a single stitch. On my King Quilter, I've got my needle up, needle down button here on my left handlebar. I can do my single stitch and hit the check mark on my display. I can then move my machine out of the way to pull up my bobbin thread, which is the next set of directions on my display, and hit my check mark. It's moved back into place, and it's asking me to cycle my needle to lock my stitches. So I do about 3 cycles to lock my stitches in place. But once again, if you are someone who's entering quilts into a show, you might be a thread barrier instead of a stitch locker. So you do what you need to do here. My directions are telling me to turn on my long arm stitching and then press OK on my screen. So I'm going to turn my stitching on, which is on my right handlebar, and then hit the check mark on my display, and off it goes. I'm going to clip my little threads hanging out here so it doesn't stitch over them. And y'all did see I had my scissors on my little hook here that I told you all about yesterday. I lost them 3 times this morning already. I'm just really bad with keeping up with my scissors. So it's going to continue around the design. And something really cool that's here is there's a little blue crosshairs on the display. So we've got a horizontal and a vertical that match up. And as it goes around the design, it's following along so that you can see exactly where your needle is. I love that because I always want to know where I am in my stitching pattern. The other great thing that we have here on the display is a speed control. So right now I'm set at kind of a low level speed. I don't like it stitching too fast because if something happens, I want to be able to catch it before it gets too far away. But you can control the speed of the Butler Robotics system by just using the up and down arrows here. Now, someone asked what this giant pause button was. Hit that pause button, it's going to stop my stitching for me. And this is a great thing for a couple of reasons. I'm going to turn my stitching off on my long arm so we can talk about this. Now, there are two options here on the display, and I'm just going to tell you there's a green start button. And that's helpful if you just need to turn your stitching off for a second because you're talking to someone who came in the room, and then you just want to start it up again. You could just touch it, turn your stitching on, and it'll continue to go. But the other reason you need that big pause button is if you have a thread break or your bobbin runs out. And more often than not, my bobbin has run out because I do not pay attention to my bobbin thread. So you've got this button here on the display called thread break. It's a giant red button, and when you touch that, it is going to release your machine from your pattern so that you can work on your machine and get your thread issue taken care of. So I'm just going to go ahead and clip off my threads here so you can see that I've got some things going on here on my screen. So I've got a check mark and an X now. So if I rethread my machine, if I replace my empty bobbin that ran out on me, whatever my thread issue was, I now have these options to go back to where my thread break issue happened. So there's no guesswork. It's going to take care of that for me as long as I line it back up with where I left off. So I'm going to move my machine back to the place in my pattern where my thread broke, and I'm going to hit the green check mark. I actually did double check to make sure I had enough bobbin thread for today, so we should be good. So I'm going to come back into my pattern, and I stopped here. I'm going to get my tail out. I'm going to hit my check mark. And my Butler Robotics says this is where you want to restart. So I'm lined up where it left off. This is definitely where I want to restart. So I'm going to hit my green check mark. It wants me to do a single stitch with my machine so that I can then pull my bobbin thread back up. I've got my two tails. I can hit my check mark. It wants me to cycle the needle again so that I'm tying off. And now I can turn my stitching on, and it will pick up right where it left off with my whole design. So you don't end up having to realign anything or picking back up where you may have left off and trying to figure all of that out. Your thread break will actually do that for you. And I know that sometimes we try really, really hard not to let our bobbins run out on us, but it just happens. You don't calculate that, you know, the stitching might be denser than you thought it might be, and you just run out. And having that thread break button is really awesome. It kind of saves me more times than I want to admit. I really am bad about the whole bobbin thing. So once this is stitched out, then we're going to go on to our next block. So I'm going to just let this run for a second, and then we're going to go ahead and use our spider design next. Oh, we have a question.
Is there a limit on any of the models of how many patterns you can add to it?
So our question was, let me turn the stitching off. The question we had was, is there a limit to how many patterns can be imported onto any of the Butler Robotics? And the answer is no. So you can import as many files as you would like to purchase. We actually have a customer out there that we know of who has over 10,000 patterns on her Butler Robotics system. So that is a lot of shopping online for a lot of patterns. We try to have a very wide variety of designs available for you on the Butler Robotics system, but sometimes you've done a quilt that's got little weenie dogs on the fabric and you want a weenie dog pattern to stitch onto it. So sometimes you just have to buy what you think is going to be best for your quilt. And that's why we have space available for you to import designs. All right, so I am going to cycle my needle to tie off. And we can go on to our next block. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to go to layout. Let me bring into view now that this one's done. I'm going to go to layout. I'm going to add a new pattern. And we're going to set the block next to our little square in the center. And we're going to use our spider that I got today. So I'm going to do the same thing. But I think we're going to have to modify our little spider because I think it might be a little too big and she's facing in the wrong direction for this particular box. So we may need to rotate her. So here we go. I've got the box set and we're going to go to patterns again. And this time we're going to choose our spider. So she is a little big and she's facing inwards and I want her to face outwards. So we're going to work with this spider to get it to fit in the block and we're going to rotate it a little bit. So there's no reason why you can't buy designs you love and manipulate them with what you have here on the display. So the first thing I'm going to do is go to rotate so that I can turn her in the opposite direction so she looks like she's crawling out from her spider web in the center. I'm going to use my 45-degree angle button here, and I'm going to touch it just twice so that she now looks like she's crawling away. You do have fine-tune buttons here. I know sometimes we do quilts where we need to adjust angles, and you can do 1 degree at a time rotation, if you like, to get it the way you want it. You also have the inside button that I have my degree showing at, and it will bring up a keypad where if you want to type in a specific degree that you know you've got your block angled at, maybe you have a very specific pattern that you worked with and you know it very well, you can actually type the degree in here on your screen. The other option you do have that I have gone over before is if you touch on your particular design that you've got loaded, the little red node that's floating out on the outside corner of your pattern is actually your rotate. So if you touch on that on your touch screen, you can rotate your pattern just with the simple movement of your finger. So I really like that you've got lots of different options. I'm going to set her back at 270 degrees so we can get her into our square. And we need to size her down a little bit. So once again, I'm going to go to my scale feature and use that spoiler feature and auto scale her into the block. I think she looks pretty good there, but I might need to move her down just a little bit because if you can see clear enough, one of her legs is just going over the edge of the block. So I'm going to go to move. And with move, we have lots of options as well. We've got buttons to move to the top and the bottom and the right and the left of our block. And we can fine tune with our arrows as well. But I have centering buttons here too. And so I'm going to hit my vertical and my horizontal. Oh, and that didn't work. And you know it didn't work because we rotated her. So we might have to fine tune this on our own. So I'm going to use the green node that is in the center here and kind of move it like that. I'm going to hit layout again just so that it gets a little bit bigger for me. That is why I have this 12-inch screen. Y'all have seen my glasses. I wear progressive lenses. I need this big screen. And I'm just going to move her down with the fine tune arrows instead because my centering didn't work. Sometimes what you use and what you're used to using isn't going to work with everything and you have to adjust. So I'm just going to use my arrow to move her down just a little bit in the block. And I'm going to stretch her out just a hair there. Now it's centered very well. So the blue nodes are for scaling where you can make it larger and smaller. The green node in the center is for moving, and the red node out on the corner is for rotating. So you can do all of that on your touchscreen if you are a touchscreen quilter over using all of your buttons. I love that there are options to do either or use a combination of both. Let's go ahead and stitch our spider out. I'm going to hit the home button and I've got my needle highlighted. So we are good to go. My needle is out of my fabric. So we are going to travel across. And we can get started. So we're going to do our single stitch. Pull up our bobbin thread, cycle our needle, and turn on our stitching. So I think we are almost at the end of our time today. So if there are any further questions, I am happy to answer them. And Blaine can let us know if there's anything we need to go over before he tells us how to get one of the 3 great Butler Robotics systems for your long arm sewing machine.
Well, hey, great job, Aubrey, as usual. And I know we'll see you again tomorrow. So
yes, you will.
All right. Okay. Well, I'm going to tell everybody how they can get it. All right. So everybody, that was the Butler Robotics. Now we have 3 different versions of that. Like Aubrey was talking about, we have the basic, deluxe, and professional. They all fit on our King Quilter perfectly. So there they are on the screen. What I would recommend you to go ahead and give us a call right now if you're interested in robotics. Now, not only do they fit on our King Quilter, but they fit just about any long arm machine out there on the market right now. It'll fit. So give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. We sell more robotics than any dealer in the country, so they know their stuff at the call center. They're going to be able to tell you, give you guidance of which one would be the best for you, which frame that you have, which long arm you have, and they're going to be able to make sure that it works for you. So give them a call right now at 800-401-8151. And we do have financing available, and naturally, we're going to ship this free nationwide. So I think we're going to continue on. Let's bring Jane back in.
Hey, Blaine.
Hey, Jane.
Did you miss me?
We all did. And you know what? We're already to our second educational session of the day. And man, it's going by fast already.
It's so much fun. And all the segments, like you said before, even when you're, promoting a particular brand or product, you're still learning something. And then we dive into more education and get more inspiration. I love seeing the comments go by, Blaine, because everybody, it's like I see everyone's little light bulbs are going off. Like, even if you knew, then you're like, oh, I get it. Let's do some more. So it's fun in every segment, that is.
Well, hey, Jane, while we got a little bit, we were a little bit over right now, but I'm going to make a real quick giveaway real quick since we got everybody here. Okay. Everybody in the chat right now, just put the word SMP, the letters SMP in the chat right now for a chance to win. We're going to give away a Brother P-Touch label maker.
Oh, yeah.
And this is like $120-something value. This thing is pretty nice. It hooks up with your cell phone. $130 value, actually. And we're going to also throw in a free tape cartridge with it as well. So you'll have that. And so anyway, put the word or the letters SMP right now in the chat.
I love that.
And Jane,
the
what does Kyle need to do?
Where does this come from? He needs. I can't scream it, my friends. I'm just going to say it nice and easy. Kyle, spin the wheel. I love the P-Touch. What a great giveaway. I know, I want it.
Jana Elliott watching today from Facebook. Jana, you just won yourself a P-Touch label maker. So how to claim that prize? Go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete, hit submit, and you have 30 days to claim that prize. And as soon as we get all that information, we will get you a brand new P-Touch and a tape cartridge sent right to your doorstep.
Blaine, look at you throwing a giveaway right there in the middle of the day. Thank you.
All right. All right, Jane, well, I'm going to let you take it away. We got education next.
And go have some lunch, Blaine. We'll see you soon. All right, everybody, time for some education with our friend Katrina Walker. She's going to talk about surging stitch savvy. Now, Katrina is a sewing industry professional who has published dozens of articles for multiple sewing magazines. She's a popular instructor at both national sewing shows and online, and I know you've seen some of her shows. She also appears regularly on YouTube, Facebook, and other channels as an instructor for so many different products and brands. She is also the author of the C&T Publishing Serger 101 of Field Guide and the Essential Serger Reference Tool. She is an inductee of the American Sewing Guild Sewing Hall of Fame. Wow. You can find her teaching online at KatrinaWalker.com. So put your hands together, say hello to our friend Katrina Walker. Hi, Katrina.
Hello. Thank you, Jane. I think
so
I'm probably blushing after that introduction.
Well, listen, I mean, the intro, there's so much more. I literally could have went into all the brands that you work with, all the shows that you've been on, all the magazines you've been published in, but we just only have a half hour and I want to get to some education. Like you've done it all. I mean, inductee into the American Sewing Guild Hall of Fame. That's amazing.
Yeah, it was, I'm still kind of, if I didn't have the plaque hanging on my wall, I think I would still not believe it. So it's still a little overwhelming.
Amazing. Congratulations. That's so cool. So today you're going to be talking about Serger Stitch Savvy. I love my Serger.
Oh, who doesn't? I mean, everyone needs a Serger or two or three. You know, I have two of my best friends sitting here. So
I agree. You need two or three of everything, Katrina. Okay, I'm super excited. Now you're speaking my language. All right, take it away and I'll see you in about 30 minutes.
Sounds good. All right. Well, hello, everyone. Welcome from my studio. And yes, I am Katrina Walker, and I'm here with my two of my best friends, as I said, my FUF Admire Air 7000, and my other good little buddy, my Admire Air 5000 here. But we're going to be talking today about stitch savvy. Because what I find is that a lot of times, well, if only I had $1, right, for every time someone has told me, oh, well, I have a Serger, and then of course the next thing is it's still in the box, right? So I just encourage all of you, get it out of the box, get it out and play with it. But then once people have it out of the box, oftentimes they're kind of stuck in a Serger rut, okay? Because it comes threaded with a 4-thread overlock. And sometimes maybe if they got really brave, they've done a rolled hem, but then that's kind of it. So today we're going to focus on our what the stitches are and what they can do and how you would use them. So super excited. And we're going to start off with stitches that you could use on a basic serger. So like my little Admire Air 5000, this is an air threading serger, but it has manual tensions. And it's just a good, solid, basic serger. I searched the heck out of this, and I'm seeing on your comments and questions. I will see those on the screen, and yeah, a lot of people are like, oh, I've had that experience of not getting out of the box. So hopefully today, and pardon me for talking fast, but I've got a limited amount of time, so I want to get through all of these. So we're going to start with some of the basics. So even a very basic serger, like my little workhorse, the 5000, can do, like this can do 16 stitches, 16 different stitches. And that's just a basic 4-thread machine. Then we're going to go over to our Admire 7000, which is 5-thread serger. And we're going to talk about those stitches that are special to our 5-thread plus sergers. So this will be great. All right, so I'm going to go to my overhead and we're going to get started. So when we look at our sergers, so this is actually a chart that's on page 49 of my book. And this is Serger 101. Now, the new book that's come out, the Essential Serger Reference Tool, is basically a condensed version of this. So just FYI, in case you're wondering what's the difference, it's a condensed version, so it doesn't have the projects and things that are in a field guide. But on page 49, I know some of you already have this. So on page 49 is basically shows you this reference chart, but I will tell you that I would be also happy to email it to people too. So bear that in mind. You can go to KatrinaWalker.com and I can always email you a copy. So anyhow, I recommend making a stitch reference chart for yourself so that you can then go in and fill this out. So every serger is different. And you notice I have asterisks, but then I have it also written in. And so every serger will have potentially different numbers here. So I have things written in on some of these pages for my Admire Air 5000. But my other sergers are computerized, and so all I have to do is touch and select the tension settings. So I don't really worry about them so much, but there may be times when I want to do something that's different. And so in those cases, I'll go ahead and write in how I want a particular stitch to look on a particular fabric. And of course, I put my stitch sample here so that I can see what I want to do. So this is a reference chart. So on a 5-thread serger, we have usually up to 5 needle positions. So these are labeled. We have something called a stitch finger, whether it's in rolled hem or normal position. We have a 2-thread converter. I'll explain that later. We have cutting blades. Sometimes we use them, sometimes we don't. And again, potentially tension settings. Now this C isn't being used because that's a chain stitch looper. And we'll talk about that a little later, okay? And then we might have some other things to go on. But let's start with our 4-thread overlock, because the 4-thread overlock is the most basic stitch. So this is what your serger comes threaded with, all right? So when your serger comes out of the box, it's usually threaded for a 4-thread overlock. So a 4-thread overlock is definitely our little workhorse. Now, when you do reference charts for your serger, I strongly recommend that you thread your serger in the thread colors that are on your serger's threading path. So if I look at my little Admire Air 5000, you'll see like the left needle is orange, the right needle is blue, the upper looper is red, and the lower looper is green. So those are the colors I would go ahead and thread my machine with. So in this case, the left needle is blue, the right needle is green, the upper looper is red, and then the lower looper is yellow. So going forward, you'll see all of that. So the 4-thread overlock uses both needles. Again, this is something that even a 4-thread serger can do. And so you have the left needle, the right needle, upper looper, and lower looper all being used for this particular stitch. Now, why would we use a 4-thread overlock? We like a 4-thread overlock. This is also, by some brands, is called a faux or a mock safety stitch. And what that means is that it has 2 rows of needles, 2 needles. That makes a very strong seam. And because we also have 2 sets of loopers, that also gives us a little more seam integrity. It's a little more stable seam. Sometimes usually has a little bit less stretch, but you always want to do tests. Anytime you're going to serge, you do tests, okay, to make sure that it looks the way you want. This fabric is actually really coarse, and I didn't really realize that when I started making my samples, so they're not as pretty as I would like because the fabric itself is coarse, and there's only so much you can do about that. So there's a lot of variables. But the 4-thread overlock is what you want to use if you need a project that requires extra strength. Or let's say that you're serging with a hand woven, something that's not very stable. And so if it's not real stable, it's kind of nice to have extra needles to help hold the weave structure in place. Okie doke. Moving right along. Woohoo! So 3-thread overlock. So you don't have to use both needles. And when you have a basic stitch, so the 3-thread overlock is pretty much our basic stitch. And we have the option of, because we're only using 1 needle, we can do a wide stitch with the left needle, or we can do a narrow stitch with the right needle. So the narrow settings, notice I have in parentheses, just like the word narrow. All right, so similar to the 4-thread overlock, you can see that on my Admire Airfire 5000, 3 is basically the regular setting. Okay, so it's still 3s for the 3-thread overlock, just like it was for the 4-thread overlock. All right, and so anyway, these are basic settings. So it's basically a balanced stitch. You really don't have to mess around with the tensions. So 3-thread overlock narrow actually is what I have in my machine most of the time, because frankly, unless I need that extra strength and extra stability, 3 threads are perfectly adequate. All right, so I'm not going to run a second needle and a second, a 4th spool of thread if 3 will do. So again, when you test these threads or these stitches, when you test them, one of the things you want to test for is strength and stretchability. And so if 3 threads are adequate, then just use 3. So this is an overlock. So again, just a basic stitch. It's called an overlock because the stitches, the looper threads, meet at the center. All right, so the looper threads, the lower loopers on the back, the upper loopers on the top, and they're connecting with each other along the edge of the fabric. That's why it's called an overlock. And in other countries, they don't call them sergers, they call them overlockers. Okay, so if you're from another country and wonder what on earth is a serger, well, it's an overlocker. So whether you choose wide or narrow, for me, really depends on, I'll use the wide overlock generally if I want a little bit more fabric in the seam, so a little bit more stretch. And yes, I will be getting to rolled hems eventually, but we're just going to work our way through our different stitches. So with our wide versus narrow, I probably use wide the most, just because I like having more fabric in my seam allowance. It gives me a little bit extra strength. Okay, I work with a lot of silk and wool, and so I want that wider seam allowance. But if I'm working with a finer fabric, like maybe, I know this sounds crazy, but I really do this. Maybe I'm making something with chiffon and I'm using my serger. I'll use the narrow overlock for that seam, or something even narrower, which I'll show you in a bit, because it just makes a prettier seam. It's not as bulky, it's not as wide. Okay. Alrighty, moving right along. Flat locking. I love flat locking. I adore flat locking. If we had more time, I would overwhelm you with samples, but we're just going to stick with our stitches right now so we can stay on pace. All right, so this is the 3-thread flat lock. Flat locking, do you notice how my samples are open like this? Now with flat locking, if you look at the tensions, you can see that my needle tension, now again, we have wide and narrow depending on which needle we're using. So you can see my tensions are loose, very, very loose for my needles, also for my upper looper, but then they're tight for the lower looper. And so what we do, whoops, go to the close-up, Katrina. Okay, so when you look at flat locking, so this is, as you saw, this is the front, and these are the needle stitches. Now having these ladder stitches are kind of awesome because you can even run ribbon through them, and that's really pretty. And I'll do that for doing quilting or doing piecing with it. Like I'm doing table runners, I'll flat lock it, pull ribbon through the seams, and then I don't even have to put a backing on it because it's finished on the back. So with a flat lock, you serge it and then you pull, pardon my hands, you pull the seam open and it lays flat. This is great for kids' clothes. It's great for anyone with sensitive skin. You can put soft threads, those textured threads, woolly nylon things in the loopers and give yourself a really soft seam. Okay. And so narrow versus wide, again, just depends on the look you're going for and how much strength you need. All right, let's look at some hems. Okay, this hem, 3-thread narrow or flat edge hem. Now this can also be used as a seam. So some serger companies, some will say actually a 3-thread narrow seam instead of a flat hem, but you can do either one, truly. It's up to you. Now you can see the tension settings are almost balanced. They're a little snugger on the needle and pretty much normal to a little loose on the upper on the looper side. But this is a narrow hem. I'll show you up close. The big difference between this and say a narrow overlock is you'll notice that now our stitch finger is set to R. You know, R for race, that's that rolled hem setting. So N is for our wider stitches, R is for our narrow stitches. So it's not just for rolled hems, folks. This can also be used to make a very, very narrow hem or seam. So again, if I'm working with the real lightweight stuff, I'll go ahead and go for that narrow, because the other option, of course, that we all love for hems is our rolled hem. So here's a rolled hem. Now this is a 3-thread rolled hem. You can see I was playing around with some tension settings here. So a little bit tighter on our needle, but definitely like normal to tight on our loopers. So again, sometimes look at your serger manual. Always keep your serger manual handy. Every serger is a little bit different depending on how you want to use it. Now on my Admire, I'm just going to point this out because it's kind of interesting. So on this one, you actually leave the tension settings normal. Obviously, I was doing something different on it. My tensions are not set to normal. But on this one, you actually leave your loopers at normal setting, and then you switch it over to tight for a rolled hem. So it's just a little different way of doing things. But I want to show you on the close-up the difference between the rolled hem. Maybe I can get those side by side here. Let's see what I can do. So size-wise, I thought you might want to see a comparison between the rolled hem and that narrow hem. So see, the narrow hem is flat. So if you're wanting the difference between the two, I personally like the flat hem better than the rolled hem, just because the rolled hem has more of kind of a rope-like edge to it, but they look different too. So it's whatever you kind of like the look of, right? So I actually prefer using a real fine thread and a flat hem. It's just my personal preference. It doesn't mean it's better. It's just my preference. But again, the rolled hem, let's get that flat hem out of there so we can just look at the rolled hem. So on the rolled hem, of course, you can see how those looper stitches, now there's my lower looper running right along my needle thread. Okay, so all you see is the upper looper, the red thread, upper looper. All right, so it gets wrapped around to the back, and it also wraps the edge of the fabric. If you have problems with your rolled hem looking icky, like failing, you can use a piece of water-soluble film with it to help wrap that edge, and also consider moving your cutting blade over to put more fabric into it, and that will make this less likely to fail. So definitely give that a try. You didn't know that a simple serger could do all this stuff, did you? We're not even to the 2 threads yet, but we're gonna chug right along here. So here's a really awesome stitch. Now this is the 3-thread stretch overlock. If any of you work on, say, sporting equipment, when I say sporting equipment, I mean things like bike shorts. If you have something that needs to be strong and stretchy, here's your baby. Okay, this is the one you need. This is the 3-thread stretch overlock, and it's kind of an oddity because it uses 2 needles, so A and B, but only the lower looper. So this is like, it's a combination between like a 4-thread and a 2-thread. All right, so now our 2-thread converter is engaged. Okay, we can use our regular cutting blade, and of course, normal width. We're going to use our stitch finger. But let me put this on the close-up so you can take a better look at it. So again, this stretch overlock, 2 needles, that gives it strength. So a lot of strength because we have our both 2 needles, but only 1 looper. So see, it really is just the lower looper. We use that 2-thread converter to carry it over. So the 2-thread converter, see if I can show it up on the, let's see. The 2-thread converter, see this thing sticking off the back of my upper looper? That's the converter. So when you engage that, this swings around. Well, number one, you take the thread out of your upper looper because you're not using the upper looper, but this swings around, blocks off the tip of the upper looper, and allows the upper looper to catch the thread from the lower looper and carry it over as if it was 2 loopers. So that's the 2-thread converter. I wanted to show that to you just so you understand what on earth I am talking about. So again, moving along here, I've got my stopwatch on here. So this is a 2-thread overlock. And so the 2-thread overlock, just to understand that this is not actually a seam. Okay, so whereas an overlock on a 3-thread or 4-thread is a seam, this is a seam finish. All right, seam finish. So see how there's that lower looper. Or actually, this is the needle thread. Excuse me. The lower looper is yellow. The needle thread is blue. So it looks like an overlock from the front, but that's actually the needle thread getting pulled clear over and around to give that appearance. So you can see that basically there's no tension, whether it's wide or narrow, no tension on the needles at all, and a very tight looper. And that's what does that trick. All right, so that is strictly to be used, only used as a seam finish. And because you're only using 2 threads, it gives it a very lightweight seam finish. Okay, so I just want to make that clear. Don't expect to do a 2-thread overlock and expect it to hold anything. It'll become like kind of like a flat lock by accident. All right, so remember, we're still on the 4-thread stitches here. We haven't even got to the 5-thread stitches, but we will get there. All right, so here we have the 2-thread wrapped overlock. And so this one, so again, we look at at our numbers here. We're looking at a tighter tension on the needles, but in this case, we have a little bit, in most cases, a lighter tension. Well, it depends on what you're doing, wide or narrow, whether it's wider. So again, this is why it's so important. If you don't have a computerized machine, it's super important to always keep your manual handy so that you can look all these things up, because I would hate for you to miss out on some of these great stitches just because you can't find your manual. So, even get a second copy if you have to. All right, so the 2-thread wrapped overlock actually can be used for either a seam or an edge finish. Okay, I like this for an edge finish because there's no stitching, there's no loops. The looper is wrapping around the edge, but there's no connecting stitches here along the edge. So it's a softer finish. If you're doing an edge finish, this is much softer to use than a traditional overlock. And again, you can put some of that real soft thread, the textured threads in your loopers, and make a really nice edge finish that's not bulky and it's nice and soft. Okay. You can also flat lock with a 2-thread. It works in much the same way, but it's not as strong. So this is not as strong. Settings are very similar, but it's not as strong as the 3 threads. But again, if you do a test and it works adequately, then there's no reason to have to go to 3 threads if 2 threads will do. All right, 2-thread rolled edge. Yes, we have a rolled edge or rolled hem for 2-thread as well as 3-thread. So again, you have that looper, the looper converter engaged, and that allows you to just use that lower looper and it wraps it around to the front. So again, with that, using that 2-thread converter, you can do a lighter weight hem, a rolled hem, just by using that 2-thread converter. And again, just really think about, there's no reason to use 3 threads if 2 threads will do. Do your testing. Please do your testing. It's so important, right? We could talk about this for hours. I don't have hours, but there's just so much to it. So now we're going to move to, so all of those stitches that you just saw can be done on a relatively straightforward 4-thread serger, like my Admire Air 5000 here. So those are stitches, really basic stitches that sergers can do. Now, when we want to take our serging up to another level, we go to a 5-thread capable serger, or a little bit 5. Some sergers do more than that because they'll do decorative stitches, but I'm sticking to kind of what most sergers will do. So a 5-thread serger, like my Admire Air 5000 or 7000, sorry, the numbers just trip me up. So the 7000 really gives you the ability to go to the stitches that you're going to see more on the inside of your garments. And one of those is a safety stitch. So I'm going to start out with the 5-thread safety stitch. That's actually what my machine is currently set up to, because I was doing jeans. And so I was embroidering jeans. And when I embroider my jeans, I open them up. And then when I'm done, I use a 5-thread safety stitch wide and I put the seam back into it. It looks just like, it did when it came out of the factory. So the 5-thread safety stitch, this is a combination of, and some Serger brands call it a combo stitch, but the safety stitch means it has a combination of an overlock stitch, in this case, either a narrow or a wide safety stitch. If you're not sure what they mean by wide or narrow, it just depends on whether it's basically a wide 3-thread overlock or a narrow 3-thread overlock combined with, look at the back here. So when you look at this up close, like I said, this fabric just makes my stitching look ugly, but trust me, it's the fabric. So this is a chain stitch. So, because if you look at the back, so you can see the chain stitching, and it's in purple because that's what color the guides are. So this is a chain stitch. There's the chain on the back, and then this is that 3-thread overlock. Okay, and so this is wide because it's a wide overlock. But this is how you this is what you're going to see on the inside of your jeans and pretty much all your clothes. So it's called a safety stitch because the chain stitch is basically your seam, but because of the overlock, you have that ability to keep it. You have the ability to allow it to. The overlock can hold the seam as well. And hopefully they're going to let me just go over by like just a minute here. I'll get through these stitches. So here's our 5-thread safety stitch. Now, very similar is the 4-thread safety stitch is exactly the same, except that we're using a 2-thread overlock for our safety rather than, or a 2-thread wrapped overlock. It's not an overlock, it's a wrapped overlock. Because remember, the wrapped overlock is a seam. The 2-thread overlock is not a seam. So it's actually the wrapped. And there's our chain stitch. So this is another form of safety stitch. So I'm just going to kind of whip through these here. Now the chain stitch you've already seen as part of the safety stitch, and this is something that only a 5-thread serger can do. And so that chain stitch requires that 3rd looper to be able to create the stitch. And it looks just like a regular sewing machine stitch, but it's much faster. And you can technically unravel this from the last stitch sewn. So you do need to secure that. But we also love, one of the main reasons we love our sergers, the 5-thread sergers, is the ability to do a cover stitch. And again, forgive me this fabric, but a cover stitch looks like serging on the back, but it looks like twin needles on the front. I can almost guarantee that most of you are wearing something right now that has cover stitching on it, whether it's jeans or a t-shirt or just almost any kind of commercial garment is going to have a cover stitch. And there's various versions of this. You have wide, you have narrow, and on a lot of sergers, you'll even have triple. So again, definitely encourage you to play with these. There's a lot of different ones, and your serger may have, other stitches it does as well. But that is what I wanted to cover for Serger Stitch Savvy. I hope that your minds are just completely blown by all the awesome stitches that you can perform using your serger, whether you have a 4-thread or a 5-thread, or if you're me, you have both.
Katrina, mind's blown all the way. Everybody, Kathy Brooks said, I'm going to rewatch this next time and take notes. Kathy, I'll send you my notes, okay? Because I was sitting here taking notes as well. Just a couple of really quick questions. I know we're over time. How do you make, the 3 flat edge hem or the rolled hem? Sorry. How do you make the rolled hem tighter? Would that be with the water soluble film that you mentioned or more fabric?
Well, for tighter, so sometimes with a rolled hem, well, in terms of making it, the tension on the loopers is what, pulls it in. That's what actually pulls it in. But a lot of times people will have problems with them slipping off the edge of the fabric, or little whiskers or little poochies kind of coming out. One thing you can do is shorten your stitch length if you didn't already set it to be short, because that's one of the ways we set up a rolled hem. But yes, if you use a strip of water-soluble stabilizer and serge with that, as you serge, it's going to wrap the edge of the fabric with the water-soluble, and that will help keep it from failing. So that will wrap all those naughty little whiskers.
So many questions. Everybody wants to know how to get a hold of you. KatrinaWalker.com. Do you answer questions?
KatrinaWalker.com, yes.
Can people reach out to you on your website?
Absolutely.
That's awesome. And by the way, you're in the stitching, or you're in the Sewing Hall of Fame. And I have a pro tip that I just learned from you is that whenever I'm doing a demo, I'm going to use a little pointer instead of my finger. How great is that?
Well, I don't have time to do a manicure and I live on a ranch. So, it's like.
No, it doesn't matter. It's like my finger in the way. Doesn't matter. The pointer was so easy to see. I was like, of course she's in the Sewing Hall of Fame. She does it all. She's the best.
Well,
everybody
Clover makes these and they're just awesome. They have a little heat resistant tip on the edge, and then they have the little curvy silhouette, this stiletto on the other. I love it.
Can we go to KatrinaWalker.com, everybody, and they can reach out to you because there was tons of questions coming through, and then also they can get your book there as well.
Yep. Well, or they can get the book actually through Amazon is probably the cheapest. So, or through C&T Publishing, or you may carry it as well. So it's kind of all over the place. So, but yeah, definitely online.
A big SMP Nation round of applause for Katrina Walker, the Sewing Hall of Fame inductee 2024. Katrina, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow. Amazing. I will share my notes with you if you want them, but I learned a lot there as well. Blaine, did you take notes?
Well, I sure did. That was pretty good. And I think we could have probably used Katrina for an hour. I think that that was a lot to get a hold of. We're going to have her back just on a regular show to deep dive into this.
100%. Do her on a Thursday SMP live show. I mean, like I wrote down a bunch of questions. Oh, well.
Yeah, it was awesome. So, all right, Jane, we're going to let you have a little hour break to refresh, get energized, rest a little bit, because I know you're still not over that sickness, but we're going to continue on. And next up, hey, we're going to bring Christina back in. And now Christina was here earlier with the Janome, and now we're going to talk a little bit about Elna. And we're going to talk about the EL710. And y'all, welcome back, Christina Dollery. So, Christina, thank you for coming back. And I know we got a lot to cover, so I'm going to let you get on it. And I'll be back in about 25 minutes and tell them how to get this machine.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Blaine. Thank you for having me back. So, Blaine mentioned that I was on earlier with Janome. Well, and now I'm with Elna. Janome and Elna are sister companies. So you'll see a lot of similarities on both of the brands. And right now we're talking about a great model. This is the Elna Excellence 710. When we first open up the lid, you can actually see all of the decorative stitches that are built in. And you'll see that there are different modes or collections of the decorative stitches. Mode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 3, 4, 5, and 6 are actually fonts, little alphabets that you can actually make a label for the back of your quilt or whatever. You'll also notice when we look in the lid that there is an icon that talks about the straight stitch needle plate. The straight stitch needle plate actually comes with your 710. And our straight stitch needle plates have a hole not only in the center of the plate, but also to the left and to the right. And we will talk about that, why it's like that shortly. The first thing you're going to notice that your 710 actually comes with an owner's manual, which is great when you need to find something quickly about how to do a technique, or you have a question about a button on your 710. You have your owner's manual, your instruction manual handy. You'll also notice that we have 11 inches of throat space here. So it's a great large workspace for all of your projects. Now on this particular model, there is a presser foot lifter that will raise and lower your presser foot. But you'll also notice that there is a knee lift. And so you can actually use your knee lift to raise and lower your presser foot. And of course, if I was sitting directly in front of the machine, I'd be using my knee. But as you can see, I'm simply using my hand to raise and lower it. When you first turn on your 710, it goes to straight stitch down the center of the foot. Since our foot is already down, again, sitting in front of the machine, in front of the needle, your needle center of your body, which is where you should be sitting when you're stitching, we'll just use our knee lift to raise the presser foot. stitch a little bit. We have this on basically a medium speed. But now when you want to turn a corner, or if you were chain piecing or needing to ease a sleeve into an armhole, with your knee lift, you can simply raise that up ever so slightly. And so you can have both hands to be working with your fabric and just using your knee lift to raise and lower your presser foot. Isn't that quiet? When you're done and you want to admire your work, there is that button that many of us love, the scissor button. So when we touch that, it simply pulls the threads to the backside, cuts them. And now with our knee lift, once again, we can raise our presser foot, and there's that beautiful, beautiful straight stitch. As I mentioned, there's a great collection of decorative stitches. And let me grab our stylus so that we can touch our screen. The stylus just gives us a more accurate touch, and it eliminates any kind of issues with fingerprints and all of that stuff. So on the screen, you can see the word mode. And again, the big red icons in the lid, mode 1, mode 2, 3, 4, 5. So depending on what mode you are wanting to select a stitch from, you will touch that word mode repeatedly. Okay. So we're actually going to go to mode 2. So there's a little file folder on the screen that says mode 2. And we're going to go to, oh, here's a cute little helicopter, number 87. So just using this like a telephone keypad, we're going to type in 87. And there's our helicopter. When we do decorative stitches, use some stabilizer. And there's a great collection of different types of stabilizer, depending on what fabric you're working on or what type of project you're working on. So use stabilizer, because when you do a decorative stitch, there is so much stitching going on. Your fabric needs the support of that stabilizer. So we'll now use our knee lift to raise our presser foot, and just stick that under there for a second. Now, on many of our Elnas, you'll notice that there is this start-stop button. And that is because you can actually sew with your start-stop button. You know, many of us take our sewing machines to retreats and to our friend's house to sew, and on occasion we forget something, and the worst, of course, is forgetting your foot control. But with the start-stop button, you can actually use that instead of your foot control. So right now, to use that, I am going to physically unplug the foot control and now just touch the start-stop button. And you can see how the fabric is moving forward and backward. So as you're doing decorative stitches, make sure your fabric is moving. You're just kind of guiding it, you know, so it might be following a line that you have drawn on your fabric. Now, when you do a decorative stitch and you want to complete that stitch and not have half of a helicopter, that is what that target button, it looks like a target button, a circle with a dot in it. That is what that's going to do for you. We call it a tie-off button. And when we touch that button, and when we touch that button, and you have to have faith that you touched it, it will now complete that stitch and do no more. You can see it's slowing down. It actually did a little tie off for us. We're going to touch the scissor button and raise our presser foot. And there's that cute little helicopter stitch. So great collection of decorative stitches to work with and put on any kind of project, a crazy quilt project, decorative stitches on a striped fabric, just a great way to add embellishments to your projects. Now, your 710 actually comes with a walking foot. Now, this is I'm going to use the term a superior walking foot, because traditionally, when you think of a walking foot, you think of a foot that has a prong that goes over the needle screw or on top of the needle screw. And as that needle goes up and down, that lever goes up and down, and those top feed dogs go up and down. But as you can see, there is this hook right here. And this hook actually snaps into the back of your 710, and a motor is going to run this. So you will get a nice, consistent, true movement of these upper feed dogs as you're using your walking foot. You'll also notice that there are feed dogs not only right behind where your needle is, but there are feed dogs along both sides of where you are stitching. So it's truly moving all of that fabric consistently through your project. This walking foot has interchangeable plates. So this is a standard plate. It has that oval opening so you can use your decorative stitches. Yes, you can use your decorative stitches with this walking foot. But we have a plate that is an open toe foot, so nothing in front of the needle so you can see where you're going. We have a stitch in the ditch plate, because that's one way that many of us like to quilt our quilts together, stitching in the ditch. And there's also a 1/4-inch piecing plate. So you can use this walking foot for many, many types of sewing. If you're a garment sewer and you're trying to match plaids and you're like, oh, I cut it out perfectly, it's going to stitch perfectly, use your walking foot so that those two layers move together evenly and do not shift and unalign your plaids. If you're making a bridesmaid's dress, many of us have been there, right? Velvet bodice, crepe skirt, those two fabrics fight like cats and dogs. But feeding all of those layers through with your dual feed foot, a breeze. And probably one of the most popular fabrics out there right now, minky or cuddle. Those fabrics, it is a breeze stitching with our dual feed foot. You can see we have a nice variety of accessory feet that come with your 710. So there is a 1/4-inch piecing foot. There is also the F foot, which we use for our decorative stitches. And there is also our zipper foot. And most of us have made a zipper or installed a zipper before. And you want to get that stitching exactly perfect where you want it. The nice thing is your 710 has 91 needle positions. So you can get that stitching, whether you're inserting the zipper or top stitching that zipper, exactly where you want it and have it precisely stitch in that place you want. You can see, oh, pardon my reach there, but you can see kind of that our thread up here is laying horizontally. And there is talk about, if a thread is wrapped a certain way in the manufacturing process. And many times, instead of laying it horizontally, standing it up is a preferred way to feed off evenly. And that's what this little piece is for. This is your second spool pin, and it fits right in there. And then this little cap here is designed, of course, so that it'll fit there. And now when you place your spool of thread in there, it's in essence sitting on a flat work surface, and it will easily feed off and reel off. So that's a great little accessory to have with your 710. Seam guides. In the past, many of us would screw that seam guide onto our work surface. This is now many times you'll hear this is referred to as a quilting bar, okay? But you can use it as your seam guide. It actually fits into the back of your ankle. And you can just kind of see it poking out on the other side. The ankle is what I call what your feet snap onto, like your foot is attached to your ankle. And it fits in there snugly. So you might have to use some effort to put that in there because obviously you don't want it to move around while you're stitching. And the beautiful part is that your dual feed foot has that same position that you can poke that in there. And so if you wanted to do rows and rows of parallel stitching, you certainly can achieve that by using this, again, a quilting bar to evenly space those rows of stitching apart. So let's talk about our straight stitch plate for a second. As I mentioned earlier, our straight stitch plate has not only a single hole in the center, but one off to the left and one off to the right. And the beautiful thing is that when you attach this to your 710 knows that this is the plate you have on, and it will only let you stitch in those positions. It will not let us do something silly like with our first stitch, break a needle. So to attach this, we're just going to slide off our accessory tray. There's a little lever right here. And we will pop this on. I apologize. There we go. And snap that on. You now have the straight stitch throat plate on. There's even an indicator on your screen, the little letter S. That has now popped up. So that's your friendly reminder that you have your straight stitch throat plate on. So if you put it on today and then you forget about it tomorrow and then you wonder why you cannot do a zigzag stitch, that S is a friendly reminder telling us that we have our straight stitch throat plate on. Now, we're going to talk a little bit about free motion and actually do a little bit of free motion. You actually have two different free motion feet. Now, this is a classic free motion foot. You see this bar right here? When you attach this, this will go easily over the needle screw. And you can see this oval opening in where the needle is going to come down. And that's because when you do free motion, now granted, we cannot do this technique with our straight stitch throat plate on, but with our standard throat plate on, you can actually do free motion with a zigzag stitch. So let's just attach this. As a side note, your Elna 710 is a high shank machine. How you're going to know if this is high shank or low shank, and I'll talk about why that's important to know in a second. It refers to the distance from your throat plate to where that screw is. And that information is important if that you have a high or a low shank. Again, this is a high shank machine because if you want to do ruler work, sometimes referred to as template quilting, you have a shape, you want to quilt a perfect circle on your quilt. And I know I can barely draw a perfect circle, so I truly wouldn't be able to probably free motion a perfect circle, but there is a template, a ruler that is a perfect circle. And so that will determine, that high shank option is what will determine the thickness of the ruler that you can get. So I put this standard throat plate, the standard free motion foot on, but you actually get a second free motion foot. And it is this foot that we call the convertible free motion foot. And the reason it is called a convertible free motion foot is because this foot, that part where your needle is going up and down, can be changed. Right now, there is a closed circle right there. So a closed circle as you're doing your stitching. Now, some folks will say, oh, I'd rather see where I'm going. Maybe you drew a stencil on your fabric or you're following a line on your fabric. You have an open toe version. And instead of buying a whole new foot, this part, this foot, and that little screw, oh, and you know what? I'll just take this off anyhow. This little screw will loosen up this foot. Well, we won't put that back on, but I'll show you. So that foot comes off, and now this will simply slide in there, and you'll screw that back on. And there is that open toe foot. And then this one can be used for two different techniques. One, you can use a zigzag stitch, but this is also a perfect foot for echo quilting. You have seen echo quilting if you've ever dropped a pebble in water. When you drop that pebble in water, there's a ring and a ring and a ring and fills the whole pond or pebble or whatever, right? And this foot and those red circles that are on this foot will allow you to stitch a 1/4 inch continuously all the way around that shape. But we're just going to use this foot for right now, this standard free motion foot. Now, it is on straight stitch down the center of the foot. But on our Elnas, the needle position that gives you the best straight stitch is the furthest left needle position. Okay? It's just how the whole mechanism and how the bobbin is feeding off of the bobbin and where the needle is that gives you a beautiful straight stitch. So we're actually going to access stitch number 04 in mode 1. So we are still in mode 1 because the little file folder says that. And we will simply type in 04. And now it is shifted all the way to the left. And so it will just give us a better straight stitch. So let's do a little stitching. Now, quilters love to pull up their bobbin thread. I do too. And many of us will reach to the right-hand side and use our hand wheel to pull up our bobbin thread. But your 710 actually has a needle down, needle up button. It's that arrow pointing up and arrow pointing down. That is actually a better option to use. And that's because your needle will use the correct amount of force through your fabric to form a perfect stitch. So we're just going to hold our top thread, do needle down, needle up, and give that thread a tug. And there is that bobbin thread right there. Let me just grab that. There's that bobbin thread. So there's our two threads. We can now just sink our needle back into our fabric. And once again, try to get in the habit of using this button. Again, using the correct amount of force through your fabric. Find a happy speed. You do not have to be speeding all the way, the fastest it will go, all the way to the slowest mode. The turtle speed is way too slow. So somewhere right in the middle, and then just floor your foot control. And then all you have to do is worry about moving your fabric. So I'm just going to stitch a little bit and then get those thread tails out of my way. So hands like a hoop, step on the foot control. Oh, have to lower the foot. I love the friendly reminder. It does look like it's down, but that friendly reminder is telling us to lower the presser foot. We'll step on the foot control. That little beep is your feet dogs are down. Are you sure you wanted that? And so let me get that thread out of the way. I apologize. Left my scissors somewhere else. So now hands like a hoop and stitch within your hands. Again, slow and steady is the perfect way to do your free motion. So there's some little loop-de-doo stitching. Get comfortable moving your fabric in straight lines, forward, backwards. You'll also notice as I'm stitching, I'm moving my fabric forward and backward and left and right. Not turning the fabric at all. So doing those circles, you see the fabric is moving forward, backward, left, right. What happens sometimes, we want to do a circle and we start doing this and we're just stitching in place. So forward, backward, left, right. Give me a second. I just want to show off a second, okay? Because with a little practice, just take some fat quarters, stitch the living daylights out of it, put another piece of fabric on top, and practice a little bit, just getting comfortable. And so here, and this is a beautiful speed. Hear how the needle's just going at a nice constant pace? And I'm moving the fabric at a nice constant pace. So there's half of a feather coming back up. And now we'll do the other half. And with a little practice, you'll be able to do this yourself easily. Beautiful, isn't it? And look at our stitching on the back side. None of those eyelashes that folks talk about, because the needle was going at a nice constant pace, hands moving at a nice constant pace, and the machine helps a little bit too. So the Elna Excellence 710, great sewing machine, great quilting machine. You can do all of your sewing projects, whether it's home decorating, quilting, clothing, heirloom sewing also. And you'll have many, many happy years of sewing with your Elna 710.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Christina. Great demonstration. And I was noticing in the chat, everybody's loving your demonstration. And thank you for so much for coming on Sew Fest again. This has been awesome.
My pleasure. Happy to be here.
All right. So we're going to tell everybody how you can get this Elna 710. Again, guys, this is such a great machine. And I'll tell you what, I love the color. I don't know if y'all like that red, but I really love the red. I think that just sets it off. Price on this is $19.99. Great machine, great price. We do have a call-in special. So if you're interested in this, give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. And we have, this thing is loaded up. If you want to take a look at some of the features on it, you can go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom, at the very top. You'll see Kyle's got that little thumbnails going across of all the different machines. Find this Elna 710, click on it. It'll take you to the product page. If you are on our website, SewingMachinesPlus.com, you can just type in Elna 710 in the search bar. It'll take you to that page. Naturally, if you have any questions, you can call us, or if you just on the website, you have questions, you can ask the live chat agents. Again, we have some financing available, and naturally, we're going to ship this free nationwide right to your door. Again, just a reminder, this has 170 stitches. It has a maximum stitch width of 9 millimeters, a maximum stitch length of 5 millimeters, a sewing speed of 1,000 stitches per minute. It's going to come with those 12 feet that Christina showed. And again, just a great machine offering. So if you're wanting a really nice high-end machine, all you Elna fans and Janome fans, this is a great machine to jump on right now. So give us a call. All right, so we are going to continue on, and we have got Wendy Owens coming back in. Now, Wendy, she's a full-time event specialist for SBP, and she's been on here with us pretty much all week, jumping back and forth as well. And we're super excited to have Wendy. Now, we're going to talk about a Viking machine today, and I think it's Designer Topaz 50. So let's bring Wendy back to the show.
Hi, everyone.
Hey,
Thank you for having me again.
Well, we're excited to have you on this week. You've been on here a lot, and you're going to be on every day this week. So I know you're doing double duty as well, and we sure do appreciate that. And again, you've got a great machine to show us. We're going to let you take off with it, and we'll be back in about 25 minutes and tell everybody how to get it.
All righty. Hi, everyone. So I have new lighting in here. I don't know if you can tell, but we'll see if you could tell. And one of my colleagues said that, thank you. One of my colleagues said that it's a little dark in here, so I tried to bring in some lighting. So today, we are going to be talking about the Husqvarna Viking. Designer Topaz 50. So that is an embroidery and sewing machine, and it has some great features on it. So just in the sewing mode alone, it has 261 built-in stitches. Yes. So that includes not just your utility stitches, but you also have all kinds of decorative stitches that you could do crazy quilting or just make fancy bands or whatever you want to do with all of those decorative stitches. We have 5 sewing fonts. So fonts that are done in the sewing mode. So there's 5 different one of those. 9 wonderful, beautiful buttonholes. And this machine does have the automatic sensor button foot. So you are going to get evenly made buttonholes made for a very specific button. It is very convenient that right on the front of the machine, and I'll show you that when I get to the machine, right on the front of the machine, you do have a ruler, and there is a button ruler. So you can just take your button right up to that little ruler there and measure your buttons so that you can adjust this. I would demo this, but it's a lot to go ahead and try and put this on with all these cameras in front of me. But just trust me, these buttonholes, they are beautiful. Anyone out there with a Viking with this sensor buttonhole foot, go ahead, put in a comment, tell them how nice that is. Okay. So not only do we have the 9 buttonholes, but we also have 2 eyelets built in. And there are 29 needle positions on this machine. For a mid-range machine, that is great. So you can get as close or as far as away that you need to be. If you, for some reason, you want to sew with some of the fabric to the right of your needle instead of your left of your needle, who knows? Maybe it's what you're working on and you need to do that. You can adjust the needle left and right into one of those 29 positions. Get super close to your zippers. Get close to that piping to make more professional finishes. So you have all of those really nice things. So let me show you the machine, give you a glance at the machine. I do have cameras everywhere, but you can see this is the machine. I do have the lid open. So, and here, this is where all of the stitches are. And I'm going to go ahead. I have another light. So here, this is, I don't know if you can see it. Let me bend it down just a little bit more. There you go. So here is the ruler I was telling you about that is on the front of the machine. Right here in this area, this is where you can measure your button to have that nice, to choose the correct size of your button. Now let me get closer here. I hope this is nice and sharp for you. So this machine also has a speed control. So you can adjust your speed to what you need to be. If you're sewing on delicate fabrics, you could slow it down so that you don't get too overzealous with it. Here is your automatic thread cutter, which is super nice. You do have a stop. It is fixed. So fix is, you notice it is turned on. So as soon as I start sewing, it will do a fixed stitch at the beginning of my sewing, which the needle will go up and down 3 times and create a little knot. Here we do have our presser foot up, and it does have an extra lift. And we do have our presser foot down right here. And this machine has a start-stop button. And this is our reverse. And just like the machine I was showing you yesterday, if I touch this, it turns on. So I am sewing in a continuous reverse. So sometimes you need to do that. Sometimes you don't. Maybe you want to do a reverse a little bit further than just holding it down. But this is an indication that it is turned on, so that if you are sewing and you say, oh my gosh, why is it in reverse? Just look up and see if the light on. If it is on, all you need to do is just go ahead and turn it off. This machine also has our exclusive sensor system. So it knows exactly, it adjusts the pressure of the presser foot, and it has an automatic lift to the presser foot. When you're sewing with the needle in the down position, your foot will come up and hover. So let me go ahead and do some sewing. I do need to move some cameras, so bear with me. Okay. So let's just go ahead and start. I do have the A foot on. That is the standard foot that comes with the machine. And I normally sew with my machine closer to the edge of the of the table. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and start stitching. Oops. I forgot. I have the embroidery unit completely turned on, attached. So I'm just going to pull this away for camera reasons. So I don't want to take the whole entire thing off. So let's go ahead and we can start stitching. Again, notice I didn't touch anything right here. I used my presser foot. As soon as I put my presser foot down, the foot pedal comes down. Love, love, love that feature. So I'll just start sewing, and I am in the needle down position. Oh, I adjusted my speed control. That's a little bit too slow for me. I sew like I drive. So there you have it. And do you see when you lift? Do you see how, oops, you didn't see because my hand was there. So do you see how it has that nice hover? That is so that I can easily pivot. If I need to go around corners or even around circles, for heaven's sakes, it has that nice pivot. So I'm gonna switch fabrics here. So I'm gonna go on, and I'm just gonna go straight into a knit. So you can see it goes straight into it. Oops. And again, it knows it's loftier. Do you see? It still comes up. No, you don't see because my hand. So it still comes up, even though it's a little bit loftier. Then I have here, this is a heavier piece of fabric. This is a nice piece of wool that I found in a stack of scraps. And I hate to just use this for a demo, but I don't know what else to do it for because I'm not into wool. I'm not into hand wool applique, but this is a nice piece of wool. All right, so we're just going to go ahead and sew into this. And then do you see how lofty that is? And it still knows that I have plenty of space there. So all I need to do is just that easy pivot. I'm going to try and keep my hands out of the way so you can see this. I normally don't sew like, a dainty little princess, but I'll do it this time so that you can see my twist and turning. You see that? So it's such a nice feature, the exclusive sensor system. So I'm going to come back this way, and then let's just do one more. This isn't as high as this nice piece of wool. I am so going to pick those stitches out and use that wool for something. So I could go straight into this. This is just a simple little quilt sandwich. I have just a regular quilter's cotton on top, and then a piece of batting in the middle, and then another piece of cotton on the back. Just your simple quilt sandwich. So it's adjusting to those different layers, to those different lofts. So it's not coming up super high. It's coming up just enough to accommodate the loft of that particular fabric. I'll just do a few more simple turns here because I do want to show you how it goes across the denim. I know I've done this demo on the denim earlier this week, but it is such a great demo, and it just drives in the fact that you can go through all of those layers with ease on these machines. We have the automatic threader cutter. We'll do that. I'll pull that out of my way. Yeah, I can't get over how nice that wool is. I don't even know where it came from. All right, so then we have our, you know what? I have this one. I have this denim. I'm pulling out a different denim because this one is a little stiffer and a little thicker than this one is. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do the demo with this one. So I'm just going to stitch for a little bit. Let's start pleating this bad boy up. Isn't that nice? Do you see? Because it still has that little loft there. Let me see if I can switch cameras if you guys can see better this way. So let's just go ahead and keep. All right, because of that sensor system, it comes up and I can easily do this. There's a tool out there, or you can use a fork that makes even pleats for you. You just turn it. You could use a fork for that too. I've seen that on YouTube. We see everything on YouTube, right? That thread cutter. So there you go. Those couple layers went through with ease. So for this one, let me get a new piece of denim. Oops. All right. I am going, you saw me do this earlier this week, and I'm going to do it again. You're going to, and then the next 2 days, you're going to see it again. I love this demo because it really makes a difference, and it really shows off the sensor system on this machine. And by the end of this week, I can guarantee that every one of you out there will probably be able to do this demo as well. Actually, on Friday, let's see who can do the demo. I'll sit back and then I'll let one of you guys do it. How's that sound? They're not agreeing. Okay, so my little mock felt. So I have, if you see here, I have that fold there. So we're going to go through now. That's 4 layers of denim. Love those scissors. That's a hard thing to give up. Once you have a machine that has automatic scissors or the presser foot lift, it is so hard to not have that anymore. All righty, so here we go. Now I folded that under twice. So that's 1, 2. So essentially I have, what is that, 8 layers of denim, 10 layers of denim right there at that mock flat feld. And we'll just go ahead and go through this. And then you'll see as I get to that hump, I don't need any assistance to go through that. Went through like butter. Love that. So if you had, if you wanted more of a traditional denim look with the gold thread, you can purchase that, you know, your sewing stores. You could do that. That thread is a little bit thicker. You just want to change out that needle to accommodate the heavier thread. I'm going to say it's probably a 90 needle that you would want to put in, possibly a 90 top stitch needle. Just do your sample. Just play with it and do your little demo here and then see how well that gold thread works out for you. But, you know, the pink actually looks pretty darn cute too. So if you are making your own jeans or your own jean shorts, your own jean skirt, you don't have to go with the traditional thread. You can always go with any color. This is why we sew, because we want to make things that you cannot find out in the store. We want things that are custom to us. And again, this will go through multiple layers, your home deck, your denims, your I can't think of another fabric, but a heavier fabric, bags. You want to make, if you're a bag maker, this is going to go through that with ease because of the piercing power on this machine. It's just totally amazing. Alrighty, so let me switch over my camera so that I can show you some things on the screen. Wrong camera. Let's go to this one. Let's switch it over. I hope you guys can see this a little bit better. My husband went and grabbed out his, he has this light from the garage. And let me tell you, it's probably one of the jankiest lights I've ever seen, but it's so totally working. Alrighty. So on the screen, we have some good information. We have our exclusive sewing, our sewing advisor. So you would choose what fabrics you're using and what type of stitch you're going to do, and it will adjust the tensions for you. So you just choose that from down here. You have your woven, medium, heavy, and light, and then you also have your knits. This one is a very thin knit. This is actually for a leather. And up here, it's going to show you. Well, I accidentally bumped the blind hem, so it's telling me I have the blind hem here. And I did choose woven medium fabric. So it has this information. Here is your tensions. So they are not hiding. Anytime you see a button, they are for you to touch and adjust if you need to. If the machine manufacturer did not want you touching this, they would have not put that out in your face, right? So here, this is for your free motion. If you want free motion, you just tell it which foot you want. And this one says free motion floating. That is the foot that comes with the machine. It's also used for embroidery. So it is this foot right here. So that would be the floating. And then there you can always purchase the free motion spring action foot. That will help too. And then there's also an open toe free motion foot. There's all kinds of additional free motion feet that you can purchase, but this is the one that it's after, right out of the box, you can start free motion. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and take that out. Now, this does not automatically drop the feed dogs. You do need to drop the feed dogs. And I'm not going to because I don't have the space. But just down here, if I were to move the embroidery unit out of the way, there is a slider that is right in front here on the front of the machine that you would adjust to drop your feed dogs. Okay. So that is it. So then we also have our stitch length, and we have here, this is the help. So if ever you're unsure of what something is, if you just touch that question mark, did I touch it? And then you touch what you're questioning. I don't think I touched it. Let's see. There it is. Do you see it has the little question mark there on the screen now? Oops, I touched the wrong thing. If you're not sure what it is, this tells you. It says stitch length adjustments, and then it gives you some information about it. So when you first get this shipped to you and you're unboxing it and you're not sure what an icon is, just touch that question mark, and it'll help you. It'll let you know what that feature is. Okay, so we do have an alt option. So you can see here, I touched the alt, and then this changed, and that turned into our stitch position. So we can change the position left and right. So instead of moving your fabric to accommodate something, you have the option to move the stitch itself so that your fabric is still on both feed dogs. That way you're going to get a more even feed. When I do, and some people cringe at this, when I do piecing with a 1/4 inch, I actually don't use a 1/4 inch foot. I move my stitch and or my needle position over to make sure that both my feed dogs are completely covered. When you do that, you will get a more even feed on that, especially if you are sewing with something slippery, slinky, or very thin. So just a suggestion out there. Okay, so then you have all of these options, and then you have your file folder here. This is where you can save your stitches. So if you created a stitch or you programmed a stitch together, you brought in a bunch of stitches, you can save that for future use. This is where you would find your stitches. So like I said, there are 260 stitches built into this machine. And we just touch these little arrows down here, and it just, I don't think I'm touching it in the right spot. So you have all of these different stitches, decorative stitches, satin stitches, you have your buttonholes, you have some quilting stitches. Oh, you've got your heirloom stitches. For those of you who like to do smocking, you just pleat up that fabric and you can do the smocking right there in sewing mode, opposed to hand smocking it. How cool is that? We've had that feature on our machines for a very long time. I want to say it goes all the way back to the #1 plus, but don't quote me on that. So you have all of these different stitches. Here on this icon, you've got your programming. Here's your alphabets. That takes you to your stitches. So, and then here are your 5 built-in alphabets that you have to choose from. And, oops, I keep closing it. Here is your program. So this is where I said if you wanted to bring in additional stitches and create your own formation, and I'm just going to bring in a bunch of stitches. Let's see. You look good. And you look good. So I'm just, you can create this, and then if you like it, you save it, and then you could save it into your memory. So if you like this, you can easily come back to it again. Okay? And there it is. And it's giving you a suggested foot that you should be using with this combination, which is super nice. And then I'm just scrolling through it to see how it's going to stitch out. Yes, stitches galore there, Cindy. Okay, any questions on any of that? Because I would love to go over to the embroidery side of things and show you some stuff over there because I'm running out of time. So right here, I can hop over to embroidery. Oh, and I already have a design up on the screen. I'm going to slide this over, just pop this in, and it wants me to calibrate. Okay, super simple calibration. So I brought up this design because I wanted to do some design positioning for you, and hopefully we'll get to that. And what else do we have on this screen? We do have basting. We also have move, and this one chooses your hoop. So these are the hoops that are available for this machine. So it does come with this 360 by 200 hoop, which is a great embroidery field. That is 14¼ by 8 inches embroidery surface. That's a really good sewing embroidery field for a midline machine. That is great. It does, so it has that large surface there. And it also comes with the 120 by 120 as well. Okay, so I will close out of that. And then I'm going to select this design, and you notice when if I didn't have it selected, these were grayed out. But if I touch that, it comes alive. And what that does is it just moves it into the center of the hoop. And this one isn't ready for us yet, and that's okay. And we do have mirror up and down, left and right. Not that we're going to see too much of a difference here, but we do have that. It's a kind of basically a circle, so you don't see much happening there. And then here in our alt, we do have, this is our move. So I can move it, and bring that back. So I can move it up and down. You see it moving on the screen? We can move it up and down, bring it back. This is our rotate. So you can rotate it by 90, or you can rotate it manually. And I am going to do that because if I have time to do the design positioning, I certainly would like to. And I know that I need to rotate that a little bit. And I know I need to change the hoop because I already have the 360 by 260 hooped up already. So I'm going to go back into the alt. And you can also scale the design. The scaling does not change the density or the stitch count, but you can take it 20% larger or 20% smaller. And that's as far as you would be able to go with that. So you do have some designing features. Of course, I can go ahead and bring in more designs if I needed to. So if I wanted to fill the hoop, and I'm just going to pick something here, I have that option. I'm on rotate. So let's go to move. So I do have that option where I can bring in other designs. And you can see here, this is allowing me to pass between them. So if I had this hoop filled with designs, I would be able to jump between them. And if I needed to rotate just one or whatever I needed to do to that one design, I can easily just click on that to go through it. I am going to delete that one for now. And let's go ahead and go into, and it wants me to put the hoop on. The hoop is right behind me. So let me grab that. So while I'm getting this, I do want to tell you, let me go back here. So not only do we have the exclusive sensor system in the sewing mode, but it is also present in the embroidery mode. So we have this technique called thread velvet. And let me see if I can get close to there. Do you see that? It's thread velvet. Okay. So what it is satin stitches, stitched on top of satin stitches, and then even more satin stitches topped on and satin stitches. So as it's embroidering, that embroidery itself is getting a little bit higher and a little bit higher, and the machine knows it can sense that loft. So it will stitch that with no issue. You really won't hear a change of noise in the sewing machine when you first stitch out a thread velvet stitch. And then what you do is, because it is those thread velvet stitches, you use this deadly tool. This is a seam ripper. This is the best seam ripper I have found to open up that thread velvet. Then you would just take that and you would just slice it. You don't want to try and go all the way through it at your first shot. You can always go a little bit deeper, but if you go too deep, you can't come back. But that is a great way to know that your exclusive center system is working on your machine, because if you don't hear any noise of that, you're doing great. Okay, so I'm gonna hurry up and pop off my foot here, switch out these feet. I hope I'm not running out of time. Popping on my embroidery foot. Okay, so I'm going to do a quick little demo too of basting. You can baste around a design in the machine. And I'm going to do this for those of you who do floaters. I am not a floater. I've said it many times before. I would much rather hoop my fabric if I have the opportunity to hoop it. You do get a better tension on it, and you do get a better stitch out. But there are times that you have to float, and there are some out there who insist on floating everything, and that is okay. As Bobby Brown would say, it's your prerogative. So I'm going to go ahead and pop on my hoop, and I already stitched out one of those designs on this, okay? And what I want to do is I want to line it up right here, and that is what my design positioning is going to help me do, okay? Alrighty, so for basting well, I'm going to do the design positioning first, because to me that's more important than the basting. Okay, so for design positioning, you have a basic. It's a 2-step. So right here you have your first step, okay? And what you want to do is you want to move this little cursor. So that little cursor I want up here at that point. Okay? I need it up at that point. And I need to move it over just a tad bit. Just a tad. I'm being really quick about this because I know I'm almost out of time. You can zoom in on this to get even closer to it. I'm just going to leave it the way it is so that you can see what's happening here. And then I come to step 2. So it's going to lock it in there. We're not changing the starting point of where the design is going to start. We are just changing, we're just using that point to find our, I want to line it up so it's right here, so that it looks like it's totally continuous. So I'm just going to position that. So if this was basted down, or if it was in the hoop, I wouldn't be able to just hurry up and adjust this. I could if I wanted to, because it's not down. I can easily do move my fabric, but if I do move my fabric, I could possibly go out of my stitching mode or stitching area. So let's go ahead and move our design, and you see that the hoop is moving so that I can get where I need to be. It moves 1/10 of a millimeter, I think. So let me move it up just a little faster. Let's get it there. Okay, so if I drop my needle, whoo, wow, that worked out really good. I don't know if you can see that. Do you see that? I am as if it never even, like, it's literally going to line up. So I can get super close to that design, and then I can go ahead and say start, and it's going to start stitching. Oh, let's check out of our design positioning. And so where it's going is it's going back to the starting point. So remember I told you when I moved that initial stitch point in step 1, I wasn't changing where it's going to take its first stitch. I am just telling the machine I need that point to match up with this point. So once I check the check mark in my design positioning, it's automatically going to go back to its original first stitch in the stitch out. And then it will, as you're stitching around the design, it will line up with your fabric, providing it was either basted into place and it doesn't shift, or you hooped it and it doesn't shift. But that I wanted to show you because you can do lots of wonderful things like endless designs. So if you're doing an endless design, you truly want that the second motif to line up with the first motif. So this little dress here, I did digitize this in the software. So this motif right here, I digitized it. Okay. So I took that into the MySewNet Platinum. I didn't take it in there. I created it in the MySewNet Platinum. And then I turned it into an endless design. So it goes all the way across that hem. And how I got it to line up properly was, one, I did use an endless hoop, and two, I used the design positioning to make sure that the first stitch for the second motif was in the same ending spot as the first motif. So if you were to look at that without knowing the exact start and stop, like the bodice, you could tell, you know, exactly the start and stop. So if you were to look at the skirt, you would know that, hey, that's the same design down there, and you'll know, you know, how big that design was itself. But if you were doing something like quilting, edge to edge quilting, you wouldn't know where it started or stopped. Just use your design positioning. Get it right in that section where you need it to be. Any questions? Thank you. You know, I don't even have little girls in my life right now. I just really love that dress.
Well, hey, Wendy, great job again. Wish we had more time because you were going good there. But hey, I know we'll see you back here in about 30 minutes, and we're going to do a different machine. So we'll see you back here in just a little bit. All right, everybody, we're going to talk a little bit about the machine that she was just showing you there. Again, we got so many great machines on this show this week, but this is the Viking Designer Topaz 50 sewing and embroidery. And I know we didn't really get a chance to touch on a lot of the embroidery, but I think you got a general view of this. This is such a great machine. It's going to come with 2 hoops. You're going to get a 360 millimeter by 200 millimeter, a 120 millimeter by 120. It comes with a ton of pressure feet. And again, we've got a fantastic price on it. This includes the embroidery module with this machine as well, $33.49. We have a call-in special, and we're going to throw in a free Sewing Machines Plus $300 gift card with purchase. Free shipping nationwide. Also, we have financing available. Give us a call right now or visit us on the website at SewingMachinesPlus.com and just type in Topaz 50 in the search bar. It'll take you right to the product page. We also have live chat agents that can help you as well. But we're going to bring Jane back in.
Hello, Blaine. Hi, SMP Nation.
Hey, Jane, and we're going to let you go. We got another great session coming up.
It's going to be fantastic with our friend Reen Wilcoxon. So let's talk about Reen before we bring her here to the show. Her love of sewing and crafting and designing began at an early age. And after seeing an embroidery machine for the first time almost 18 years ago, she knew that she had to have one. So shortly after purchasing it, she began to create her own designs. And she specializes in designing unique and creative in-the-hoop machine embroidery designs that you can't find anywhere else. She's the owner of Embroidery Garden, which opened online in 2001. In 2015, she began teaching classes using her own designs and has been teaching all over the country as an independent contractor ever since. Now, her goal is that everybody leaves happy, everybody leaves having learned something, and everybody leaves with a finished project. She's been published in leading industry magazines and has appeared on It's So Easy TV. You know her, you love her. She's got a lot to show us today. A big SMP welcome for Reen Wilkinson. Hi, Reen.
Hi, Jane. How are you?
I'm so good. It's great to see you, friend.
You too.
So I'm excited about Embroidery Garden. Did I get all those dates right?
Pretty much so.
Okay. I was like, I'm just doing the math in my head. I'm like, this doesn't all make sense, but I'm sure Reen will tell me if it does. But I want to make sure you get going. So today you're going to show us the In the Hoop Ghost Treat Bag.
That's right.
Oh my gosh, so cute.
It's a cute little project. I'm going to show you how to stitch it, and I'm going to tell you about it. And I'm also going to tell you about a great deal that SMP has on a bundle of little treat designs of mine.
Perfect. Yeah, we got a lot to talk about on the other side, so I'll let you go with that. I'll see you in about 25 minutes.
Okay, thanks. So I'm Reen Wilcoxon, owner of Embroidery Garden, and I am going to show you how to stitch this In the Hoop Ghost Treat Bag today. It only requires a 5x7 hoop, and it stitches pretty quickly. It is fully lined, no raw edges inside. You can probably see my little treats down in there. but let's go ahead and get started on it. So here's a little bit close-up look at it. I'm going to grab my hoop here. So the little treat bag, it has a drawstring, kind of a partial drawstring. The ribbon is going to get stitched in the seam when it's being made. There are some buttonholes going across the front that the ribbon gets threaded through. And on the back side, the ribbon just kind of gets brought across and then tied on the side to hold your little treats in. Got a cute little boo sign. Very cute little design. Kids are going to love them. So again, 5x7 hoop. I've hooped a poly mesh cutaways type stabilizer. I'm putting down a piece of thin poly batting. I'm going to use a minky type fabric. So he's really soft and really cute. And I've pinned it just because minky's a little bit slippery. We'll talk about it some in just a moment, but I did go ahead and pin it. Now the first step is going to come around and it's going to stitch the fabric down all the way around. It's also going to stitch two very, very small placement lines up here near the top of the hoop. So let's go ahead and get it on the machine and get it stitching. So again, it's just going to go around and it's going to stitch very tiny little placement lines. So while it's doing that, let's go back and look at the bag a little bit more. So again, like I said, it's fully lined. There are no raw edges inside. It does not have to be made from minky, but that is really, really cute. You can make it from cotton fabrics. But one thing that I'd want you to kind of get out of this a little bit is don't always stick with, cotton for in the hoop designs. You can use lots of other different types of products. So it's gone ahead and it's stitched what I described as going to stitch just a second ago. These little tiny placement lines are right up here. You might be able to see that one right there. It's going to come into play in just a moment. Now, again, I am using minky for this project, so it does have a nap to it. One other thing is the nap, I wanted to make sure that it was coming down so that it's coming this way when the design is stitched. You can tell the nap by if you run your hand the opposite way, you can see that it pushes the nap back. So I wanted to make sure that when I place this fabric, the nap was coming down. And that's how I'm going to place all the other fabrics. Again, this has a pile to it. So I'm going to be using a piece of topping on this. This is just like one of those film type toppers to stitch the face because I don't want any of the embroidery to sink down into those stitches. Now I like to pin it down. It's a little bit hard to tape it in place and you certainly don't want it moving around on you. So I'm just going to quickly pin this down. I will go ahead and pin this bottom here. This is what takes the longest for the design to stitch is the face, but it really doesn't take that long. So let's go ahead and get this on the machine and get it going. So it's going to stitch the eyes and the eyebrows and the little mouth. And I'm going to go ahead and let that stitch. So let's go back now while that's stitching and talk a little bit about the minky fabric that I'm using. This is Cuttle fabric from Shannon Fabrics. Minky has a stretch to it. You can see. It also, again, I showed you the nap that it has. Since there is a stretch, what I did to this first piece of fabric, the fabric that has the embroidery on it, I ironed a piece of SF 101 to the back side. SF 101, it's a lightweight, fusible interfacing. It's not a stabilizer, it's an interfacing. And what that's going to do is it's going to kind of control the stretch when the embroidery is stitching. So that's why I put that SF 101 onto it. It is very, very soft. Cuttle, which is manufactured by Shannon Fabrics, is 100% polyester. It comes in various pile lengths. This one is a 3 millimeter. So it's not really high, but it just gives you that really soft, luxurious feel. Great for, you know, stitching this ghost, for stitching little animals, little stuffed toys, things like that. Shannon Fabrics Cuddle, it's a higher quality than just like the Minky that you buy from one of the big box stores. Actually, if you had a piece of Minky from the big box store and a piece of Cuddle in the other hand, you would be able to immediately tell the difference. I have been able to cut this Minky on my Scan and Cut. I do put the SF101 on the back, but it's 3 millimeters, so it's great for using for appliques and using your Scan and Cut with the rotary blade to cut it. Another thing that I wanted to tell you about is I created a bundle for SMP, exclusive to SMP, for their Sew Fest and for them to sell on their site, you know, just forever. But it is a bundle of treat holder designs. That's what I call this. It's basically a treat holder. This design is in the bundle. There's another one just like it that's a bunny. There's another one that's a reindeer. And there are basically 80 designs, I think over 80 designs in this bundle of treat holders. So they can hold candy canes. Some of them will hold small candy bars. Like this one, you could put, you know, several treats down inside, or even like a small gift. But this bundle is a value of $200, and I know that SMP has got a great price on it. You do have to call SMP and ask them about the Embroidery Garden Treat Holder Bundle. And again, the designs in it, they're not just Christmas designs. They cover Halloween, they cover Easter, they cover like different occasions like birthdays, I believe Mother's Day. I mean, all kinds of things. Who doesn't like to get some cute little bag or other item that, you know, holds a sweet treat for you? And, you know, you give it to somebody just because. I'm going to be making these for our 2 grandsons. And since we don't get a lot of trick-or-treaters in our area, I may make some for all the kids that come out to trick-or-treat. I'm going to go ahead and look over at the machine to see how it's stitching. You can see that it's just about got the other eye done. And then I'm going to change the thread so it can do the white dots in the eyes. I'm using a Brother Luminaire. Any embroidery machine that has a 5x7 hoop capability can stitch this design. The designs that are in that bundle that I talked about, they will fit in a 5x7 or 4x4. A lot of the designs are even smaller than 4x4s. If they're holding one of those small little type candy bars or something. So the biggest design would be the ghost bag. Like I said, there's a reindeer, there's a bunny. Those are like the biggest designs. All the others are going to fit within a 4x4 hoop. A lot of these designs too, you would be able to put multiples inside the hoop and stitch, you know, more of them at once. I think it's done, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to change the thread really quickly to white so that I can stitch the white of the eyes, and I'll just go ahead and use white for the rest of the design. These little dots in the eyes are going to stitch really quick. Let me just get that started. And then this design only has, well, if you count the batting, there's going to be 4 pieces to it. That's it. You don't have to use Minky. You can use cotton fabric if you want. I'll show you a sample using cotton fabric in just a little bit. But these designs are so much fun. Who doesn't love in the hoop? And all of the designs in that bundle are in the hoop designs. So you can have a lot of fun with it. But again, you do have to call SMP to get the pricing and to order it. When you order it, you receive through the mail a USB stick with all the designs in all the formats, major formats. I provide like 8 different major formats. So this is done. So let's continue on with it. Let me take it off the machine here. Whoops, forgot. The next thing it's got to do are those buttonholes. So let's just go ahead and get those little buttonholes done. The design, let me look at my machine here. It's got 8 minutes. It's a total of 8 minutes to stitch. I usually run my machine at about 700 to 800 stitches a minute. So if you're one of those pedal to the metal girls or guys, you could certainly get it done in less than the 8 minutes that my machine is showing. So let's go back and look at the bag again. So again, it's a cute little ghost. It's got basically the 3 pieces to it. There is the batting that I put down. Then I put down 1 piece of this minky. Let me grab my little kit over here for the rest of the pieces. We are going to be adding the ribbon in, and then we're going to be using a folded piece. And then we have our final piece. I was thinking, how cute would these look to do them in a pale pink, a pale blue, light purple, a light mint green. Who said ghosts have to be white? I mean, you're doing these other colors, these would just be adorable, I think. And again, fully lined, no raw edges inside. You see I got my little treats down in there. Surprised I haven't eaten them already. But it is just a really sweet design. I think you guys would really like the bundle. And remember, when you call SMP to ask for the Embroidery Garden Treat Holder Bundle. Again, if you're just tuning in, there are over 80 designs in it that hold all types of little treats or little gifts for people. And it is a value of over $200. And I just know that SMP has got a great, great deal on it for you. Okay, this is done stitching. I'm going to bring it over here under the table. We'll just leave that little ghosty over there. I'll go ahead and remove my pins. Yeah, I got a couple of jumps here to cut. And again, I use the topper to keep the stitches from sinking down into the minky. And all you're going to do is just pull it right off. And there you go. If some little pieces are left, you know, later on you get some tweezers and kind of clean that up. So at this point, what I want to do, let me bring over a little cutting mat here. Move some of my things over. But at this point, these buttonholes, we need to get these opened up now. What I'm going to use is just this little cutter. And all I'm going to do is put it in the center of the buttonhole and just kind of slice down. I'm pressing down. I got my cutting mat underneath because I want to open these up so that when time comes, I'm able to thread my ribbon through. And to make sure that I got them opened up well enough, I'm just going to kind of lift it up. You want to be careful. If you wanted to, you could use a seam ripper. You know, just be careful. Sometimes people like to put a pin right there. So when they put the seam ripper in and push upwards, it won't go past the stitching of the buttonhole. I'm just making sure that these are open enough that I can get my little safety pin in, because that's how I'm going to thread it. Okay, so those are opened up. What I want to do is take my ribbon, it's about 20 inches, fold it in half. Let me grab a little piece of tape. And all I'm going to do is, here's the fold. I'm lining it up with the buttonholes, just kind of centering it. Make sure that you got about 1/2 of an inch from the stitch line hanging over. And I'm just going to tape it down in place. Then you want to make sure that you kind of get this coiled up in here in the center so that it doesn't get caught in our final stitching. Now here's where those little tiny placements that stitch in that first step come in. I see one right here. I'm just putting pins here so you guys can kind of get an idea of where they are at. So that's where they are. You're going to take the folded piece. There's a big, long folded piece of fabric, wrong sides together. It's been folded. And now I'm going to line this up with those placement marks, the fold. line them up with the placement marks. Whoops, moved my ribbon all out of the way. Better put a little piece of tape there to hold that in place. We all know what'll happen. I'll get it caught in my seam, and that's not any good. So just make sure that it is even with those placement lines. And I'm not going to take the time to tape this down or anything. I'm just going to take it right over to the machine, and it's going to stitch one quick little line, whoops, at the bottom of the hoop. And I'm just going to kind of hold it in place and let it stitch. Then we only have one more piece of fabric to put down. So you can see kind of how quickly this is going. So if you want to get that bundle of the treat holder designs, go ahead and make sure you call SMP and ask for the Embroidery Garden treat holder bundle. All PDF instructions are included, and the basically 8 major embroidery formats. So I'm going to take the last piece of my Minky. I'm going to put it down over top. I've made sure that the nap is going in the correct direction. I'm going to put some pins in here real quick because I like to pin. I am a pinner. It's a little bit harder to tape the excuse me, the Minky in place. So let me just get these pins in. And this very last step is going to stitch around, and it's going to leave an opening to turn it. And oh, I better pin this corner because I know what'll happen if I don't. And this is the last step of the design. So let me put it back on here and get it stitching. I am, you know, if you use pins, you do want to watch that, you know, your pins are out of the way, that you actually kept your pins out of the way. I saw someone just comment, this is so easy. Yes, it is. It is definitely very, very easy to do. And you can see, I'm going to get this done in my allotted time. So that'll tell you how easy it is. It just has to stitch all the way around, and I'm just going to kind of watch a little bit just to make sure. Flannel, I saw somebody ask if flannel would work. Flannel would definitely work. Again, like I said, you don't have to use the Minky like I am. I just think it's really, really cute and really, really soft. One of our grandsons is 4 years old, and, you know, he likes the feel of things. And so he is really going to love this Minky. Whoa. All right. It's about done. So we're going to take it out of the hoop now. Let's get it over to the table, get my pins out, and then we are ready to trim. And I'm going to try and trim this up really, really quickly. You know, and while I'm trimming it, I'll talk about the little boo tag that is included with this design. It's just very easy to stitch that. You use something, I use marine vinyl. You want to use something that is non-fraying. So marine vinyl, cork, even felt would work for that. And it's just very simple. It's just 2 layers. And when it comes out of the hoop, basically you just trim around that little shape that kind of looks like a little flag shape. And then when we thread our ribbon through, then that's when that little tag gets put on. So let me see if I can get this done pretty quickly. You do want to go and trim all your corners. I won't really take the time to do that. Here's your opening down here. I am going to get rid of this bulk back here. And then you just reach in and turn him. He's easy to turn too. I mean, I left a nice opening to turn it. You do want to, you know, get a tool that's going to help you turn this. You do want to poke your corners out, you know, take your time and get your corners out nicely. I'm just kind of trying to hurry up and get this done. And then, of course, you would close up this opening, turn in these little ends, these tabs that are left, hand sew it together, even glue it if you're using this Minky. That would be fine. Then reach down inside, turn it again. Don't forget, if you want to order the bundle of treat holders, call SMP and ask for the Embroidery Garden treat holder bundle. And that's my tape on there. Let me get that off. All right, and then I just take a little safety pin. I'm going to just kind of push it through the end of the ribbon. And since I cut out those little slits, remember, I'm just going to put the head of the pin in there, if I can get it in there. There we go. And go to the next one. Come out and see, you can see I'm, you're just kind of thread it through. If you wanted to take your little tag and put it on right now, you could. Sometimes I put it on right here before I even thread it through the first buttonhole. I don't put it at the end because if you do, sometimes when the littles open it up, then they pull it off and they lose it. But you can see what I'm going to do. I'm just going to thread through the rest of these, and then when you pull it, you can see it kind of closes up your little treat bag. And here it is finished. And I made it in time. So Jane, are there any questions about anything?
That is so creative and so cute. Not only did you do it in time, you did it in 23 minutes, Rain.
I know. I had to really get it going here and stuff. But it just shows how quick they are to do. I mean, even if it took you half an hour to do it, that's not much to have such a cute little, you know, treat to give out, kids parties, you know, or something.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I've got a tablescaping idea. You said that you're the SMP exclusive treat holder. There's 80 designs. Do you have any in there for like Thanksgiving or fall?
Yes.
Perfect, because here's my tablescaping idea. Make one for everybody that's coming to your party, put a little sweet treat bag together and put it at their place setting. And then everybody has a takeaway sweet treat bag.
Right. And even, you know, after the candy or the little gift is gone, put some stuffing down in there and then just use it as a decoration to sit, put it in a wreath or something. Lots of ideas.
I mean, so many ideas. You can use it over and over. Somebody can regift it. Everybody's loving it. I want to make sure everybody knows that this is an SMP exclusive. And if you want it, somebody's like, I can't find it on the website. You got to call 800-401-8151 to get the sweet treat bag bundle.
Right.
Right. Reen, the in the hoop, they always, you make them look so easy. This one you made look super easy, and I can see how this is totally addictive. You have 80 designs, we will make 80 bags.
Yeah, there will be enough to get you through all the holidays. They are not all bags like this, but they are treat holders.
Yes, I love a good treat holder. I love to give things to people. So if you come to my house, you're taking a bag home. It's so much fun. Everyone, huge thank you to Reen, because that was a great demo and you did it so fast and efficient. Reen, it's great to see you. I want to tell everybody a little bit more about the sweet treat. I'm sorry, the treat holder bags, the 80 designs. And I want to say thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for having me here, Jane. And thanks to everyone from SMP.
All right, cool. Hey, I think, listen, this is an easy one. This is, yes, I would love these treat holder bags, 80 designs. You saw how easy she just did that in 23 minutes, probably less because she was slower because we're on TV. Again, you got to call for that, 800-401-8151. You saw how easy it was. I'm sold. I literally, you guys, I've been writing a list of things that I want to buy. This has gone to the top of that list. So call for that sweet, oh, why do I keep saying sweet treats? Treat holder designs, 80 of them. Reen designed them herself. If you want more from Reen, she is at embroiderygarden.com. She's also doing an in-person event at SMP in February. And I forgot to ask her about that, but I wanted to make sure you know that if you're in the area, she will be there live in person. Blaine, can you tell us anything more about that?
Well, hey, Jane, I sure can. It is called Stitch and Switch event, and it is one of a kind event that we're doing that Reen is going to be hosting, doing all the embroidery garden projects. And everybody that comes, it'll be team sewing with 2 people per machine, and you'll get to sew every project. You'll switch to a new machine, so you'll get to try 6 top-of-the-line machines from the multi different brands. And it'd be like going to CarMax and test driving all the high-end cars.
I'm in. What do you know the dates yet, so we can all book our flights?
It is February the 12th and 13th is the first event, and then the second event is February 14th and 15th. We sold out one, so we're having to do 2 events back to back, and so yeah, it's going to be a great event. So don't delay, sign up. And what we're telling everybody, if they come out and they buy a top-of-the-line machine from me, they fly out here from wherever, I'm going to reimburse them their airfare.
Oh my gosh. Okay. That's going on my list. I'm buying my airfare right now. I'm going to come out. I'm going to buy a machine. I love it. I want to see Reen. I want to see you. I want to test drive everything. That's a great event.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty awesome. So we're excited.
And by the way, the treat holders, again, they have to call 800-401-8150.
Yes.
That's a yes. Right?
Yeah, that is we don't even have that on our website yet because it's so new.
Yeah.
And we had to have a bundle for it. So we put a bundle together with Reen, and they have it available to actually ring you up. So it's just not on the website to be able to view it.
Cool. Thanks, Blaine.
All right, Jane, we'll see you back here in 30 minutes.
Okay.
All right, we're going to bring Wendy Owens back in. And now, Wendy, we're going to talk a little bit about a Admire, I think it's the 5000 Air 5000 overlock machine. And so y'all welcome back Wendy Owens to the show.
Hi, everyone.
Hey,
Quick
Wendy.
change again.
Quick change, and we're ready for another machine. So we're going to let you get going on it, and we'll be back here in just a second and let them know how to get it.
All righty. Hi, everyone. So I'm back. We're here with the FOF Admire Air 5000. It is a 4-thread machine. I'm going to give you a little quickie peek of it because the camera is like literally sitting in my lap. So I want to be able to move the camera. So here is the machine itself. You probably saw this on Katrina Walker's segment that she was doing, which was a great segment. She explained what those stitches can do for you, when to use them, how to use them. I'm going to give you the best features of the machine itself. So if you want to know what any of these stitches are, I do highly suggest that you go back and you watch Katrina Walker's because that was a great segment. So give me a moment. I am going to move my camera. So he's going to reimburse airfare if you buy the top of the line. That is so cool. All righty. So here we are, and I'm going to see where my camera is. Sorry, I need to do this. It's a necessary evil. Okay, so let me come back to my face real quick and let me give you some of the bullet points of this machine. It is a 4-thread. It does have 15 stitches on it. So it has your 4-thread overlock, your 3-thread overlock. So your 3 threads, you've got narrow, you've got wide. You also have 2 threads, a rolled edge, flat locking stitches. So if you are not super big into garment sewing, this would be a good serger for you. You can sew garments. Like I have sewed so many pajama pants with my 4-thread serger. When my children were younger, they grew every year. And I would have to make them new pants because one, I made them out of flannel, loose weave, they shrink. And then, they get older. So every year I was making them new pajama pants. And I got it down to 45 minutes with that 4-thread overlock, putting that elastic on with the serger and everything. 45 minutes from cutting to sewing. I had those down pat. But again, this is a good machine if you want to do clean up some edges, like Katrina was telling you about the 2-thread, that it is more of cleaning up your edge than actually constructing with it. Where a 4-thread and a 3-thread, you can actually construct with those. So you have the best of both worlds. But if you're not huge into garment sewing, a 4-thread is perfect. If you're huge into garment sewing, I would highly suggest then the Admire Air 7000 because that one has a 5-thread in it. I'm not going to talk too much about that today, but This machine does have, and let's see if I can move my camera here so we can see more of it as I talk about it. So here you can see it does have tension dials. So I do have it set for 3s for the most part all the way across because I was sewing on this earlier and I knew what I needed to do to for today's demo. So I do have it adjusted. However, if you're using other threads, decorative threads in the loopers or anything like that, you do want to change those tensions to accommodate whatever thread that you're sewing. You may also need to adjust the tensions for what fabrics you're sewing. That may need to be adjusted as well. So if it's puckering more or it's not covering the edge properly, you may need to adjust some tensions. This is a lay-in tension. So what I mean by that is you do want to make sure, and I'm going to reach behind here because the presser foot lifter is back here. So you do want to make sure that you lift your presser foot up, because right here is where you would lay your thread. So you just do a slight little tug on it like Katrina showed you, just a little tug because it lays in. If you don't have your presser foot up, then your thread isn't going to be in the tension discs the way it needs to be. We do have on this machine, I'm going to try and reach behind here. You do have a needle threader. So all you need to do, it does have it for the left and for the right. So it's just a quick adjustment. I don't know if you saw that little snap, but that's all it took from one needle to the other. I already threaded my needles only because I didn't want to have to monkey with that during a demo, but I did go ahead and do that. And we also have on the side, we have a convenient thread cutter if you need that. And let me see if I can switch cameras here so I can go to this side. Waist tray, love it, love it. On the side here, and I'm doing a lot of camera work here. So on the side, this is where you're going to have your stitch length. So this is a dial to adjust that. And this one, so it's 2 dials. So you have one here and then one here as well. So this one is your stitch length and this is your differential feet. Okay. So I'm going to change that for my first demo. I do need to have my differential at 1.5 and I'll leave my stitch length at 3. And then you also have your needle up, needle down. Okay. And like you can see on my equipment, I'm going to take this off, put that aside. And if we open this up, here is your threading. Let's see if I can adjust this. How is that? I hope you can see that. So here is your threading. I am going to go ahead and I'm going to take my loopers out. Yep, I cut the top of that. There is no, and I'm going to, you know what, really quick, I'm just going to pull that up, drop my presser foot and just sew that off. It's going to be easier than trying to pull them out. All right, so let me click that because I do want to show you how we thread this machine. So it is a little different than the 5,000, than the 7,000. This one we have 2 different holes for the threading. So our upper looper and our lower looper. Again, the machine is all color coordinated. So you can see we've got orange, blue, red, and green. So it's all color coordinated for you and it's color coordinated throughout the machine so that you know exactly where you need to be threading. Okay. So like I said, I already have my needles. My needles are threaded. Right here, this is our lever from sewing to threading. So if I just pop that over, and I do need to turn the hand wheel. Now let's see if I can come around the camera. And did you hear that pop? That pop indicates that it is the channels are closed so that those threads will easily go through that. Okay. And then I'm just going to go ahead and lift this. This is our pump. So I am going to take this and hopefully you can see this. My hands might be in the way. I don't know. We'll find out. All right. So like I said, this is just a thread guide right here. Let's see if I can, this one right here, These are thread guides. They are not tension. And there have been times that using certain threads, like a thicker thread, like a 6-weight thread, and I'm going through the looper, I may bypass that just because of the feed of the thread. So just don't worry about that one too much, but use it. Make a habit of using it with certain threads you won't. So then here we're going to, do you see what I'm doing here? Because my presser foot is up, those tension discs in there are open, and the thread is just like sliding into it. And I've got a little thread guide down here. Let's get back closer to this. See, and I need to tell the machine which one I'm going to do. Right now I have the upper looper thread in my hands, so I'm just going to turn that dial, drop it in there, don't lick it, then you're putting moisture in your machine. I know back in the past we all would lick the tip of that thread. Don't do that. And then once it's in there, you want to have a little puddle here so that when it pumps, it has enough thread to go all the way through. So then when I push this down, boom. And there it is. Okay, we no longer have to stand on our head, hold our tongue a certain way to thread our sergers. And they show you how you can tie it off, and I'm going to go ahead and do the other looper. Put that in there, turn it. Oops, we fell out. Turn it, pop that in there, and then boom. So there it is right there. So it came right through. I'm just going to grab my tweezers. I prefer to pull my thread up and I bump my camera and pull it to the back. Just like I do on my sewing machine. I am going to want it underneath the foot. Okay. Bumping my camera here. All righty. So now that is threaded. How easy was that? Don't be intimidated, Crystal. You'll get used to them. Okay, so now I'm going to take this back to sewing, and I can close this up. There is a safety feature that as long as I have this lid open, I cannot sew. If my presser foot is up, I cannot sew. The machine will beep at me. Okay, so we'll close that up. And here, like I showed you, if I didn't already have my needles threaded, we would thread our needles using our automatic needle threader, which is super nice. So it's nice to have that little feature. Making sure that my needles are still threaded. And drop my presser foot here. And let's go ahead. I'm gonna sew off a test and see how it looks. Anytime you switch when you switch over, when you change your threads or when you switch from one stitch to another, it is a good idea just to do a test stitch to see how it's stitching out. You may have missed a tension disc or something. Better to know on a piece of scrap of whatever you're sewing than on your good projects, especially if you're dealing with the needle or with the blade. Sew that off. And when I do the test, I am going to, there you go. When I do the test, I do try to use a scrap fabric of whatever the project is made out of. If it's a garment, you have those little scraps from cutting around your pattern pieces and things like that. Just pull a piece of that out. Just do a quick test because like I said, you may need to change the tensions depending on the fabric. So always get in the habit of just doing that quick little test. All righty. So let's go on down now, and I am going to pull out, I have a knit fabric here, and I'm going to pull it on the stretch. So we'll go ahead and I can just lift that. Do you see I just lifted the foot? I didn't have to completely lift my presser foot. A lot of times, depending on the fabric, it could just easily feed in. We also, on the top of the machine, right here, we do have a presser foot pressure. So you can adjust that as well. Go ahead, send that off. Oops. Got stuck. So there you have it. That looks good too. And that was a stretch. Okay. Let's do one more. I'm going to do another stretch. How about if we do, let me show you some differential feed. I am going to go ahead and leave my 4-thread settings as they are, but I am going to change it. I'm going to change my differential feed to 2.5. So remember, that was a knob on the side. And let's sew this together. And I want to find the biggest amount of stretch. So let's pop that under there. How that did. Okay, so see the differential feed. Oh, that was really loopy. I'm going to do that again because I did not get close enough to that blade. Let's do that one more time. It is a good idea to try and cut just a smidgen of fabric off. You do get a better stitch formation when you do that. Now, do you see how it's got a wave to it? Let me see if I can just hold that up so you can see the wave. See, when you're sewing knits and you see that it's doing the wave, that's not necessarily what you want with your knits. You do want it to lay nice and flat when you're sewing. Well, for obvious reasons. So let me go back here. I'm going to adjust my differential feed, and let's change it to, I'm going to change it to a 2. And how do you know when to change your differential feed and which way to go and how to adjust it? Unfortunately, that all just comes with trial and error. Again, it has everything to do with what thread you're using, what fabric you're sewing. It's all of this is like one big recipe, and you need to balance it out and find the right chemistry for each of those opponents. So every time I do a Serger class, someone will ask me, Wendy, what do I change the differential feed to? I'm like, well, I know it's a knit, but what knit are you sewing? Does it have lycra in it? Does it have spandex in it? Is it all cotton? Is it, all of those things make a huge difference. So I changed my differential feed, and I changed it to 2. And let's see if this is going to stitch out any better. I know it will. Alrighty. So there you have it. Do you see how that's laying nice and flat opposed to having that wave? So let me hold it up for you so that you can see it. And that's what you want. You want it to lay nice and flat. And if you look at the bottom, do you see it had a wave? Now, back in the 70s, if you were making that turtleneck, and I know some of you know what I'm talking about, lettuce edge was very popular in the 70s, but it's not so popular right now. But that could make a cute little treatment on the bottom of a knit skirt for a little girl. But I don't want it, on a regular basis, I don't want it. Okay? So now that I did that, let's do, we could do gathering. So, let me find, I don't have another piece of cotton here. Give me 1 second. I am going to grab a piece. Sorry about that. I thought I had it all laid out. Let me grab a piece of cotton here. So for the gathering, what I'm going to do is I'm going to adjust my stitch length. I'm going to take my stitch length all the way up till 5. And I am also going to change my differential feed. Let's see. I'm going to take it up to 2. So I'm going to take both the differential feed and the stitch length all the way up. I'm going to sew about 3 inches here, just so that I have a little tail. And then I'll take my fabric here. And if you need more gather, you can just hold it in the back. Okay, and I'm going to do a little tail here. All right. So then it gave me a gather. Do you see that? And again, if I had my finger back here and pushed more of it in, it would have given it more of a gather. But I do have the opportunity that I could adjust my gathers just by pulling on the threads. And you, so when you're doing this, and I've done this all the time, every time today when I was doing this, I made a little knot in my thread so it didn't move. So like you just saw, I just cut a knot. So you can adjust your gathers if need be. And that's why I left a tail on this side so that, and I'm cutting it so I can find a thread. So I left, you want to leave that tail so you have the opportunity to pull those threads, loosen those up, and then you can adjust your gathers to how you need it. What else can you make with the serger? Well, okay, good question. So, let me pull my samples behind me. So other than garments, I do some quilt as you go with my serger. So using a 3-thread overlock will give me a nice 1/4 inch. So I can do piecing. I can do quilt as you go and undo that. This little bag, this is a little tissue bag, and it has a zipper on it. So I can also attach zippers. So I did sew that on with the overlock. And then inside, I have some little Band-Aids in there. So this is a nice little travel pouch. This is a little receiving blanket that I made. So I used my embroidery machine in combination with my serger. And it's just 2 pieces of flannel. And if you look at the edge, I did use a curve, like a plate will work out just fine. And I curved it and I put in a heavier weight thread. And I just finished off the edge. So if you have a baby shower to go to and you forgot about it, and it's only like a couple, like maybe a day or just a couple hours away from the baby shower, you can run to your store, pick up some, this is just a yard of 2 different kinds of flannel. So I've got that one on the front, that one on the back, put them wrong sides together. You don't even need to do an embroidery if you don't want to, and just serge right around that and just be done with it. When my little ones were little, when they were little, I totally loved those receiving blankets. I used them as burp cloths. I even pulled them out and used them as bath towels because they were made out of flannel, and most of them were washed multiple times, and it had that nice soft feature to it. So it makes a great gift. And then I also made this table runner. Whee! This is fabric. I got to tell you, I had this fabric in my house for, I want to say, close to 10 years. And I finally made something out of it. And what I did with this was I pieced it together using the flat lock stitch. And then on the back, I also pieced it together using the flat lock, showing the ladders. So let me get close to this. So if you can see that there, do you see what I mean by the ladders? So I was able to run ribbon through it. So this is reversible. So I could have used a different themed fabric on one side and then the other. And I could have had 2 different looks of a table runner, 2 different occasions. So that is just some of the things that you can do with a serger. I don't want you to think, oh, I don't need a serger. And then you have all of this fun stuff that you can use, these fun threads that you can play with. This is this one is an 8-weight. So it's an 8-weight, would use it in my loopers. Perfect if you wanted to do a rolled edge. It would look gorgeous. Wedding veils. Not that they wear too many wedding veils anymore, I've noticed. But if you wanted to finish off the edge of the tulle, nice rolled edge with that. You can even roll edge it with some fishing line to finish it off. And then it would give it some texture and some wave. Oh gosh, what else? So much that you can do with it. Bags, garments. I can also use embroidery. Ooh, that's a hot mess. You can even use embroidery thread in it. My favorite, I really love woolly nylon, especially with the rolled edge. Do this and you can finish off some napkins. So all you need to do is just get a nice piece of linen. You don't even need 2 pieces of it because the linen looks the same on the front and the back for the most part. Then you could just put some woolly in the loopers and just finish it off with a rolled edge, and you'd have a beautifully made napkin. And then monogram them. Bring in that embroidery machine. Yesterday I showed, Monday, I showed the 3.0. So pick up that 3.0, put some embroidery on it, some initials, and you've got a beautiful table setting. So there is so much that you can do with the serger. And then I also like Lana wool. Lana wool is nice too. It is very soft. It doesn't have the expand like the woolly does, but it is soft and it does fill it in. So if you're doing a rolled edge, just make those stitches a little bit and change the stitch length. Bring them closer together and you'll get filled in. So I'm gonna say your name wrong. Nalada. She made some napkins. So yeah, there's so many things that you could do. So let me show you one more if I have time. Do I have time? I think I have time. I want to show you how you can turn out a tube. So spaghetti straps and things like that. So hopefully this demo is going to go okay for me. So what I want to do is fix my camera. It is a very versatile machine, especially if you have, 5 thread. This one's a 4 thread. But there's still so much that you can do with this. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to turn a tube. I'm going to keep my settings, not that you can see my finger up here pointing to my tension dials, but I'm going to leave them at my settings that I had. I'm going to go back to a stitch length of 3. And I do need to adjust my differential feed. Oh, let me see. Let me take that back to, I'm going to take that to 1.5. Let's see how that works out for us. I'm going to stitch a little bit here. I just dropped my piece of fabric. Sorry, I had to pick it up. So I'm gonna stitch about 6 to 8 inches. Okay, I'm gonna bring it around. I'm gonna do a little bit longer. Oh, that's yucky. So I'm going to bring it around. I'm not cutting it or anything, and I'm just going to go ahead and have a little piece of tricot here. I'm just going to pop that in there, and we're going to fold it. This is what was tricky for me earlier today, trying to do this without my hand being in the way, but I'm sorry, people, it's impossible. So now I'm going to go ahead and start stitching it. I'm going to stop for a moment so that I can readjust. And of course, if you need it narrower, you just need to get closer. Cut that off there. And then, because it's attached here on that end, do you see how it's attached? Then I just pull it through. Oh, I know what I did. I stitched on it. Oh, gosh darn it. I stitched right on it. So now it won't turn out. But anyway, all you need to do is don't stitch on it because you won't be able to turn it out. Let me see if I have another. I don't have another piece of fabric that I can do this on. But let's see. Is it going to come out now? I was so anticipating this demo because I just thought, it'll go fine on camera, right? No, I stitched right on it. So if you pull this out, you're going to have a tube. So again, do as I say, not what I did, and you'll be able to pull this out. Oh, I love lives, right? Always. Wait, here. There's our tube. There is our tube. So if you need this to be a little bit more narrower, pay attention to where your tail is. Don't stitch on it, and then you can easily create that tube. Just get a little bit closer. So a great way that you can make spaghetti straps. Again, practice with whatever fabric you need. So if you wanted to do it with a sundress or something like that, practice it with a few scraps of that particular fabric to see if it'll go through, and then also play with the narrowness that you're trying to accomplish as well. So, oh my goodness, I think I went a little bit over, but we're okay. We are okay. So do I have any questions on that? Such a great serger at a great price point, and I am sure Blaine has probably got a sweet deal for you on this machine.
Hey, Wendy, I sure do. And thank you so much. That was a great demonstration. And we'll see you here again tomorrow, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So everyone, let me remind you of what she was just showing us. Again, Kyle's going to put that overlay up there. This is the FUF Admar Air 5000 Jet Air 4-thread serger. Now, what's great about this, we're going to give you a $125 gift card with purchase. We're going to ship this absolutely free right to your doorstep. We do have financing available, and Wendy did such a good job of demonstrating this. I hope that y'all are excited about what you can do with one of these. But anyway, give us a call at 800-401-8151. If you want to read more about it and more details, smplive.tv across the top of the page. Kyle has all those products on a thumbnail. You can basically just click on this one, and it'll take you to the product page. You can read all about it. We have live chat agents who can help answer your questions as well, and or you can just give us a call. All right, let's continue on. Let's bring Jane Klaus back in.
Hey, Blaine.
Well, hey, Jane, guess what, man? We're one demonstration away from the end of day 3. It's gone by so fast today. It's unbelievable.
I know. It's so exciting. And actually, I told you at the top of the show, this is the one I've been excited to see because Cutterpillar is new to you and SoFest and all the SMP Nation.
It sure is. And I know you haven't experienced with them before, so we're going to let you take it away, and we'll see you back here in 30 minutes.
It sounds great. Okay, thanks, Blaine. All right, like I said, I'm super excited for our next presenters from Cutterpillar. I met them years and years ago when they started with their paper crafting cutter, and here they are today with sewing. I'm super excited to welcome to the show. We've got Jack Thompson. Now, he started Cutterpillar with his brother, Kelly, in 2012. He has attended hundreds of quilting shows over the years where he really loves presenting and listening to customers. Now, he learned to sew when he was a teenager. Now he loves combining that knowledge with what he learns from customers to create innovative sewing, quilting, and paper crafting tools that allow you to do the crafting and sewing that you love so much better and easier. And Lindsay Lamoureux is a lifelong quilter, sewist, and all-around crafter. Now, professionally, Lindsay is an accomplished salesperson, presenter, and social media expert. She's currently in charge of Cutterpillar's social media content creation and publishing. And in her spare time, she loves taking care of and creating a legacy of creativity and crafting with her 4 children that are the joys of her life. I'm happy to say hello to Lindsay Lamoureux and Jack Thompson. Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Jane.
Hi, Jane. How are you feeling?
I'm so happy that I'm back. I'm good. I'm not 100%, but I'm so excited.
You look amazing.
I thought I was going to miss you guys on day 1. And I'm laying in the sick bed and I'm like, I got to make sure they're on rest of the week. Now, I don't know.
We appreciate that.
No, I was excited because I saw you at H&H and I came over at the end of the day and I stalked you because I was super excited about the products you were showing.
I remember.
Do you remember, was the paper crafting the Cutterpillar?
Yes,
that came out
the
in
paper trimmer.
2015?
What's that?
Was that 2015?
Oh, no. Well, so we started in 2011 with the paper trimmer. And then in
I know,
2015 is when we pivoted over to the quilting.
Oh, yeah. I love it. Okay, well, I didn't come across until I was doing Create and Craft, and I have my Cutterpillar over there, and I got you guys right here. So I'm excited. Yeah, I love it. So
that's another connection we have there.
I know. This is why I'm so excited. Why I can't be sick for Cutterpillar. So I'll let you guys take it away. I'll see you in 30 minutes, and we'll make sure everybody takes one home.
Thank you, Jane. Glad you're back.
Thanks, Jane. Okay, good afternoon, SMP land. We're so excited for day 3 of SoFest. We're having
day 3.
So much fun together and fun to be with you guys. I'm Lindsay, like Jane said, fellow quilter, crafter, and sewist, joined by the famous Jack. And Jack has a little
joke. It's an anecdote.
Jack joke. I don't even know what it is, but
I hope my parents aren't watching because they are going to hate this story. So we are a quilting sewing family. If you've been watching the last few days, you've heard that. So in the mid 80s, boy, I'm aging myself here. My mom and her quilting guild here in Utah, they had a contest where you had to make a quilt out of only materials you had in-house. You could not buy anything. So 3 months go by, my mom's participating. They show up to the contest. They're all revealing their quilts. And admittedly, a lot of the quilters, they did admit that they cheated and they bought a few things to finish it. Well, my mom says, I did not cheat one bit.
Good for her.
And here's the rub. Here's why she didn't cheat. So her quilt was made out of all of my dad's Hawaiian shirts.
Oh my
And she
gosh.
never ran out of fabric because she purposely destroyed every single one of those Hawaiian shirts to make that quilt.
And how
I don't remember if she
feel
won
about
or not. Well, I don't really remember, but I just remember seeing her cutting up all my dad's Hawaiian shirts.
Oh my goodness.
But I am glad he never wore them again because
Oh my gosh.
he's no Thomas Magnum.
All right. You're so
Okay,
silly.
let's
All right,
get moving.
Let's get into it. Okay. If you're into applique or paper piecing or diamond painting, stamping, mixed media or crafting of any kind, you are going to love what we have for you today. We're really excited about this bundle. And to introduce what we're going to be presenting, I have a little question for you. So put a 1 in the chat if you've ever felt frustrated tracing on a window or a light box, taping and retaping or pinning while lining up your applique, when trying to line it up, and then fuse it all in place again. Do we see any ones? Oh yeah, we see ones.
There's
yeah.
one?
We know
Oh,
that
lots
that's a
of
problem
ones.
because I've been there. Okay, well we can't drive home enough that our passion has always been creating innovative products for sewists, quilters, and crafters like you and me. And we love to solve the problems you face. And 3 big problems are difficulty lining up tracing applique on windows or light boxes,
Keeping them straight.
difficulty setting and aligning your applique once cut,
Mhm.
difficulty keeping it aligned while fusing, and never having enough
Light.
There can never be enough light. So stay tuned. We're about to blow your minds with this bundle, okay? With our innovation must-haves, and they're seamlessly tied together. So we're excited to show you how we put it all together. All right, we've got you covered.
We do,
Cutterpillar
yeah.
always has you covered. Okay, you'll see how tons more light and the right innovations save you time and frustration while giving you convenience and comfort, making your crafting experience so much better, easier, amazinger.
Amazinger?
It's not a word.
I think that's on our boxes. Amazinger.
Yeah, I think so. Okay. We have 4, well, actually 6 amazing innovations to share with you today that deliver more light, convenience, and ease than you can imagine. And it's not another expensive machine or another kind of paper, not another big bulky thing to store. And Jack is the genius behind these innovations, and he loves making crafters' lives easier. In fact, one thing I love about Jack is he values you and me, the customer. And for years, he's taken your suggestions to heart to create these genius innovations to have in your home. Okay, so quickly tell us the story.
So Blaine and Jane kind of covered it.
They
You know,
kinda did.
when we started the business, we didn't do a lot of marketing. Our marketing was going to quilt shows and going to craft shows to show the products. And the advantage of that is that we got to have a lot of one-on-one conversations to make the products better. So rather than sitting in our lofty towers and deciding what you need, we asked you what you need, and our products reflect that.
Yeah, how they can be more useful, and that's awesome.
Yes.
All right, Jack, what exciting things are in this bundle? You can show us. Let's get right to the meat of it because we have a lot.
I keep thinking that
we
we're going to, you know, outdo ourselves, and today we really are outdoing ourselves.
know, you guys.
Really excited to introduce our applique, is what we've named it today. Our bundle we put together for you is perfect for applique, paper piecing, transfers, fussy cutting, diamond art, paper crafts, stamping.
Okay, and when he shows you these things, you might think, I already have this stuff. Well, trust me, if it's not Cutterpillar, you don't.
You don't have this.
So pay close attention. And don't wait, actually. You can order anytime through SMP, the site on the bottom of the screen. All the information is right there for you. And this is only available through SMP. So there's limited bundles, so get on top of it. Okay, which innovations are you going to are in the applique bundle?
Well, so we've got Glow Premium
Okay.
plus gridded or gridless, kind of
Ooh.
mysterious. Mounting magnets, that's very mysterious.
This-
Metal plates
I'm so excited
and
for
glow
today.
glass.
This
Can you
is-
imagine what
this
we're going to
is so
do
great.
here?
Okay, put a 2 in the chat. Two in the chat. If you wish, you could just see what you're working on a little bit better or a lot better. Okay, do we see any 2s? Again, we need that light. We need that convenience. We need.
Oh, there's some.
Okay, all right. We're going to solve that problem right now. Jack, take it away.
Okay, so let's start. You know,
Tell us the story about the Glow
any
Premium
experience
while you
with
show us.
Cutterpillar products. Our light boards are the things that seem to know about us. Now, the quick story behind this one is we started making light boards.
Can we just show a quick
Yes.
close-up of this
First of all,
This is the premium,
look at how
everyone.
thin this is. Oh, yeah, there we go. 3/8
yeah.
of an inch thin. And you can feel it's 2 pounds. None of these giant, big,
Yeah,
heavy
no more
boards.
boxes that you're like going like this over.
And heating everything
Oh,
up. And
yeah. Oh,
it's a piece of furniture. This just goes
That's
right out in the
right.
closet.
Okay,
So
go.
we started making these. Our original one was a board just like this. And in 2016 and 2017, as the LED revolution was in full swing, there was some innovations in batteries. Because you look how thin this is. Where would you put a battery in here?
That profile is
we
so
found
thin.
a company that made the thinnest batteries in the world, which allowed us. Well, let's first of all, let's turn this on. We got 3 layers of light here.
Oh wow, that's bright.
So
can you see that?
That's 1, 2, and 3, and we make 1 and 2 for in those situations at night, maybe when you don't need quite so much light because the ambient light is darker, so you can turn it down.
That's really smart.
So we figured, how cool would it be to have a light board that was not tethered to the wall?
Yes.
And voila.
Guys, cordless. Amazing. Take this.
Cordless.
Put it on your lap on the couch.
Light board.
Take
so
it into
that
the kitchen.
untethers you from your room. It untethers you from your wall. The story I told it yesterday, but it is great. So my wife used to bring all of her crafts and her quilting projects down to the family room. And at 7 o'clock at night, when we're supposed to be all chilling out, she would turn on every light in the room.
In the heart of the home.
Women can't just watch TV like normal people. They have to be doing something.
I think that's men.
Maybe.
That's men.
Anyway, so using this untethered from the wall on her lap, on the coffee table, allowed her to turn all those other lights down. So that is, by the way, the only cordless board on the market right now. The other thing we did.
That's the only. Yes, Cutterpillar has the only cordless
light board on the
market.
And so you ask, well, how long can I use it uncorded? And that is a good question. It depends on the light level. On low, you're at 6 hours. On medium,
6 hours.
You're about 4 hours. And on high, you're about 3 hours. So that is not a small amount of time.
No.
3 hours uncorded.
That's
and it only takes
substantial.
40 minutes to charge it up.
40
So
minutes? That's awesome. And how long do these how long is the
well,
light
so
going to last?
the LEDs in here, again, the LED revolution allows, these aren't like the light bulbs that burn out in your
These
kitchen
never get hot.
for 2 months later. These are LED diodes are 50,000 hours, which is every day for the next 10 to 20 years. These diodes are not going to burn out. They don't ever get hot either. So now what really made us stand out from our competitors, not only with the size, not only with the cordless aspects, but we wanted, this is going to be the theme today, by the way, is to get the most out of this space than anything out there. That was our philosophy. You buy the board, and we have created so many different accessories to get the most out of your space. So
and they're in this bundle.
They're in this bundle.
Again, all the information is at the bottom of your screen. You can place your order right now.
So let's start with the one that actually comes with the board, and that is the world's first translucent cutting mat. It's PVC. It's just as durable as any of your TV sets, but it's clear.
And it's self-healing, as always.
Absolutely.
This is very substantial.
And we've learned really quickly is we couldn't quite make it work like this. So we developed a texture that keeps it from slipping.
Wait, let's get a close-up on that texture. Hopefully you guys can see there's a texture on here that keeps it from slipping.
Keeps it from slipping. It is once
you
that's
have thought
on there,
of everything, Jack.
it does not move. So
yeah, that's
now
not
some people might say, why do I need a mat on my light? Oh my gosh. How you can't live without this mat. Once you have it is a game changer. So obviously doing your transfers and your tracing are great because it shows through, all the different layers and makes everything easy to line up. This happens to be paper to fabric, but it's paper to paper.
And that's like
paper
thick
to
old
fabric.
paper.
Yeah, so this is one I put tape on there to keep it. And
you can still see through all those layers.
It shines through the dark paper too. And there's just almost nothing it doesn't shine through. Textured fabric, maybe not wool, but anything
cardstock
in between there.
Right.
But the light is, but the mat is a different story. With the mat, now you're working on here like you would be on your normal cutting mat, which means fussy cutting. It means cutting general shapes. It means paper piecing. Now, paper piecing is especially great because it shows through the fabric and through the paper as you pinning and folding.
Sorry.
There we go.
Whoops.
And you can see I forgot to plug it back in and we're still going great here. Yeah. It also allows you to see both directions. So you know exactly, well, here's my 1/4 inch right here. Yeah, here's where I'm cutting right on here. And another,
yes, you can cut right over your light board, obviously, because of this amazing cutting mat.
in a general sense, one of my favorite things about the light boards is no matter what my ambient light is, if I have a big light and another light, it always seems to be behind me. So as I come in here, I'm casting shadows.
Yes.
I know everybody out there knows what that's like. So you're moving your body in a weird way.
So there's no shadows.
There's no shadows.
There's no shadows.
So this becomes, you don't even have to be specifically working on
spectacular.
something, and there's no shadows here.
That's great, Jack.
So
Better than great. This is
also
this
has
is
a
innovation.
6-foot cord. So when you're plugging it in,
So you,
and the red light tells you here, if you want to zoom in on this, when it's red, that means it's charging, and when it turns green, that means it's got a full charge.
that's great. Okay, this isn't the only mat, though,
No, it's
right?
not. It's not. So
okay,
now we're going to get
blowing your
into
minds.
now we're going to get into why all of the things that makes the space more useful.
Okay.
So the mat was the first one. Now the second one. Now the story behind this
you
is
need both.
this is a perfect example of us going to shows and putting this mat out here. And some of our customers say, well, you know what, Jack? When I use my ruler, I find that when I have a gridded mat and a gridded ruler, it's a little bit overkill.
You know, I've never noticed.
Yeah.
That's
Some
never been
people
a problem
actually
for
like
me.
it because they actually like to, they like to match up their cutting line with the grid line, but other
Yeah,
people
that's
didn't.
what
So we
I
said,
like.
okay,
Okay,
we
all
get
right,
that.
All right, yeah.
We can work with that.
Because you're
So-
listening to the customers.
That's right.
Okay,
They're threatening me.
never.
So we made a mat that has no grid. So you can
Wow.
see it's a much cleaner interface here. So they don't have lines on line, but it has the same texture to keep it from slipping. We call this the edge-to-edge mat because it goes all the way
But
edge.
you still have the
We have all of the
ruler along the
rulers,
sides here.
metric on the top.
Can we see that? Let's get a little close-up picture on this. Let's see here.
There we go.
Wow, edge to edge. Let's see. Can you see that?
Yeah. There we go.
Wow.
Now, this
doesn't even diminish the light.
No, it does not.
Wow.
So we made, and this is another thing I learned from our customers.
Mm-hmm.
We made this today to give you an example. This is an applique show, so we did a little simple applique. Now, this isn't how everybody does applique because that applique has so many different ways of doing it. But
I
one of the,
haven't quite gotten into applique.
one of the
so
nice
he's going to kind of show me and teach me, and I'm going to do it right here with you.
one of the nice things about applique is obviously there's in the way we're going to do it, there's tracing, right?
Oh yeah.
And so
That's a huge part.
one of the things that's nice about the mat is you don't have those lines to get in the way of your tracing. So
Okay,
it's line free. So, and I learned this from a customer who showed this to me. And you put your pattern underneath the mat. Okay. So now it holds it down.
Oh
It
my
keeps it
gosh,
from moving.
it's not slipping.
And you
keeps
do
it in
your
place.
you do your tracing right here. On top of
Whoa.
that. You can see.
That is awesome.
Now,
okay, so this
when-
is just you can use any paper with this.
Absolutely. So if you don't happen to have some tracing paper or your
Freezer paper. Mhm.
this is just printer paper.
That's
Everyone's got
awesome.
some of this around.
Right.
And because now let's try that without it and see what that looks like.
You can't see.
You
darn
can't see
thing.
it, you can't see anything. So instead of having to put it up on the window and all these things,
Your paper ripping and it's sliding.
putting flashlight under your coffee table.
Let
I've
gravity
seen
do the
that.
work here, and with these mats. Wow.
And so now it makes
Jack.
tracing a breeze.
Okay.
So that's number one. And a lot of people just
Awesome.
like having the clean interface of that too. So
Wow. You might be thinking, I don't do applique. Again, used for way more than applique.
you saw
right?
the paper piecing, general
Mhm.
cutting, general
Mhm.
shaping, and
Quilting.
having that light where you want it instead of
Right.
having those shadows in the way.
Well, you might be thinking, do I really need it to be rechargeable?
Well, if you want
who doesn't want to?
if you want to go
have
to
a
that
rechargeable?
guild show, if you want to go to your friends and not have to be tethered to the wall,
Yeah,
that's exactly
that's
why.
awesome. All right. Wow, so much light right where you need it, and the ability to craft comfortably and conveniently, so you can enjoy your crafting anywhere.
Make your husband happy when not
Yes.
turning on those lights at night.
All right, Jill from Colorado says this about the Glow Premium. Highly recommended. Brightness is wonderful, but cordless is spectacular. That's what we're talking about today, you guys. Don't wait. Order now, by the way. It's on the bottom of your screen. Get it while it's still here, okay? So much light right where you need it.
Right where you need it.
Awesome. Okay, put a 3 in the chat if you've ever had a hard time pinning, taping, and readjusting your tracing applique or paper piecing. And we're going to see those 3s coming in. And we want you to tell us about the mounting magnets.
That's
okay?
where we're headed, the mounting magnets.
This is
so
another mind-blowing.
When you do a lot of
innovation.
shows like that, you see a lot of the way people are doing things.
Okay.
And as I was tracing, and whether it's paper to paper, and one of my pet peeves, where's my pencil here, is as I go to trace, transfer paper, applique, I spent more time lining up the lines to make sure, because I don't want to make it so it's, if I go to trace and it moves, then it's off. Yeah.
Okay. So,
and so I looked up on YouTube and people said to tape it. Some people were saying to pin it, but that doesn't always work because sometimes the paper and the fabric don't allow that.
Right. Exactly.
So we came up with a solution. It's almost like a retrofit, I guess we call it. We call it the mounting magnets and plates. We're going to show you how easy it is. So here,
watch this, you guys.
Are the mounting. We're going to do this really quick.
This is part of the bundle. All
this is part of the bundle.
All of these things.
And then we're going to show you what this does. So these mounting magnets.
Okay.
There's 6 of them. We're going to do this fast. We're going to take.
Peel and stick. That's all it is.
We're going to take the backing off there and we're going to decide where we want them. Now you can put these anywhere you want. Now for this demonstration, we're going to put them kind of right in the middle because I think that's where they're most effective.
Just my nails. My pedicure.
You might have to have
my
your
manicure's not letting me.
Have your husband peel these off for you.
Oh my gosh. Well, you get the idea. Jack will get these.
So we'll do a couple here. And they're pretty they're semi-permanent here.
Wow.
They won't hurt your board. You can take them off if you need to.
It will not hurt the integrity of the board. Your light, it will mess up anything like that.
All right. So let's get one more there.
Oh yeah, you're cruising along. Oh, there's some right here. Okay.
There we are. Let's just do 4 since we don't want to run out of time here.
Okay,
so we're going to start with just 4. Now you can also buy extra plates and fill the whole thing there. So you're like, why do I need these plates?
Okay,
what's the point here? I'm sure there's a lot of that out there, and I'll show you why. So let's go back to my tracing.
All right, I finally got that one, but no.
Now let's talk about the magnets. Here we are.
Okay.
These
not
are
your typical magnets that you're going to find in your grocery store.
Magnets. I should write a book about magnets. I'm now a magnet expert. Neodymium magnets. We tried lots of other magnets to make it work with this. Refrigerator magnets don't work. Even the strongest magnets that you could get at your local Target or someplace that are not work. We found these are called neodymium N52 magnets. They're a cylinder which makes that magnetic field shoot out the bottom like a rocket, and it allows it to go through.
They're designed specifically for these for this light board.
And now
for a magnet for
when you go to trace, I'm going to line it up one last time here, and then I'm going to add those magnets and watch.
Okay, we need a close up on that.
They do not come off.
That's spectacular.
So, and we, you know why we only do 2? Because you don't need more than 2. We were going to do 4, and it was just too many. They're so strong that 2 will hold down everything. Fabric to fabric, paper to paper,
stencil,
multiple stencils, you name it.
A stencil on there. Let's see if it holds a stencil with it. Oh my gosh, this is a thick old stencil.
It'll even work. It'll even work.
Oh my gosh,
through
guys,
the cutting mat too.
Thick. Wow. All right, that is awesome. Okay.
So that is, no one else has this. This is a Cutterpillar thing.
Yep. Order right now. It's on the bottom of your screen. Okay, moving on. Moving on. We already talked about.
Yeah, we talked.
No more need to do tracing, transfer, and alignment, or aligning in old, outdated ways just because. Okay, Wendy from Idaho says this about the magnets and the metal plates. Highly recommended. Love it. Makes working on my project so much easier. The magnets are a great addition. We couldn't agree more. Okay, put a 4 in the chat if you've ever spilled glue on ironing board when fusing or had a hard time seeing exactly what you're fusing. What are you going to show us next?
I think before we show them the end effect, let's stick with the actual applique and show them how we can use the next thing in the bundle.
Fabulous.
Which is the glass mat.
Okay.
Tempered glass mat.
Let's do it. Tell us all about it.
So this is our most popular add-on, by the way.
You guys.
So this is a tempered piece of glass mat. Now, what does tempered mean? Tempered means it's been cooked at a higher temperature. It makes it impervious to everything. Glues, paints, Mod Podge, and especially heat.
Wait a minute.
Heat.
Can you?
So here's where we're at. So here, let's get back to our applique here.
Can you actually, should I iron? Can you iron on this?
You can iron on this.
No.
Yeah, and I'm going to show you right now. So here is our half-finished applique.
Okay.
So we traced, we cut it out all on the Cutterpillar cutting mat here.
Okay.
And so now I need to put the pieces. Now, like I said, everybody has their different ways of doing this. We wanted to show you on high here. So you can kind of see, we're a little bit far away, the tail that we need to add on here, right?
Okay, let's put that tail on.
And without this, you would not be able to see. Absolutely.
You can't
So
see anything.
you put that where it needs to go.
Okay.
I'm gonna get out your favorite iron. My favorite iron is the Liso.
Clearly through this. Well, shout out to
The
Liso.
best iron in the world.
Oh, I think I have it going.
There you go. She's lined it up perfectly with where she traced it here.
Yeah, because I can see right through it. And then
And
I can
now-
iron right over the light board.
Right on the light. You're not having to have a second
Wow.
station. You're not having to have all these things. You're lining it up
This
perfectly.
is convenience that we're talking about. All of these things are in this bundle today that we're
Now,
talking
if
about.
you're doing different kinds of applique where maybe you don't have it right on the paper, if that glue leaks out,
Okay, yeah.
what do? Well, I tell you what, the story behind this is my wife used to applique on the ironing board, and then come Sunday, I'm ironing my shirt for church, and guess what? That glue reanimates right into my shirt, and that's what happens. So let's show them the board that you've been working on.
Yes, I made a mess of it for Jack here. Again, you put it right over the light board.
So we went to QuiltCon a couple years ago, and we saw that these new quilters are using more avant-garde things to make their quilts.
That's so
they're
creative.
using
I
they're
love
using
it.
paints, they're
You
using
guys are
glitters
so creative out there.
and
We
glues
love
like
it.
that.
We're
So
trying to keep up with you.
not only is this impervious to heat, but this is a mixed media board. So
Awesome.
this is what, Lindsay?
Yeah, let's do a close-up of this for sure.
There we go. Let's hold it.
This is just upside down.
Tell them
Sorry.
what you have on here, Lindsay.
Okay. Gosh, I have glue, glitter. This is permanent marker because I like to design what I'm going to stitch on my quilts, hand stitch. I have
Inks, looks
inks
like.
for stamps. Sorry, glue, Elmer's glue,
And-
of course,
and-
paint.
Yeah.
So
let's-
how are you going to take?
You
all
get the
that?
rag. I'll get the
Okay,
razor.
all
So
right,
if
all
it's
right,
an
great.
ink or something like that, it's going to come off with just a little bit of soap and water.
Can you see this? Let's get above you. Oh yeah.
We're got to go quick.
Okay.
And if it's a solvent like glue or hot glue, and look how
Awesome.
that's coming off.
This is magic marker, by the way. I'm
This
just using.
this is glitter dried in glue, and look how this comes off of this.
And
This thing is impervious.
sure is.
Using it as a mixed media board,
Wow.
ironing. You can turn your edges on here. When you put that fabric between the metal of the iron and the glass, you get those crispest edges you've ever wanted for your application.
Wow.
So
I'm
really,
even getting this magic marker off. Oh my gosh, with water.
so let's
Okay.
bring it all
awesome.
back.
Okay, you might be thinking I might not have space for it. Or it's just one more thing to take care of. It's not. Let me just tell you.
It's not
the
too
easiest
specific.
thing to take care
I mean,
of.
we're doing applique today because that's what we named this package, but this is for everything. Foundation, paper piecing, tracing, general cutting, applique, you name it. This is going to become your favorite tool. This is not the tool that you're going to put in the closet and use. If you leave it out, you are going to be drawn to this like moth to the flame.
Oh, 100%. And what if you already have a wool mat? You can't see through a wool mat.
You can't see through a mat.
Or silicone mat.
You can't put an
Or
ironing
an
board
ironing
up on your
board.
table here.
That's awesome. Okay, so much light right where you need it. It's so easy and no more mess. Wow, that's awesome.
I think this is my favorite bundle of the week.
It is.
This
not
is the most
miss
effective
this. Take
bundle.
advantage.
This is the bundle that does more things for cutting. When I talked about making this a system with the most useful tools, this one is it.
100%. You're so right. Okay, really quick. Karen from Georgia thinks this about how the tempered glass mount. Excellent. It will help me help me more efficient in my projects. That's exactly what we're talking about.
Well, we're talking about time and energy and space. That's what we're talking about. This is all in the same space.
Yeah.
It saves you time, saves you from having to have 4 different stations.
Let's
all
just
here
show everything
with the
really
light.
quick. Okay, let's just bring everything
Yes.
in so we can see. We use some of these. Okay, don't
The
wait
plates.
to order this bundle. Okay,
The
information
magnets.
is at the bottom of the screen right now.
The mixed media tempered glass. Pardon me.
No, keep going. Sorry, I'm just going to give them the information. Again, it's only offered today through SMP's SoFest.
Cordless.
You will not find this. Yes, cordless. You will not find this anywhere
Look,
else.
Mom, no cords.
Take advantage of it. It's a crazy deal that you will not find anywhere else. Look around. You will not find it.
And if you want to cut up your husband's Hawaiian shirts,
Oh my
we give you
gosh.
license to do that.
Oh my goodness. Okay, you've seen by now the Cutterpillar applique bundle is not just for applique, but it's perfect for embroidery, cross stitch, small sewing projects, and it goes on.
We
and
should
on.
talk about the deal that Blaine made. It's one of the best deals we've ever given.
Yeah.
I can't even.
We're just
Blaine's
gonna
going to
say
tell you about it, but
The
it
abil-
is a deal. We don't do deals like this very often.
Yeah, the ability to craft comfortably anywhere around the house you want. No more need to struggle with old methods of taping and pinning, and tons more light right where you need it, held firmly in place, always conveniently.
And we should mention
easy.
the all-in bundle too.
Oh.
While you're on the webpage, look
Wait
at the all-in bundle.
Okay, all right.
We won't mention everything that's in there, but if you like what you see plus the other things, that is the best
That
deal
might be
we've ever
the
done.
best.
Is check out the all-in bundle while you're
Mhm.
looking at some of the things on Cutterpillar.
Okay. All right.
I'm all in. I'm all in. You had me at lightboard, and then you got me at translucent cutting mat, and then you really got me when you started ironing on the glass.
This is all this guy right here.
I'm
just so happy
telling
that I get
you.
to be a part of it.
The innovation,
Amazing.
I know, Jack, you have to think I'm crazy, but because of, how you started, and then when I met you in 2015 and I fell in love with Caterpillar, this is like so
That's
old.
a cool
But
product too.
Yeah, I mean that we've had that. That's probably 10 years old. You're still cutting with it.
It's 10 years old. I'm still cutting with it, but I'm so proud of you because the innovation that you've brought to this category is just mind blowing. And so when I say you already had me, now you really got me, because that tempered glass as an add-on, really so great and fantastic. And I love the translucent light board. And I know you showed some things at the first 2 days, and we've got more coming up. And I am an all-in bundler. And by the way, I'm an all-in person. Blaine is our guy. Like, Blaine is out for the SMP Nation. He puts the bundles together and he makes it happen for us. He makes our dreams come true, really.
Totally. You guys are awesome.
And so are you. I'm happy to see you. I'm going to see you tomorrow again. Is that
Okay.
right?
We're so happy you're back, Jane.
Tomorrow. We're happy you're back.
Me too. Okay. Thank you guys. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow. Jack and Lindsay from Cutterpillar. I want to tell everybody how to get your hands on the applique package bundle, I should say, from our friends at Cutterpillar. There you go. You saw all of the things that you're getting in this applique package. You see the light board right there. You're seeing the cutting mat. You're seeing the translucent cutting mat. You're seeing the mounting magnets. Yes, please. That was amazing. Look at the SewFest pricing, $224.99. That is fantastic. And you're going to save almost $50 during SewFest because Blaine is your friend and he wants you to have all the tools to make everything happen the right way. So thank you, Blaine, for putting this bundle together for us. Again, I haven't seen the all-in bundle, but go to the website and I would just check it out, because if you're all in like I am, go get for the all-in. But again, you can call if you have more questions and we didn't get to answer them. Call 800-401-8151. That was really super cool. And I'm super happy I was here to see it. Blaine, thanks for making that bundle for us.
Oh, you're welcome. Well, I tell you what, Jack and Lindsay have been a big hit for SewFest. Everybody's loving the products they're showing, and you're a longtime fan too, so it works out good. And I tell you, the ultimate package, the all-in, it is packed full of stuff, and we're going to really kind of dive in deep on that on Friday. But man, I tell you what, I think everybody's going to be jumping on it.
Is that the price that was up there? Like, that's the SewFest price?
Yes.
That's amazing.
Yeah, we're actually showing the prices.
So, well, right. So I was like, like, is that really the price? That's a great price for all that you're getting in that bundle.
Yeah.
And I, I'm a connoisseur of like, what am I getting and what kind of, what's cutting and how does it work? That light board, it's got 50,000 hours of LED light that's going to last you for every day for 10 to 12 years.
Well, just remember, if they would have had that kind of back when we were in school, all the things, we used to do with tracing and doing things. I mean, oh my gosh, who would ever thought they would have something battery operated, cordless, that you could do that with? And it's just awesome. All the things they have.
So
and
cool.
that little little mini light is what I really like. That thing is just awesome.
I mean, what I love is that Jack came from a family of sewists and quilters. And I remember when the LED revolution was happening, I was trying to make a jacket with LED lights in it and sell it or something like that. Meanwhile, here's a guy coming up with a product that says, how can I solve a need? And again, he's thinking of you like tracing on the wall with a light shining on something so you could get the map of, Alabama or Arkansas. But meanwhile, Jack's like, oh, I'm going to put it in a really laser thin thing and let it come up. And this is going to change the way we craft. So that's really cool.
Yeah. Well, we need to throw it out there to the SMP Nation too. Kyle says Jack looks like somebody that's like either an actor or on a series or something. And I've thrown out about 4 or 5 different people, and Kyle goes, nope, that's not it. So y'all tell us what famous actor Jack looks like, and put it in the chat for us. Let us know. And maybe Kyle will see that and go, oh, yeah, that's it. That's who it is. I've thrown out a ton of them, Jane, and he's like, nope, that's not it.
Give me one that you've thrown out. I'm trying to think. He does look like somebody like,
you know the guy that played in The Revenge of the Nerds, the main guy, way back in the day. Well, he's older now, and he's got long hair and a beard, and kind of, they kind of similar, wear glasses, but that Kyle goes, nope, that's not it.
Nope, that's not it. Okay. We'll think of it. Somebody said David Spade. I was thinking David.
Well,
Spade.
we've said David Spade. We said Mark Ruffalo. We said who else was it?
You know what?
Dana Carvey.
Yeah, Dana Carvey.
So there's been all kinds of.
Tomorrow, when we see Jack, we're going to ask him who's looking.
I know. He's probably been told that you look just like.
Yeah.
So anyway, the SMP Nation will get in the chat and let us know who they think Jack looks like, and that'll be a lot of fun. We'll look at that and kind of
I love
about it tomorrow.
Blaine, who do people tell you look like?
Well, everybody's always told me I would look like Jim Kelly, the quarterback of the Buffalo Bills, and my whole, which we don't look as much anymore. He's a little older than me, and I think he had a bout of mouth cancer or something, and it made his looks change. But like from when I was in college all the way up till in my 30s. We used to come up to me constantly, and Michelle, what's so funny, my wife favors his wife a little bit, and we were at the Super Bowl, and naturally we have all these credentials on and stuff, and people came up on the elevator wanting pictures and my autograph.
Oh my gosh, that's great.
It was pretty funny. And Michelle was like, what? She didn't understand it at first, but now she gets it.
Did you show her a picture?
Oh yeah, after that, she totally got it. So, all right. Well, hey, Jane, it's giveaway time.
I love our giveaways. I'm so excited.
We're going to give some stuff away, and also we're going to pick our 3rd finalist for the $25,000 Dream Studio giveaway. And so this is exciting. But first up, Jane, we're going to give away some event bags.
Okay.
And so I'm going to let you do the honor.
Oh, great. Thank you, Blaine. Okay, these are the world famous SMP event bags. Look at all those beautiful colors that you're going to get. You get the bundle of all of these bags. They all have a cute, funny saying on them, but you're going to get this bundle. And what I need you to do is, if you want to win it, Blaine, we're putting Matt in the thing, right? Putting Matt in the chat.
You don't have to put anything. We're just spinning.
Oh, good. We're just spinning. Okay. I didn't know, because sometimes we do it one way and it changed. So now we're back. Okay, awesome. So do nothing. Don't have to write bag. Just spin the wheel, Kyle.
I think we need some spinning music. Don't you, Jane? We need a little spinning music.
I would prefer not to call spinning. Oh.
Busy Bee is our winner, watching today from YouTube. So Busy Bee, what we need you to do to claim that prize, go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete, hit submit, and once we get that in, we will actually send them right out to you. You got 30 days to claim that prize. All right, Jane, next up, we are going to give away a world famous sew mat. And these come in 13 different colors, 4 sizes of each color. They range from $29.99 to $49.99. And if you want to see the dimensions of each mat, you can actually go to Sew Mats in the search bar on SewingMachinesPlus.com. You'll be able to see them and get the dimensions, and that way you go help pick which one you want. But we're going to give one away right now. So Kyle, spin that wheel.
Hey, Blaine, you have patterns too, right? Is there a leopard pattern?
Yes.
That's my favorite one. Beth Small, watching us on YouTube. Hi, Beth. Congratulations. You're the winner. The SMP Sew Mat. You know what to do. Go to SMPlive.tv to redeem your Sew Mat. But what you need to do, most importantly, is tell us what color and what size you need that will work for your machine. Congratulations. Again, Beth Small, you have 30 days to claim your prize.
Very good. All right, next up, we are going to give away a $100 gift card to Sewing Machines Plus, Jane. So do the honors, Jane.
Okay, Kyle, spin that wheel. You're probably happy I can't screen spin that wheel, aren't you?
Well, you got to reserve it until Friday, then you can let it all out.
Okay, all right, that's fair.
All right, Judith Huber?
Yeah.
Huber. Judith Huber is our winner. She is watching today from YouTube. So Judith, claim that prize. You need to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all that information out complete. Hit submit. You have 30 days to claim it, and we'll get that right out to you. And actually, we're going to email you a gift card code. So just look for the email back with a code on it.
I can think of a really good week to spend that.
I can too. I'll tell you what.
I wouldn't wait 30 days on that one.
All right, next up, we are going to give away a Brother P-Touch label maker.
This is so great. This is new in the prize closet.
It is, and this works with your cell phone as well, so it's pretty cool. It's $130. We're going to also include a tape cartridge, ribbon cartridge, or whatever you want to call it, to do the printing of that label maker. And so we're going to include the cartridge. And so, Kyle, spin that wheel.
This is a good one. I love the new prizes.
Darlene Johnson, watching today from YouTube. Darlene, you are our winner of our Brother P-Touch. And Darlene, what we need you to do is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete, hit submit, and we will ship you out a Brother P-Touch. You have 30 days to claim the prize. All right, Jane, next up, we are going to give away a sewing machine. And right there it is. We're giving away that Janome Sewist 780 DC sewing machine, $1,000, actually it's $1,100 sewing machine. This is a fantastic sewing machine. So we got one lucky viewer getting ready to win this. So Kyle, spin that wheel.
Blaine, that prize closet getting deeper and deeper.
Pretty good for this show. Absolutely
prize
pretty good.
closet. Yeah.
Caroline Bongi. So Caroline Bongi is our winner of the Janome sewing machine. So she's watching today from YouTube. So Caroline, what we need you to do is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom where it says claim a prize, fill out all the information complete, hit submit, and we will take care of it there, ship your Janome machine right out to you. You have 30 days to claim that prize. All right, Jane.
What's next?
We're to the point of the show where we are ready to pick our third finalist for the $25,000 Dream Studio. There it is, Jane. Look at all the stuff we're giving away. We're giving away that Juki X3000. We're giving away the CUNY 16X long arm with frame, the Handi Quilter Moxie ST sit down 18-inch with table, the Brother Airflow 3000 air thread serger, the Brother Print Moda fabric printer, and the Baby Lock Pathfinder embroidery machine.
You know what else you're gonna have to give away, Blaine? You're gonna have to give away a construction crew so you can build a wing on whoever wins that to actually build the Dream Studio. Those are amazing prizes.
Oh, it's awesome. And here's the great thing about it. So all 5 people are going to walk home at least minimum with a sewing machine that we pick off the 5 finalists. And actually it's a Brother machine. It's the, what do we pick, Kyle? It's the PS500 Brother sewing machine.
That's the PS500. That's my little friend.
Right there, $1,150 value. So if you're the 4 finalists or semifinalists, I guess you should say,
You should be excited.
4 of you are going to win that, and 1 of you are going to win the Dream Studio. And we're going to pick it live on Friday on air. I'm going to pull their names out of a hat, and you'll get to see who wins it.
And I've spent a lot of time with that little pace setter. So if that's what you win, be excited because it's a fun little machine. I did a whole media tour for Brother with that machine. I carried it with me everywhere I went. All across
That's
the
awesome.
country. I know.
All right. So
That's
we ready to do it?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Everybody get ready. Cross your fingers. Kyle, spin that wheel for our 3rd Dream Studio finalist.
Oh my gosh, I'm super nervous for everybody. I hope they call your name.
Donna N.
Hey, Donna.
Donna N is watching today from YouTube. So Donna, what we need you to do is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, fill out all the information complete on there, and then in the notes say I am the 3rd Dream Studio finalist, and we'll handle it from there.
I want to know what Donna's reaction is right now. That's the only thing I wish we could have a little, someday we'll have that. Innovation's going to get us there. We'll be able to
have a little live camera that we can pop up, and
wherever Donna's at, the camera finds her, and she's in the supermarket. She's like, ah.
Well, Jane, we're working on some really cool stuff right now. So hopefully we'll have a big announcement in a month or so. But we're working on some really cool stuff that I think everybody's going to love. So always working on innovation here.
Maybe you can tell me later.
I might.
Okay. Don't tell anybody.
Well, hey, Jane, another great day of
Yes.
So Fast. We're so happy that you made it. Glad you're feeling better. I know you're probably going to be exhausted, so get some good rest tonight. We got a big day tomorrow.
Yes.
Cannot wait. And so what was your favorite thing today?
Oh my gosh, I had so many favorite things today. I remember we were texting and I was like, Blaine, I'm a little fluffy, meaning I was just in on everyone's word and I was listening. And I think it's because I'm not preoccupied doing anything else. All I am doing is this, and I'm focused on every single word that everybody is saying. So I love the In the Hoop with Reen.
Yes.
I love the Serger stitches for education. What else did I love? I loved Cutterpillar, obviously. I loved all the way back to the Stellaire XJ2 and also the Handi Quilter.
All of it. I mean, it was just all so good today. It was amazing, and I think April Yang, her session was really cool with the sleeve.
Am I allowed to say I liked everything?
The education sessions are so good. That's what makes it's really fun to watch. And let us know in the chat right now, everyone, what was your favorite highlight of the day? If you could only pick one highlight, tell us what it is. I'd love to see what you're saying as well.
And please say it was me coming back to work. Let me say this, Blaine. I want to promote the education segments. I'm just kidding. Education tomorrow. Can I promote? We've got Angela Wolf. She's doing part 1 of pattern hacks for knit shirts, and we know that's going to be amazing. Then we have Melinda Stephenson. She's going to upcycle placemats for adorable Christmas gifts. I'm so into those.
Oh, you've got 2 good ones tomorrow. I tell you what, both of them are so talented. It's going to be pretty awesome.
It's kind of a mix of everything.
It really is.
Yeah, everybody likes
it. Really is. We got some great prizes tomorrow. We got some great product that we're going to be showing and demonstrating tomorrow. So thank everybody out there for tuning in. We sure do appreciate it. I hope that y'all will go, if you haven't liked our Facebook page yet, go like it. And if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, please go subscribe. That helps us continue to do all these big festivals and give all the prizes away. And we want to shout out, Jane, one last time to our sponsors today, and we'll highlight them again tomorrow, but Kyle's going to put them up on the screen for us. Look at that. Got to say a big, huge shout out to all of our sponsors who help us partner with this. Handi Quilter, The Grace Company, Brother, Baby Lock, Janome, King Quilter 2, Butler Robotics, So Steady, Yerky Hoops, Elna, Husqvarna Viking, Foff, Cutterpillar, Embroidery Garden, Dime, and R&K. I mean, that is a great group of manufacturers, and we love being business partners with them. And So it's been a good event so far, and it's going to just keep getting better.
It sure is.
Jane, thank you so much for coming on. Everybody, y'all have a great night out there, and we'll see y'all at 8 a.m. in the morning Pacific time. Our stream starts. Jane and I'll be on here at 8:15, and we'll see you then.
Bye, everybody.